Hello, family. Welcome. This is Gina with Bijou Noir. You have just tuned into the Blackness. I want to first and foremost welcome the family, my current subscribers. As usual, I have missed you guys. You are very welcome. And I want to also say thank you and welcome my new subscribers. I see that I've had quite a few subscribers this week. I'm very excited to see that. And you are also welcome to the family. Um, very excited. I saw a lot of comments, and I want to welcome and thank you for the comments about this today's topic. I'm hoping that we have quite a few, interesting, opinions about it. It is something that I thought that we should talk about. We always talk about culture, and we also talk about, what is our particular cultures. Like I'm Haitian, and Haitians pride themselves on their culture, and as I took a look at culture this week, or thinking about culture, I started thinking about my own culture, the Haitian culture, trying to identify what specifies it, what makes it different than the African American culture. I'm both, was born in Jersey. Family was born in Haiti, and their parent and their ancestors before them are originate from Africa. So therefore, I'm Africa. That's the root. But while I was sitting there thinking about my Haitian culture, and then something inside of me starting debating about the fact that yes, I have Haitian culture, I have African American culture since I was raised thus, but you know and then trying to reconnect with my African culture, it really started to confuse me. And I was thinking, I'm like, I may not be the only one that's confused, because you see, it's evident that we have culture differences. And then when the more I thought about it, the more it pronounced internally. I started thinking, okay, but all of those things that we are, sometimes even on continent, not just, I was about to say outside of the continent, but sometimes even on continent, the things that we hold on to as culture, for the most part, I'm afraid to say, was basically embedded into us. Like yesterday, I think I was talking to somebody, and we were talking about chitlins, and I was thinking, there's quite a few people in America that consider chitlins as a part of culture. We turned chitlins into food, and when you really think about what it is, yeah, that itself was not a part of our culture. It was something that um we had to do to survive. Back in those times when they would eat, they would that would basically, that and pig's feet would be what would be left. And so we took the intestines and we turned it into a gourmet, but it's still intestines, and it is not a part of our culture. It's funny because when you think about culture and you think about the way culture functions for us now, I'm sorry to say it, but it's really all those things that our ancestors had to do to survive, to be able to function in the state of the state that they were in. We now grasp really hard and hold on to and say, hey, we declare it as our culture. And are we wrong with that? That is something that I wanted to talk about today. We cannot have a cultural revolution unless we recognize and get rid of the habits of, the enslaver, the colonializer. We have to replace them with those that free our minds. We have to replace some of the cultures that was beat into us, forced that were forced upon us through a hardship, by replacing them with those that free our minds, bodies, spirits, and dictates the agenda that we have moving forward in this new time. I also wanted to touch on this discussion today, our consciousness, since consciousness I believe, have a lot to do with the way we see things, and the way things function, and Are we really taking a look at all the things that we call ours? Those things that we say is our culture. Are we really taking a look at those things to understand why our ancestors did these things, and should we continue to do them? This is going to be a great discussion because I know that across the board, on continental, off continental, that we hold on to certain belief systems, certain cultures, certain tribes, certain religions, certain, and all these things that we are holding on to. You know, let's just talk about spirituality and Christianity. How was that introduced to our culture? The different belief systems that we are now dying over, fighting over, separating over, becoming hateful to, being divisive over. How were they introduced to us, and is it okay to hold on to something that have been used to divide us? This is something that I also wanted to touch on. Made a note here. um our culture is something that a lot of people are going to find sensitive. I apologize ahead of time if I'm stepping on any toes with this discussion. But again, I like to have the uncomfortable conversations because I feel like that's when we do the most healing. To look at what's hurting, and a lot of times we want to put aside some of those things that hurt us. But I truly believe that we are in a place and we are in a good time to really reconcile some of those decisions that our ancestors made because they had to. Because at that time it was, it was dictated by what they were going through. So I'm really excited about this conversation. I'm happy that I feel like there is a paradigm shift. And to explain, a paradigm is a mental programming that is almost exclusive, control over the habitual behavior, and almost all of our behaviors is habitual. And that being said, what are we doing about these behaviors? What could we do to take a closer look at everything, all the decisions that we're making, and are they natural? Are they authentic? Or have they been instilled onto us? And why, it's a good time to survey some of the things that we call um, very important to our being, and our understanding of who we are. Some of these things that we understand about ourselves was put into us by people that meant us no good. So I'm going to take a moment now to welcome everybody. I'm very excited. Again, Malika Gadson. Hey, sis, how are you? We've been bumping into each other all week on these YouTube streets. And Sujay, okay, you like the topic? I hope you join the discussions because I don't do this by myself. I'm hoping that we have some very bright beings come on here with me. And we could share this space, the cipher, and really dig into this discussion, the Black culture versus slave culture. When I talk about Black culture, please bear in mind, I'm not just talking about African American culture or African culture. I'm talking about Black across the board. I know a lot of people don't like the word Black, but I use it because it's generic, and we call ourselves by all these different things. It's easier, to recognize that because that is. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I see I have a couple of people. Ebony Repat, welcome, sis. Interesting topic today. Looking forward. Okay, yes, please join in. I'm not here to do this talk by myself. I'm here to learn. I'm here to share, and I'm here to partake. Auntie Yaya, always nice to see you, sis. Welcome and thank you. Thank you for the support. If you're here, please hit the like button, but also share this video. Let's get more people in here. Let's get this discussion popping. Hopefully, we'll get some good energy up in here and get some good discussions going on continental, off continental. I need all my brothers and sisters on deck. Malcolm X, welcome and greetings to you. Purely Kayla, welcome, sis. Supreme L, as usual. Thank you for coming. I might not know much about culture. Well, let me share that. He has a statement. I might not know much about culture, but I know you surely look beautiful. Oh, I should have read the whole thing, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Hello, sister and family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, Katharina Rich, nice to see you again this week, sis. Miss PLC27, nice to see you. Cape Town, nice. South Africa, love it, love it. Okay, look at that. It's amazing that Black people were able to make chitlins edible. Yes, it's amazing, but we definitely need to talk about that. You know, they had to do that. They had to find a way to make what they threw at them. And could you imagine? You know, so basically this is what was given to them and they found a way to make it work. And but do we hold on to that? Do we continue eating that? That's going to be the discussion tonight. Senegal, okay, in the house. Yes, sis, I'm excited to know that you are in Senegal at this time. Enjoy, enjoy. I too will be in Africa soon, hopefully. Also, oxtail, something else I have heard was thrown away. Well, we're not gonna get rid of the oxtails, right? I know some people that will actually fight over these oxtails, so I'm not gonna speak on the oxtails tonight. Greetings, Eternal Blossoms. Welcome, sis. Okay, Denise, family, welcome. I'm loving that photo. Look at that. Power to the queen. Shalom. Okay, we have a couple of other people naturally melanated. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Souls of our ancestors. Welcome, sis. Catherine, okay, I think I already said hi to you. I'm really excited to see quite a few people already coming in. I didn't even say anything yet, sis, but I want to thank you for the super chat. You always come in. I'm starting to feel like, hey, you know, you're going to be, one of these people that I'm screaming thank you to once I hit the streets of the Gambia, because I'm putting all those, the blessings that you've given me towards that trip. So thank you. Bob, Garvey, welcome, 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 welcome. Morrow, welcome. I see you, SP. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn too. So I hope you could join in and share whatever you have or knowledge you have. Souls of our Ancestors says, I just invited a couple of brothers. I hope they can join. They are very knowledgeable. Yes, please tell them to come on and give us some information. It's really important. And I forgot to say what you said here. I am here for all of this much needed conversation. Yes. Hi, Nubians. Hey, Zenobia. Myra Berkeley. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If I missed you, please forgive me. I'm trying to get through this so we can get going. But while I'm doing that, share on your social medias. Let's get some folks up in here. Just me, Nisha. Welcome, sis. Welcome. Complicated topic. There is a lot to say. Yes. And we have a lot to talk about because, okay, so that being said, I'm happy that she said that. Complicated topic, there is a lot to say. There's a lot to say and there's a lot for us to be patient about because you see, there's some things that are gonna probably infuriate some people because culture is a serious thing. And I understand that. But we need to, as we unravel this package of reality of being awakened and understanding that we're going back to Africa, those of us that are, and those of us that are staying here, regardless of what we choose to do, we need to move in a spirit of understanding. I was listening to someone earlier and they made a comment that I found very interesting. You know, a lot of what, and I've repeated it already here today, a lot of what our ancestors did as we consider culture today, or a lot of the things they had to do, they did it out of a need to survive. Be it that they were on the continent and they were trying to deal with colonialism, or be it that they were throughout the diaspora dealing with slavery. And over time, these things became all they knew. You know, their children saw them doing this, and for all practicality, my mother did this. This is how my mother's mother did this, and this is how my mother's mothers did this. But was it right? And how do we move forward? Now, I'm not saying that everything was wrong, but we have to take a look. We can't continue to keep processing the things that we process the same way that we've been processing them, not questioning, not wanting to know the root of them. And I think that's the thing. We need to find out what the root was. Why did we eat chitlins? Why did we why were we making decisions on why did women wear black long time ago when their husbands died? There's a couple of things that we do culture wise, and there's a couple of things, even the fact that women marked up their faces in Africa. I just learned that it was because they wanted men not to be the enslavers that were coming to take them, the other nations, not to be attracted to them. I've learned this from an African brother. I was excited to learn that. I didn't realize, so there's a lot that we need to learn. Now, that being said, do we continue to do that now? Are we in the same predicaments that our ancestors were? Um, yeah, I just wanted to have this conversation today, so I hope it's going to be a great one with you guys. So we'll see. Lotus Rose, welcome, welcome, welcome. Denise Clark, welcome again. I guess Varokio, sis, how are you? I hope you can join this one because definitely always enjoy your insights. Bob, I guess I already said hi to everybody. Okay, so let me just dig in before I put the link out. Okay, so that being said, for a very long time, I had a problem with when I used to be little. Let's just talk about that. First and foremost, my aunt raised me, and we used to go to church. And this was a part of our culture because her parents went to church, I guess, and this is what they did. I don't have a problem with church, but I saw that it was some type of thing that people did ritualistically, and they didn't there was nothing real behind it. And I was thinking, God, that was one of the things I used to have a problem with. I used to say all the time, like, yo, I'm dealing with this situation where we're doing certain things robotically almost, and we're not getting any difference. Nothing different is happening from it. We're not growing from it. Certain things are not changing for us as a people, be it on continent, off continent. And we hold on to what I call a slave culture. Certain things that were beat into us, or we were basically forced to do because we didn't have other options. I don't consider those things as things we need to hold on to. And as I was sitting there saying that, another part of me was saying, how dare you? You can't bring this up. People are going to be up, in outrage. People hold on to their belief systems. They live their lives around it. There are folks that, do certain rituals, certain days of the week. You can't talk about certain things because certain people will really get upset. They can't see beyond what they feel is the most important thing, which is their culture. Well, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that, we talk about how we are living in a system of white supremacy. But then when you think about it, they basically took the chains off a long time ago, and we're just basically, you ever seen that cartoon character where they had let's say an elephant tied up for so long that eventually when they took the rope off, he didn't move because he felt like he was still tied up. Basically did the same thing that he was doing with the rope. He went to his water, he went to his food, he stood in that, he only went as far as the rope used to allow him. And as I think about that, I think about us and I say, hey, we're doing the exact same thing, even though, we're in a system. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to basically be accepted and to be successful in a system that, enslaved us and enslaved our ancestors. Had a real strange conversation with someone, and I believe they're ADOS. And I love my brothers and sisters, my ADOS brothers and sisters, but I brought something up and I wanted to ask, I said, do you really truly believe that your ancestors want you to be a proud African American? The ancestors that went through all the things that they went through in America. if they had a wish, the ones that were taken and put on the boats and taken across the ocean, if they could wish, do you think their wish would be to be to be you know African Americans, or do you think they would like to have what was taken from them? Yeah, but they owe us some money. And I'm like, they owe us more than money. It came up again. And I know I spoke about this last week, but and it just hit me that, you're willing to remain in a culture. You're willing to stay in a position as long as they feed you better. You're willing to stay in jail as long as they feed you better. To me, that's what it sounded like. That's what I heard. I heard my sister saying that, basically this is what my ancestors fought for. They fought for the right to be this thing. They fought for the right to remain captured. So that's where the conversation is going today, guys. Do we understand Black culture? I don't even know if I have this right. To be honest with you, I've only been thinking about it for a week, and it just kind of made me feel like I want to hear everybody else's opinion. What is Black culture and Black culture versus slave culture? What's the difference? So I'm gonna go ahead and get this link out here early. I'm excited to have this conversation started. I also want to know what my brothers and sisters on the continent think about this, because this is not about African American culture or Haitian American or Haitian African or Jamaican, or it's about us in general, the Black culture itself. What is it? What are we doing? What are we doing with this culture that was given to us? Have we really let it go? Do we know anything other than this culture? And I'm not even saying that we're able or capable of operating under a different culture, because we're still learning. I don't even think, I think some of our brothers and sisters on the continent are still dealing with a colonial culture. So, colonialized culture. So, it's hard pressed to even figure out what direction to go into with this. But one thing I'm very sure of is that I don't think that my ancestors, the ones that was taken to the land of Haiti, which is now Haiti, if they had a wish, if they could want to say that this is what they are, it was what they became. Now, that's another question that comes up. Do we move forward and just continue becoming new species, or do we try to return to our authentic selves? So let's take a look and see what that looks like. I did put the link in, guys. Come on, click in, get in. Let's talk about what we think about culture, what we think about Black culture versus slave culture. I'm very interested to know what your thoughts are, what your opinions are. And again, share, like, let's get this conversation started. I'm going to take a look at the comments until somebody feels like popping in to have this discussion with me. Okay, I see Denise. Denise is always like my first person. Thank you, Rhodey. Looks like, but I'm happy you popped in, sis. This conversation right here is going to be an interesting one, to say the least. One that might not make everybody happy, because culture is such an important and serious factor. Culture, it covers a lot of things. It covers a gamma of things: religion, the way we eat, the way we dress, the way we marry off our children, the way we see ourselves. So it's kind of sort of important. What do you think about this whole Black culture versus slave culture thing?
Shalom, sis.
Shalom, sis. Shalom.
I think fear is a big problem for us as African Americans, and I think self-doubt follows that, because everything that we've tried to do as a people, they've destroyed, and we know who they are. When I say they, they've destroyed it. So I think we're scared to try to do something new. We're scared to try to go build something because we fear that they're going to destroy it, and so we start to doubt ourselves, second and third guess ourselves. So a lot of I think the only thing that's really missing from slavery, in my opinion, is being forced, to go out and physically do labor out in the fields or whatever. But I think the mindset is still the same. Because we are people, we're scared. We're scared. I mean, most people that if you speak to them about going to the continent, they start bringing up all the stuff that's wrong over there. We built it up over here. I'm not leaving. So it's a fear and it's a mindset. Slaves didn't want to leave the plantations for fear that well, we got it good here. We got a roof. They feed us every day. They were just looking at their basic needs were being met, and they wasn't thinking about the real freedom that was out there for them if they just left. They wasn't willing to take those chances because it basically was beaten out of them. They see your parents raped and murdered and hanged. That'll make you think twice before trying to go do something successfully on your own. But I think we're still there. It's not as deep, but it's still there. It's still there. That slave mentality is still there.
So you're saying, I think you're saying like I'm saying, and you're right. I think it has a lot to do with trauma. First and foremost, I think it's we're afraid. And I think that the slave culture itself is all we know. I don't know how much of what I am doing is my culture as much as it is slave culture. Now I know that we have we're such a special being. I know that we've brought in flavor to everything that was thrown to us, but nonetheless, it was thrown to us. What is actually ours? And that's what I was questioning this week. When I first thought about the topic, I was like, okay, so there's a lot of things that we have been thrown. It's like they treated us like pets. How you throw a bone at a pet. We were thrown lots of bones. We understand that, they used religion as a mean to control us. That was a bone. They basically told us we were animals and didn't have, whatever. And that was a bone. And it's funny because in rap, in certain music, you'll hear call ourselves animals. And we treat ourselves like animals in certain situations.
We savages. Goons.
Yeah. Boom. That's what it is. Goons, savages, thugs,
Yeah.
Thug life.
And I mean, they still use religion to control us because, as soon as something happens to one of our brothers and sisters in the street where they're murdered, the first thing they want us to do is to forgive. So they still use that on us too.
So that being said, that was one of the things that I thought about to this week. And then I was thinking, oh my God, when are we going to get to a place where we could, I guess, first and foremost, it's admitting that we are not actually free as we would like to believe we are. Some people feel like they're freely choosing to say, hey, I'm not African. No, you're not freely choosing to say that. That was beat out of you, just like Kunta Kinte. He was beat to stop saying his name. You were beat, basically, to stop looking at yourself and seeing yourself and understanding yourself and who you are was taken from you, and you were told this is what you have to do. Denise, I was looking at an old movie today, one of those old cool movies, and there was a church scene. And in the church scene, they had a white preacher or whatever sitting on a corner, and then they had the black guy preaching to a black people. And the white guy wasn't saying anything. The white pastor or whatever, he was just sitting there. And I was thinking in my mind, oh my God, this is really how they used to do it. They used to sit there and watch us and make sure that we were saying what was allowed to say and what was okay to say. And even till this day, they don't watch us in the same way that they used to watch us. They don't hang over us. They don't watch us like they do at work where they micromanage you. But they write all the books. They decide where you go, how you go, and how your opinion, the clothes you wear. They decide, really. We decide. We say, hey, we decide what the cliques are, but they really have this thing where they're making these decisions, and we get to choose. We got more choices now, but we get to choose.
I agree. Going back to the case in Texas where the officer went into his apartment and shot and killed him. They were showing the video when they was
Mhm.
going through, stuff that was going on in the court, and there was a
Mhm.
officer there. I don't know what his rank was, but he was sitting in the front, and he was the one who motioned for the black bailiff that was in there, with the one that was stroking her hair. He was directing her to do, he's sitting in front and doing her like this, and she started stroking her hair. And so they do that, just like he was talking about how the white man was sitting there while the black preacher preached to the black congregation. He was
Mhm.
sitting there up front, and without opening his mouth, he was directing her, okay, do this and do that. So they do that, and like now, there's a lot of kids that are being sent home or saying that they can't graduate because of their hair. If they wear locks, they want them to cut their locks, or they don't like the way their hair is braided. So, like you say, to a point, they still try to control stuff that we do, even our natural hair. They don't want us to wear it like that. They sending the kids home and stuff. So,
So yeah, so that being said, what of black culture is our culture, that and we need to I need to get some more understanding on that, because to be honest with you, when we sit around and we think about um through the years the way we've treated each other, that was not black culture. That was what was embedded into us, the way we continue to see ourselves. You know, the divisions that's happening, let's say on the continent, um they're more infrastructural. And then of course, but with our divisions, even though we could go across states or anywhere we want to go, we're still a divided people. And it's evident that they're using different tools, but it's having the same effect. And we need to come to terms with the realization that we're giving them the ability to do this. Rakoya, welcome, 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 sis. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if your mic is. No, your mic is on. Your mic
Oh,
is on.
hi. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
Welcome.
yeah. I was good afternoon, good morning, good evening to
Yes,
everyone.
yes.
Hi, Sister Denise. Great to see you all. And I really am excited about the show. Obviously, I never catch your shows early, so I set my notifications and I want to see where this goes. But yeah, I think that in terms of culture, yeah, we could. There's a culture that is a culture um, among Black people in general, where some people are still fighters. Some people, it's within the wisdom, it's in their proverbs, it's in the way they, as a community, have evolved to fight, to be free, to be able to create their own destinies, right? And as you were rightfully saying, over the years, because of what has happened in our communities, some of our communities have adapted to being conquered. That's how I like to say it. They've been conquered. All their ethics have been um, destroyed. So we're kind of just trying to find ourselves. And I always say this because if you listen to the way I talk most of the time, I'm a naturalist. I look in nature for answers. That's why, my spirituality has gone back from being Christian to Vodun, because you see that our people
Mhm.
respected nature and they took the answers from nature. So for example, they would say like a man has to be free like an animal. Animals, under no consideration, unless they domesticate and become pets, like you said, they want to be free. You give them a minute, they run out. The moment you break, there's a little hole in the fence, that little pet is run out. So it's in our nature to make our own destinies. So therefore, if we are in a situation where we become adaptable and we have accepted and we're saying, well, this is okay, without going back to our natural self,
Right.
then that's where I see that there could be a slave culture mentality, because you're not wanting to fight and create your own destiny. So
I'm
for now,
happy you
that's what I
brought.
want to say.
No, I'm happy you brought that up, because to be honest with you, when I mentioned earlier our authentic self, a lot of us are afraid to face that. I don't know what it is about our people, I know what it is. Let me not lie. I know exactly what it is. And it'd be for me to sit here and say I don't know what it is. It's what happened to us is what it is. What happened to us was not a small matter. And what happened to us for a very long time. It had enough time to infest our DNA to the point where our children within us come out already afraid.
Mm.
We're afraid to see ourselves because the moment that it's funny because the moment that you are old enough to understand what's going on around you, you understand that you were not blessed to come into a very strong placement as far as race on this earth.
Yeah,
And this is the
but
one thing that,
sister,
go ahead.
I wanted to say that is learned. That is, to me, it's not the DNA. That's learned. You understand? Because the cues for how we adapt is taught to us every day. So the DNA itself, and it's always a battle. People say it's the environment that
Mhm, mhm,
modifies the DNA or is backwards. Is it? I feel like if we removed, let me just be honest, if we removed, for example, an enslaved African from their enslaved environment and you put them into another environment. Let's even say Africa. Africa is colonized, but I have to let people understand that Africa's colonization did not seep into our rural and traditional societies, right? So if you went to some communities in, say, the deep of, like, I'm from Togo and Ghana, and I always use those as examples. It could be any other country. If you went
mhm,
into some of our deep rural areas, they may have just seen a white person one time in their whole life or have never seen one and have no context of that. They just go to their farms, they come back, they do what they do, and that's life. So when you want to see how traditionally our societies were, if you go into those rural environments, you would see the way the ancestors lived. I guarantee if we put any of us, including myself, into that kind of environment within one generation or two, so basically I'm saying that it's not in the DNA, it's in the learned. And anything that is learned can be unlearned.
So you
Anything that
think
you learned, yeah.
from your perspective, what we're dealing with is not something that cannot be changed.
Of course
Um,
not. It can be changed. Yeah. It's really just a learned behavior under captivity or a learned behavior under colonization. And actually, if you look at Africa, as we move from our generations that were under colonization, for example, my father lived under white control. So his attitudes were very different from my attitude. And my children's attitude is completely different. That's why you would see the bubbling that's going on in Africa right now. This whole discussion that is picking up with social media and everything. I tell you, if you talk to a 25-year-old in Africa today, they sound so different. They are moving away from the programming that was taught to them by their fathers, where they accepted their captivity and they accepted being a conquered people. How right now our children are saying, but why? They're asking the questions that you and I are asking. So even their attitudes are being reflected in what you're seeing. I mean, I'm sure you guys remember about a month ago the end SARS in Nigeria, where these people were
yeah,
out on the streets, and even Nigerians were saying, this will never happen. 30 years ago, when Fela Kuti was out, that the soldiers would go and beat him up and all that. And
yeah.
so people, exactly right, he was rebellion. People would move back. But these people stood up to guns at themselves. They were shot. And
This
tomorrow,
was totally different than when
exactly, the
fellow
people
people
would
said,
run helter skelter. He
yeah,
would sing songs about people scattered. That's what you do. Now they stood. Tomorrow they will fight. Tomorrow these kids will go over and take the guns from the soldiers because they stood and were shot. So they are conquering that fear, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's all learned and it can be changed. So when people do say we are this and we are that, it's almost like they're speaking from an ignorance. Because if you are conscious, when you think, when you question everything, then your answers will come to you, But if you don't question, then you are okay with where you are. And that to me is the slave mentality. When people don't question, when they accept what they've been given,
Mhm.
not being fooled. All right. So I'll stop here and let somebody say something and then we can continue.
Now, what I wanted to say, I'm sorry, Denise, did you have something you wanted to add or no?
Yes, I
Yeah.
was wanting to respond to our sister Lotus
Mhm.
Rose when she asks, "Is culture standard or adaptive?" I
Oh,
think it's a
yes, that
little.
was a good question. Yes.
I think it's a little bit of both because everything that we do in our culture, we have adapted it to where we are. When we will put it, we made it cool coming to the hood. You know, we made it cool to be in the ghetto. We made it cool to dance and rap and all this other stuff. Everything that we do as a culture, our people, you know, we've had to adapted to what they would allow us to do. You know, even out in the slave fields, you know, we would have to sing the hymns in order to be able to speak to one another. That's how we adapted to not being able to talk amongst one another, being watched so closely. So our culture, I think it's a little bit of both. We just adapt to where we go, but we still take our culture everywhere we go. And, you know, we just, you know, add a little bit to it wherever we are in order to make it work wherever we are. So I think it's a little bit of both.
I agree with you,
And
sister. It
I
is.
agree with you too. Yes, I agree. And I was also looking at Moro. We were thrown the things they didn't want. We flipped it, and then they came to steal that too. That's the part.
Yep.
You know, when we
Yep.
talk about certain things that they didn't know what to do with it, we figured out a way to do it, and then they came and take that too.
Yeah.
But that's something that's a continuation of what they do. That's a part of what they do. And one thing I want to say in respect to that is, um, I'm no longer. I cannot express this more than to say we can't focus on what they do too much because we understand that they're doing what they need to do to survive. Our question and our answer should be, or our direction should be geared on what it is that we're going to do. What are we willing to do moving forward to survive? Our ancestors did a lot of things. They actually took on a whole new culture because they had to, because they wanted us to survive. They wanted to survive. So my thing is, are we willing to, now that we have the opportunity, now that we are, able to, are we willing to do what we need to do to restore what was taken from them?
The only way you
Sister,
can do that
go
is
ahead, Sister
besides
Denise.
on, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, sis, is what we're going to put up with. Because a lot of times people don't move until they're fed up. So, and it looks as if our people are not fed up. It's not that we don't have the mental and the physical and the spiritual strength to do it. Are we fed up enough to do something about it? We can talk about it, but are you really going to do something? People are not fed up yet.
I agree with the sister. Yeah, I do agree with you, Sister Denise. That's absolutely correct. What are people willing to put up with? And not only from a point of view of just the emotions of it, but the practicality of it. When you talk about, I want this and this for myself, freedom or control of my destiny or creating a legacy for my children and all that. Where can you do that without obstacles being put in your way? If we are in a system where the system itself was designed to keep us on the bottom, where a whole classification was made in law, in education, in banking, and all that. The whole system is built around keeping a certain group of people as slaves. Unless we're willing to build new systems or completely destroy the one in which we are operating, then our ability to change is really limited. I mean, that's just, pure intellectualisms to speak of. For example, if I build a system to keep chicken in a roost, I mean chicken in a fence or whatever, and day and night they know when to come out and when to go peck at the grass and then they go back. That was how the system is built. The chicken cannot flee the coop without either pecking a hole in that whole thing and leaving so that they can be truly free, or somehow they destroy this pen. And again, that's what the question is. The question is, if we say we want to be free and move away from the slave mentality, where a slave in my definition is someone who things are told to, things are done for, things are expected of them, then we have to create another system in which we are the ones now creating those things for ourselves. But if people do say, well, I want to be free, but I want to keep fighting, you just keep fighting. You're just pecking holes. How long will generations take to break one system? We'll say, yes, there's been a lot of improvement in society, right? Like the laws have changed. But have they really? If the laws have changed so much, how come
I'm
we
happy
are
you
here
said
we are?
that, Rakoya. Rakoya, what you just said was the bomb, because what I was thinking while you were saying that is it's like us fighting throughout the diaspora to be accepted, to for them to change their laws to include us, to give us equality. What are we pecking at? I feel like when you said that, I thought of that is something that I've always spoken about, like when we're sitting here marching, rioting, putting our signs up, and I know our ancestors used this method and got us this far, but is this going to work for us moving forward, or are we just pecking at a hole that's already been pecked? Our ancestors pecked at this hole, they got us under the fence. Now, do we stay there pecking at an empty hole, or do we move forward and cross that path that our ancestors was trying to cross and get to the next barrier to and it's not going to be the same thing? So when you said that, that's what I thought about.
Yeah, I do have a thing that it would be individual choices, right? It's individual decisions and people who are really honest about what they're saying. Because I think a lot of people say things, but they don't back it up with any action. You know, like you had started earlier when you were talking in your intro about, just talking. A lot of people just like to talk, to hear themselves speak. However, there's some actionable things that individuals will do, and it will become the collective, right? So people like Marcus Garvey and stuff like that, when they talk, they put action behind their words. And even though their movement was frustrated and thwarted, they still left a legacy, which today we're still talking about, and it's a blueprint for many people. So it's a matter of one understanding our condition fully, not the romanticized stories and all the stuff, but the reality of it. And like I said, it's, for me, the answers are nature. And then what are we going to do about it? The way's out. The chicken decides
The
to.
sad thing is it starts with the talk, but we do have to put something behind that conversation. But to be honest with you, Rakoya, we want to jump, but we need to understand how to do that first. And we need to build the confidence. And that's why these discussions, I understand, like I'm not one that really like right now I'm talking, but then I'm talking to a bunch of people. There's 75 people in the channel right now, and maybe 5 of these people may be doing. If everything, if I can't do anything else right now productive, if I could only talk to you, then that's what I'm going to do. Until I can do, I'm going to talk. We can't really judge the people that are talking, because there are people doing based on the conversations that they're having with these talkers. So let's not be too hard on ourselves.
No, you're right. You're
We
right.
all have our positions to play.
You're right.
We all have
Absolutely,
our
you're right. I agree. You're right.
Yes, thank you, sis. Sharpat, welcome to the discussion. Let me know what you think about what we've been talking about. Let us know your opinion on the matter. Hello, Sharpat? Can you hear us?
Hello?
We're not hearing you. Hello, hi. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm having some problem.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We can hear you now. Welcome. Okay, so are you talking and we're not hearing you, or what's happening? Okay, you're on mute. You have to unmute yourself. I cannot unmute you right now. You have to unmute it.
Hear
Okay,
me?
you're now. Yes, now you're off mute. Welcome, sis.
I'm hearing a lot of crackling on my phone, so I wasn't sure if you could hear me clearly.
We hear you clearly.
Yeah, there's kind of a delay. Sorry. I may
No,
have to
you're
come
fine.
out and come back in.
That's
Are you
fine
hearing
as
me?
well, sis. We do hear you. Yes.
Okay. So even though you're on a delay for me,
Hmm.
just gonna want to talk. Yes.
Okay.
So I just want to subscribe to and follow.
You're kind of breaking up, Sharpette. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Show before distribution.
Yeah, we don't hear you. I'm gonna put you out, but come back in, okay? All right. So we had to put you out. Let's see if when you come back in, you'll be better. But while she's doing that, I just want to look at this comment from Eternal Blossom. Religion is for control, but history proves that Jesus was black. But they will have us thinking he was a white man who saved us. To be honest with you, there's so many things that are distorted and lie and things that were not given us to us. I don't think I could believe anything that these people told us, to be honest with you. And it's sad because sometimes they lay the truth in front of you and sometimes they don't. It's our responsibility to really find out what history was. It's our responsibility to find that. In reference to the color of Jesus, if the Bible is what they're referencing, he's definitely a black man. Because I think in Revelation it clears it. The matter is can't be disputed. You know, his skin was like burnt brass. I don't know how black that could be other than that, but I'm just gonna add a couple more people. Welcome Amara, welcome Hannah, Ethiopia, welcome. We have I'm not sure where the other sister is. Hopefully she'll come back. But what do you think, Amara? Welcome to the conversation. We're talking about Black culture versus slave culture, and are we screwed up? Are we just living out slave culture and we're all calling it culture? Tell me what you think of the discussion.
Well, hello everybody. First of all, I've been
Hey,
out for a long time. Okay,
missed you.
yeah. The way I look at it is, out here in the United States, they're building soldiers. Yeah, I've been there from day one, from the cotton fields to the regular jobs. We all soldiers. We go by command. That's how the system is built. Africa, there's freedom to do whatever you want to do. you know. So if you've been institutionalized, because that's the same conversation I had with my dad today. My dad told me, "You've been institutionalized." I said, "No, Dad, I'm not." You say you wake up at a certain time, you eat at a certain time, you go to work at a certain time, you're supposed to behave at a certain time, you're going to perform. Your performance is expected at a certain standard, and on, routine after routine. You're a soldier. The system of waking up and doing the same thing over and over again is an institutionalization of the system. So if you get caught up being too institutionalized, when you go to Africa and you break free, even the Africans that are like me, that have been here 24 years, or I go to Africa, it's an adjustment I can't handle. It's too much for me. I gotta, like my second, like if I go for a month, it was like my third week. That's when I really started let loose of the system, the effects of the system on me. So that's what it is. Is here they want you to be a soldier, listen to their command. Over there is freedom. So
you're saying
I
right
don't
here
know.
it's robotic. It's robotic here, and over there you when you go there you feel like you're detoxing, you're unraveling.
Yeah, you're detoxing, but then can you handle it?
Wow.
It's
What
a
do you mean
huge
by
issue
you
for me.
handle it?
Everything. Every time I come back, for example, little basic things. I go routine. You go, you drive your car, you get in your car, you adjust your mirrors. Why? Because the police looking at you. You gotta look back there.
Yeah.
2, you go to a store, you just can't grab things randomly or think I'm gonna make this purchase or not. You grab what you buy. You don't grab a lot of things and don't go to the checkout and just be going around eye to eye circles. No, the camera is on you and somebody's gonna be following you around. You know, a lot of little basic things. When you go to Africa, you lose that. And then you come back, you have to remember how to do that again. When I go to work, I gotta behave a certain way. I gotta act a certain way. I gotta play team ball. It can't be about me, you know. So those are the things you struggle with. You struggle. It's a struggle, you know. So that's my perspective. I don't. When you find it's nice when people get to their 40s. Like me, I'm about to be 44. And I'm about to be done with the system in a couple of years, and I'm going back home finally. I'm leaving all the reins of the system and going back. But it's nice when people get put in 20 or how many years in the system to go somewhere else. The next level should be like Africa, where you go over there and loosen the reins of all the system. Because this system right here likes it when you're young. They take the best years. You're giving your best years when you're young, and when you catch up in age, don't be here. This is the worst place to be when you're old. Don't get old in this place. That's what I was working on this for the past 10 years. And you know, I'm where I'm at now, and I like it where I'm at now. But I know a lot of people that put in a lot of years in here, 30 years, whatever. They go back there, you know. They regret it a lot.
Well, let me ask you something, Amara. A question for you about African culture. Is African culture what it should be, or is it what happened after colonization, whatever way you say it? Is culture in Africa what it should be, or is it something just like what we had to do here throughout the diaspora? We had to condition ourselves to a new culture and adapt and create a culture for ourselves. Did you guys have to create a culture for yourselves after colonialization? Were you removed from the culture that was prior to that? That's what I really want to know, because I know on the continent you guys dealt with a form of captivity as well.
Yeah, that it's by region. In the cities, it's a subculture.
Okay.
In the country, the village, it's authentic, it's untouched, it's pure. No effects of European culture in the village. In the cities is what you call a subculture. A subculture is when you cherry pick. You look to the European culture and you look to the African culture and you cherry pick what you like.
So you do whatever.
Exactly, and make a subculture, and everybody's selection is unique. For example, my wife, right? She can't stand African clothes. She just wear it on major occasions. She like all European clothes.
Oh wow!
Right?
Okay.
Yep. Okay. But now she hates the food because the food has a lot of sodium. She like authentic African food because it's organic. You know, and then it's a different way she like a man to care for him, affection and all that. She might like some European way, the other way she would like to maintain an African way. So all these people do, they cherry pick.
Right.
They cherry pick in what they like.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, Amara, I want to thank you. Stand by, because I think you might have some people that have questions, but I wanted to give Hannah Z Ethiopia an opportunity to speak, and I'll come right back to you. Thank you, my brother. Hannah, how are you, sis? How's it going now? Hey, how are you?
I'm good. And how are your brother? I just wanted to come up here and state my opinion. And that is, first, I think we need to differentiate between what is Black culture and what is slave culture. And then after we do that, we have a lot of Black culture, because I'm from Ethiopia. So when you come to Ethiopia, even if you go to different states, or different cities, you will find different cultures. So it's the same thing throughout Africa. But as our brother was saying earlier, now in the city we have more of the Western culture, which is causing exactly something that we do not want, which is the rich is becoming richer and the poor is becoming poorer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But when you go to the village side, you don't really see that. Everybody has their own farms. Everybody has, they're not materialistic. Like the Western culture have made us materialistic. So even the city is just, to be honest, I don't like staying in the city even. So I think first we need to really figure out, is this, because I feel like sometimes people think development is like building buildings and having roads and having this and having that. Is that really, like, because that comes out of cost? Because I was truly not reading, but I was watching this documentary called Consume This on Amazon Prime. If you guys have time, I think you should watch it. And it
What
was
is it called? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Consume This.
Okay.
And it was talking about how for the world, if the world wanted to survive just like America, like the big houses, with the kitchen, with the bathrooms, the 4-bedroom house, like with all that, with 2 cars, with garage, we would need 5 Earths, meaning that like a lot of Earth goods is coming to this country or coming to the rich. So we need to figure out, we are not actually only hurting our people, because for us to have this, people, like, the world is being hurt. For America to survive the way that America is surviving, the world is being hurt. And there's another documentary I would suggest to it. I believe it's called the true cost of living. It's about fashion industry, how like how we were allowed to have cheap clothing, um, with cheap money. It's because a lot of people in India, and their rivers are being chemicals and toxic, and they're adding
Dumping
all
off the
that.
used clothes. I saw that documentary. Yeah.
Exactly. So we need to really understand. So this is not the kind of culture we want. You know what I mean? So this is not. We need to say, because our true self, our true Black self, is our sister earlier was saying, to find the true culture or the true Black culture. Honestly, to be honest, we don't even have to say it's Black culture, because at the end of the day, since we are the first human on Earth, the true culture is found in Africa or in the Black culture. So our sister earlier, she was saying, if
Yes,
we look at nature, we will find the true culture, and I agree with that. So
I do too.
yeah, I think we need to stop with the consumerism, with the materialisticness, because I am seeing a lot of my brothers and sisters, African Americans or African descent, going back home. But at the same time, I do believe Babylon will fall, but I also believe the mentality that Babylon has put in our mentality will fall too, or whoever that has that mentality will fall. Because when I go back home, I have very rich friends and I have very poor friends, and I do hang out with both of them, because I am an influencer for my community.
Okay.
And I look at that and I'm like, this is not development. I was born in the capital city of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, which is called Addis Ababa, and you can see it. But when you go out, and like when Addis Ababa, there's a lot of homeless. The roads are bad. Like the rivers are very polluted, like plastic everywhere, and you can see a lot of homeless kids on the street. But when you go in the countryside, you just see cows, you see different things, and then you don't see any homeless people. People are living their life. They live in a hut, but they are happy. They're living with nature. They connect with nature. So when we really
go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I really like what you're saying. So you agree with my sister Reporter, where you feel like we need to be directing ourselves back to nature.
Yes, not just that, but also, okay, our sister, I think she has her hands up, so I will let her.
Yes. Did you want to respond to her, Denise, or what did you want to share?
Yeah. She said that we need to make a difference between the slave culture and Black culture. It has been a difference has been made. Because as slaves, we didn't own businesses, didn't own homes, we didn't go to school, we didn't have higher learning. It's what, like I said, it's what our people are willing to put up with, so it's a difference being made, but what are you doing with these things that have been afforded to you? And to touch on what you said about the clothes and stuff like that, that's the only way that our people felt like we were somebody when we was dressed up and when we was clean. That's all we had. We didn't have, we couldn't go on the fancy vacations and go to the fancy restaurants and go to the spas. So dressing up for us and having our hair nice and all that stuff, that was how we did that. And now to get away from that, you're going to have to reach people in another way. But when that's all they know, sis, it's kind of hard for them, for you to take that from them because they don't feel like they have anything else. So, yeah, so it's not that, they ain't got nothing else but do. That's just, for us, that makes us feel like we're not second and third class citizens with what we wear and how we we alone, single Black women, single-handedly, got the hair care business, weave and everything else. We fund that. That's us.
That's true.
So because we care about how we look, our hair and our nails, and how we look in our clothes. So you just have to change our people's mindset and have to let them know, what cutting back on that stuff, cutting way back on that type of stuff, what that could mean for their freedom. And people just not there, sis. You got some people that just don't get it. And they more of us. My people are more of a show me people. You can talk all day. They gotta see. Yeah, they gotta see the beauty. They gotta see the good stuff that come out of it. So it's a difference being made. They know the difference, but can't make people do nothing.
Yeah, I see what you mean, and I agree with that. And I think it's not that Black people don't have something that like inside to bring out and be proud of, but I feel like Black people have been programmed in general by the media to think like we need something extra to come. Because the thing is, I feel like a way to actually wake people up about this is to tell them what is the consequence that all of this brings.
Sister, can I say something after her before I forget my thought, please?
You can definitely say something, and then, but I want you guys to help me answer. I want you to finish. Yes, you could definitely say something, but then I want you guys to answer this guy, Christopher Cat Things. I want to thank you for the $5 Cash App. But what I also want to do is answer his question: slave culture. You're totally ignoring the free people of color. Go ahead, Raquel. You could respond to what you're saying.
So I wanted to jump on to what both ladies have said. Thank you so much. I mean, it's just great to listen to my sisters, everybody expound wisdom from different perspectives. So I wanted to first of all acknowledge my little sister. I can't see her name from the.
Oh, let me move this out your way.
Yeah, okay. Hannah, that's right. Hannah's Ethiopia. You really made some great comments that I think, and Sister Denise also expanded on that also. When we talk about this culture of slave mentality, right, I think that very often we get caught up into behavior rather than culture. Culture, as defined, is everything. Is the dreams, your goals, your ethics, the way your community moves towards the things that human beings perceive as, freedom, liberty, justice. Those interpretations are what culture is about. So based on that, we can look at certain things and say some things are bad for the culture, and certain, if they're not moving us in this direction, goal of being able to build upon and build legacies and leave, generational wealth and leave wisdom for our generations to follow, pathways to success and progress, right? So, for example, I mean, we could say like in urban America, there's a gun culture where it has become part of the way society moves, where it's destructive to us, but there's a culture element to it, which we are living. So I wanted to first of all make that demarcation that when we talk about the culture, we should try to remember what we're talking about, the total thing, the encapsulating idea, rather than the individual behaviors, because the behaviors are the things that respond to the environment. So for example, like some other people in the chat were talking about chitlins and how we took what they threw at us and made good out of it. Although I must kind of burst everybody's bubble here a bit, because in Africa, even among people before colonialism, we were eating chitlins, so it was actually something that people look forward to. So fine, maybe we can say our people brought that knowledge and was able to use that to the offense. So fine. Africans eat chitlin too, and they were not enslaved. Just wanted to make that clear.
I'm happy you made that. To be honest with you, did you guys eat chitlins because of the same reasons we ate it? Because it was given to us. That's all we. They gave us the least of things. Maybe you guys got it like we got it.
When they killed the goat in our family compound, right? That chitlin was just what the kids and everybody was looking forward to, because they'll season it and fry it up, and you stole pieces of it. So even the owner of the person who killed the goat looked forward to it. So it was part of our.
Maybe
it was part of our dietary thing.
Maybe this chitlin things came from Africa. We need to.
I have to say it is. I think so. I think that because people knew what to do with it already, they were able to teach it, and because I can ask any African who comes on, you can ask them. They eat chitlins properly. It's you have to save some for the head of the household, or you're in trouble. So anyhow, coming back to.
Go ahead. I want to take a moment to thank Zenobia Micro Berkeley for the $20 super chat. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. Every penny is gonna go towards my trip towards the Gambia.
There you go. Thanks, sister.
Going back to this brother's question, did anybody want to take a stab? Because I'll answer it, but if you guys want to answer it, I want to give you guys. He said slave culture. You're totally ignoring all the free people of color.
Where he talking about? Is he talking about here in the U.S. or he talking about on the continent? Where is he talking about?
Well, when I mentioned like slave culture, I said it's across the board, not just U.S. It's slave culture across the board.
Yeah.
So, in slave culture. So, anybody want to answer him before I go in?
I can try answering him. I don't completely understand what he's trying to say. But I guess he's talking about how you're totally ignoring all the free people of color. I feel like as people of color, or as Black people, as Africans, we have been colonized to the max. It's just I don't think they tried to colonize our mind to the max, but I don't think they did it to the fullest. So I think there is some part that they couldn't colonize. For example, Ethiopia and Liberia are the two countries in Africa that were never colonized. So when it comes to Ethiopia, there are places that are still there, created by our ancestors. We have our way of life. We have our own alphabet and all that. So yeah, I don't think we can also, because the reason I wanted to come here and talk about this is also we do have Black culture. When we separate the slave culture or slave culture, when we come to Black culture, I feel like there is some wrong Black culture too.
I'm happy you're saying this. So what you're saying is what I'm thinking. When you're talking about Black culture, are you talking about Black culture across the board, wherever we are? Or are you talking about Black culture just throughout the diaspora? That's one thing I want to first clarify.
We can talk about as a whole, and then we
Yes.
can filter from there.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. So I like where you're going with that. Denise, did you want to chime in real quick?
Yes, even back during slavery times, we had mentioned before that we were sold for mirrors and trinkets, from someone else's culture. So, with that being said, he was trying to say between slave culture and black culture, they wanted what the slave, what the Spanish had. They wanted it. They wanted to see what was part of their culture. So it's here in the African in the U.S. and it's also over in the continent. We all can be influenced. Free and slave, we can all be influenced because the
Yeah.
free ones was trying to dress as well. So it's a mindset. It's the person.
So I hear you. So Denise is saying basically it's across the board. That being said, I want everybody to take a moment to hit Team Black Sit because I got Black Sit on board. Thank you, sis, or brother. It might be, Team Black Sit includes Juliet, Ryan, and Adrian. Ryan, thank you guys for tuning in. I love my family. Please, if
Hello.
you are Team Black Sit, put Team Black Sit on the comments because that's my peeps. I want to welcome my brother. I want to welcome two more people to the conversation that haven't had an opportunity to speak. Macyo Star, and we have Marcus Garvey. I love that name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we're gonna go with Macyo Star first because they arrived first. Please tell me what you want to contribute to this discussion. What do you think about what we're talking about?
Hello. I just want to say something simple as well. Um, I don't think, or I'm not sure there's anything such as slave culture or such or something. It doesn't exist.
No,
Anywhere
wait,
in
you're
the
cutting
history
off,
of,
and I want to make sure I hear you completely. Can
can
you
you hear me?
okay, now I can hear you, but there's some static. So adjust your your volume for us so we can
Okay.
hear you.
I'm just saying, I don't think there's anything such as a slave culture in the world, right? I don't think it exists.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just mankind's ability to subjugate his fellow mankind into injury or servitude or something like that. It's just mankind's ability to force his fellow mankind into that situation. Anywhere in the world that has instances of slavery, everywhere, including all the way to the Jews, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and during the Roman times with the Sparta, there's always been a revolt. No man has ever been happy to be in a position of slavery. All the results of it, all it is just a means to survive, a need to survive. People adjust to the condition they've been put in. They fully understand their situation, and that's why you will see they revolt all the time. Where have we ever seen somebody? Where, every instance there's slavery, there has always been a revolt, always continuously. No, there is no such thing as a slave culture. You understand? It's not. If you were fed
Mhm.
chitlins, if you're given chitlins, it's because you needed to survive. You understand me? You needed to survive. It's not. It's not that this is a culture. It's not a culture. It's not a
Um,
culture. It's a need
okay.
to
So
survive.
wait, pause. I want you to explain this to me. If you're given chitlin, it's because you needed to. So if you're eating chitlins, it's
Yeah.
because you needed to survive.
Because
So
if
you don't feel like the effect that we were in a position where we didn't have a choice.
mm,
When you don't have a choice and you're told this is all you can have, this is what we're calling slave culture and what we've adapted to as our culture because this is all we were given and
mm,
were allowed. And now we're making it seem like this is our ancestors, this is what they did, this is who they are, and this is why we continue to do it. That's how it becomes slave culture, if we
mm,
understand each other.
I understand that, but is it really a slave culture? It's become part of a certain kind of culture, but it's accepted. It's accepted. I mean, like the lady was saying, in Africa we eat it as well, and say people knew how to work with tripe. It's kind of like tripe or intestine. People work there. In Africa we eat it as well, and all that. So it's you had that culture from the beginning anyway. You had that in your culture from the beginning anyways. You just when you come to America, it's just what it is.
No.
Gregory X, thank you for the $10 towards my Gambia visit. I will be there, and I'll be the woman screaming all in the Gambia. It's going to be a lot of noise. Look forward to it. But
Denise, explain.
I wanna
Yes.
respond to you, Macro Star, because this is kind of important. Because I don't think you okay, from my perspective, and I can't speak for everybody. I'm gonna let everybody respond to you on the panel. From my perspective, what happened to us throughout the diaspora may have happened to you on the continent, just because a lot of the history that I have read or studied, this was not a part of our diet. Now, it may have become a part of African diet later on the continent, based on the fact that they were doing to you the same thing that they were doing to us, but they were calling it by a different name. We were enslaved, you were colonialized, but it was still the same type of captivity. I think in some ways even worse so, because they came and not only did they take your bodies, they took your land. So I'm gonna let some other people respond. We have Marcus Garvey on here. He was after you. Anybody want to respond to him or to me based on what he said? Go ahead. Before we go to Marcus Garvey, go ahead, Denise. And then we gotta go to my brother.
You already know what I'm gonna say. What I'm gonna say to you respectfully, my brother, Mikhail, is that my people were not eating chitterlings when we came over here. I go by and I revere and I believe in the Bible. And the people of the Bible, which are us, we did not eat pork, and we sure didn't eat no chitterlings. So I don't subscribe to that, and I'm not going to accept that. But I respect your opinion, but for me and mine, we wasn't eating chitterlings.
Okay, so I want before we go on, Malika Gatson, I want to thank you for the $10 super chat. That's going to take me to the Gambia for sure. Thank you so much, sis. Love you. Thank you. Christopher has a question. I'm going to let you respond to Denise, and then we got to answer his question. And I have to go to my brother. He's been patient. Go ahead, my brother. Respond. Macro Star, did you want to respond? You said you wanted to say something. I'm sorry, Marcus Garvey. We're coming. Please bear with me.
I get what Denise is saying. Like it's a culture. It's something that later on adopted in the United States. But what I'm saying is, I don't think I don't think European culture really permeated deeply into Africa. Because as you see, we still have traditional culture, and it's not something that was forced on us in Africa because there was abundance of protein and meat to eat from and all that stuff. So we didn't really eating chitlins or type or something was not forced on us. It was not forced on us and all that stuff. I think
you might can I step in?
Macro Star, you might want to do. Go ahead, Amara. One moment before you step in. Let me just Marcus Garvey say one thing. He's been so patient, and we've been having discussions on top of him. I'm gonna let him chime in, and then we're gonna go ahead and answer Macro Star. Marcus Garvey, welcome. Tell me what's on your mind, and then we could move forward. You're on mute, my brother. Okay, you're good now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good. I'm a man of few words.
Okay.
I just want to say thank whoever is above there, whether it's God, whether it's Allah, whether it's whatever you call it.
Mm-hmm.
But this time has opened our eyes for all. I never imagined in my life that I will be talking to people from the diaspora. You know, I've been to America many times. I've been to North Carolina and Atlanta.
Okay.
I've seen things there, crazy things. You know, originally, I come from Gambia.
Oh, welcome. My homeland.
Oh, welcome. Thank you. Welcome.
That's where I'm going.
All right. You're welcome, sister. You will like it. I live in Germany. Muzunguland, yeah?
Yeah.
Following step by step, I see everything. What surprises me in this African diaspora is women, black women. black women, and I'm saying this thing loud, they are the one taking us further.
Oh.
And this is no, I'm really serious about this because I have siblings living in the US, and I see what's I saw what when the time I visited what happened. I see some crazy things. I will never visit there. Even if you give me a 5-star hotel in America, I will never ever go there again. But another topic. Thank you, sisters. Keep pushing on. We men, we messed up. It's your time, the queen, to show the king the way to go. All right?
We are going to be right there with you guys when you are ready to do what you're going to do. Trust me, our kings, everybody's falling into place. And I believe that what we're doing, and I believe this happens in many villages in Haiti. This thing happens where when I went to the village where your women would wake up and they would make noise, they would sing, and then the men would wake up and they would go do the work. And I look at it like the transition that's happening now. We're making noise, but the men, they're going to do the work. And I'm looking forward to that.
You're welcome, my sister. You're welcome. I'm just watching right now. I got so much to say, but time doesn't allow me that. So I'm just watching. I got too much to say. I'm a little bit crazy. I know I come direct from Marcus Garvey, and I will stay there until I die.
Yes. So I'm very happy to see you on here, and I hope you keep coming. We're gonna continue. Right. Did you want to say anything about what we were talking about as far as slave culture?
Yeah, the slave culture is like I wrote before. From my perspective, first of all, I want to say something. In my high school days in Gambia, and I want everybody to listen.
We're listening.
If they don't think that the Gambian people, they don't know history about Africa, they don't really know about Gambian people. In my days, in my days, in the 80s, 70s, I was going to primary school to high school. We only learn African history. And you can ask every African if they know about F.K. Bois. F.K. Bois is a writer from Ghana.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
F.K. Bois is from Ghana. Okay. And that was my history book. That was the history book I read my entire high school. But unfortunately,
me too.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. F.K. Bois, it's very, very true. Yeah. But unfortunately, in my time, we didn't have we used to have a very good president, but we don't have university, we don't have college. So I have to go to Sierra Leone for a big college to study there.
Alma mater. Look, so I talk to her. You talking to my alma mater, What department? Let me just don't jump in. What department did you
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What department did you graduate? What department did you graduate from?
Really? I was in the political science department.
Whoa, my dad? My dad being there for 30 years. He was the dean of the faculty of political science. This is what
happened when families come back together.
Social services for 30 years.
Union going on here.
Dr. Dumbuya. Professor Dumbuya, You know my dad? Professor Dumbuya.
Going to misdirect this whole
this is very interesting because this is why sometimes I say people listening or people watching YouTube, they should be careful. If they don't know people, they should ask, interact, and we and Sierra Leone, Gambia and Sierra Leone is just like one.
Yes. Yeah. I'm just so happy you guys finding each other.
My dad was the dean in that university for like 30 years.
Really?
The head of the department of political science. Yes.
I I graduated in Foreign Bay College, brother.
Okay.
Oh, God bless.
I'm gonna mute both of you because you both are too happy right now. You're gonna have to get each other's email addresses and talk to each other or phone number. Go in the private chat and put your phone numbers down. What? Okay, so Marcus Garvey, I want you to close out. Tell me what you think about slave culture, and then we could go to the next person.
Okay, what I'm saying about slave culture, my last book, what I was reading is about the Clotilda. You get me?
Yes.
From the Clotilda, the last ship that went to South Carolina or something where, last slave ship that went to. I was reading about this woman who come from the Bantu tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And this thing was so fascinating. They just come on the source of Africa, just on the source of Africa, and then capture this, kidnap. Yeah. And something I want to make clear also. From my great-grandfather, his great-grandfather told them, no African have ever sold a slave.
Wait, so you're saying your grandfather told him that no African has ever sold a slave? Break it down.
Exactly.
What are you saying? What are you
exactly?
What did he tell you?
Exactly. This is what I'm coming to. He said, we in Africa, we have tribes, we have wars, tribe wars and things like that, but they settle it on the battlefield. And they capture each other people and then keep them.
Okay.
But as the Musungu came, he was using one tribe against the other in order to get good, healthy African young men for them. You feel me? This is what he said. He said, even if they capture slaves, tribes everywhere in West Africa, because this slavery trade is mainly purposely from West Africa.
Wow. Okay.
There was no East Africa before West Africa. All these East Africa people moved from West Africa to East Africa.
So
Africa is one.
So Africa, all the people that are living or residing in East Africa are originally from West Africa.
Exactly. I can tell you by DNA. Yeah, that's not a joke. You look at the people from Kenya, look at the people from, something is getting loud. I don't know what's that.
Oh, let me mute everybody. It might be somebody else's channel. I'll just mute it.
Right.
Okay,
right.
Mm-hmm.
If you do a DNA to the East African people, most of them, they come from here. Ethiopia, Somalia. You see what I'm saying? And this West Africa was the gateway. Everybody in Gambia, you can tell me everybody in Gambia is an immigrant in those days.
Wow. Okay. Where are they from?
They come from the Mali Empire down.
Okay. Yes, I've heard that before. Yes. Mm-hmm.
This Mali Empire was a very, very big empire.
I'm happy you brought that down. That's deep.
Yeah. And just look at the F.K. Bua from Ghana. This history book, it will tell you everything. This is African. This is no Muzungu thing. This is what I learned in school. You feel me? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And these are the things. I went to a very good school in Gambia. Nusrat High School is very, very renowned. You ask every Gambian, he will tell you Nusrat High School, one of the best schools in high school in Gambia. But unfortunately, at that time, after finishing my A levels, I couldn't study in Gambia because we didn't have college or university.
It looks like Denise has a question for you, I think. Go ahead, Denise.
Yeah, go on.
No, it's not a question. It's a statement. It's in the history books that we were sold as slaves. The Ghanaian president actually apologized for their part in selling slaves, my brother. We were sold as slaves. Other African tribes sold other tribes into slavery. That's a fact.
Okay, this is a fact. You are right, but
Okay.
you don't listen to. You don't hear what I say.
Okay.
My grandfather, listen, just listen. My grandfather, the grandfather told him they capture people.
Sold as slaves.
But when the white man came,
Other tribes.
he used one tribe against another to get people, and this tribe will deliver these people to the other, to the Europeans. That's how they came.
So he's saying that basically at first that's
Basically
not how
yeah, basically in Africa they do exchange. They exchange things.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Now, Marcus,
Yeah.
I want to thank you. But I want to give everybody an opportunity, and I want to get back in focus.
All right,
our
okay.
Black culture versus our slave culture. My brother, stick around because somebody might have a question for you. I think somebody did, but we have Amara. We have that joined back. Amara, did you have a question? And then we could go on to everybody else that came after you.
So anything from Songhai Empire, West Africa, Gambia, you can ask me. I got some a little bit knowledge about it. No problem.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
All right.
My brother, brother, I graduated from history. I didn't go to my daddy's department. You went to my daddy's department at a university.
For a bit.
Well, what I gotta say
For
is
a bit.
for a bit college. Well, what I gotta say is, we got oral history. You see, on my granddaddy's side, there are oracles. They have oral history, and then you have the written history that you will learn in school. I'm sure you took your WAEC, West African Examination Council, which is the 5 English-speaking countries in West Africa take that examination. So that's one aspect. But like me, for example, I'm part of the oracles, and we have oral history. You remember you go down to the village, I don't know how it is in the Gambia, but out here in Sierra Leone, we have oracles, which my granddaddy was. It was the archive that kept the history for the area, and they'll tell you that the horrible events that happened around slavery time, the wars that were fought, the particularly us, the Chimney tribe, were prisoners of wars, we're moving around a lot. And we lost a lot of wars, and they took us as prisoners of war. So that's how we trace our history from the Chimney tribe. But that's all I gotta say. I'm happy for you. I mean, happy that you went to my alma mater, Robey College, and when you coming to Sierra Leone? I'll be there in April. Marcus Garvey.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Right. I was supposed to fly on the 23rd of this month to Gambia, but my flight got cancelled, so I am coming on the 27th of April next year.
Happy for you, man. Happy. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Because normally
I'll be there in April.
normally
My uncle.
You guys are gonna have to go in a private chat and get each other.
My uncle is at university.
Let's continue with the conversation.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you both on mute and then
I'm
we'll
sorry
go
about
to the
that,
next
Visual.
person. Stick around just in case somebody has a question for you, though.
Hello.
Amara. Okay, so we have the next person. That's gonna be I believe it's Truth Matters. Welcome, my brother from Nigeria, Yoruba tribe. I remember you. Welcome, and tell us what you think about this discussion. What we're talking about, we're gonna get it back on track. Okay, yes, it looks like you unmuted yourself. Great. Black culture versus slave culture. Is there a slave culture? Do you believe that Black culture is something and is slave culture something? And are we all living slave culture, or what is your opinion on that?
When you look at it, there's nothing slave culture, because when you want to define it, every black people live on slave culture. Because when you look at in Africa, it's not, we can't point fingers at African American. When you look at Chidlin was eating my ancestor eating generations before before the colonial came to Africa. It's a part of Yoruba culture to eat it because it's an intense time from goat. So we eat it. So any festival we're doing, that's what we the kids want to eat. Rokoya, she true. What she said, she said the truth. Because when you look at it, if you grow up in Nigeria, if you're Yoruba land start from Nigeria to Ghana, we hear the same thing. If they kill a goat when we're doing like Muslim festival, anything, that's what we want to eat. That's what all the kids want to eat, because the way they wash it and the way they, when you look, people that really prepare it, it's the women of the house that prepare it, and when they prepare it, they twist it. It's like they're doing a cornrow with it. And when they boil it, they fry it. That's what the kids want on their food. That's what they want. So it's not a slave culture, because it's not a colonial, what do they call it? We didn't exist before the colonial came to Africa. That's why every ethnicity in Africa, they have different ethnicity. So what you can eat. Like some people in Togo, they use shea butter.
Now, you know what the funny thing is? I'm wondering, while you guys are saying this, I'm wondering, was this what they brought over to you too? Like, were your ancestors doing this before colonization? Like I said before, were we doing certain things before, and how can we even go back as far as that? That's just my question when it comes to that.
Because a lot of us, we lack knowledge. We lack of knowledge. We don't research. We believe in whatever the white man write a book or whatever somebody told us. We don't do our own research. That's why we need to pick our passport and travel. Don't be scared. There is history. Some part of Africa, people scared, they don't want to go. Some part of Africa,
so now you touched on slave culture, Truth Matters, but what about, you touched on chitlins, but when not talking about the food alone, I'm talking about like the way that we do things, the things that we value, we call culture. Things that we're calling culture in Africa, the things we're calling culture here in America and Haiti and all these other places. Is it our culture, or is this a part of what we were fed?
You said when you look at the new, when you look at it, what affect the West, it happened in Africa. What you see in Africa now, when I went back to Nigeria years ago, my own family, my sister, don't even want to name our own kid Yoruba name. She named the Western name, Maxwell, or what do they call it, Isabella. I said, what the heck is this? That's what's going on in Nigeria now too. So they have a colonial mentality. It's not a culture. It's a mental issues that affect their brain, their thinking. So they feel like, if I speak this way, what do they call it? Guess what? My own niece and my nephew can't even speak my language in Nigeria, which is a shame. They speak English, and I told their mother, I said, there's no how they speak English, they have accent. When they go to North America, they have accent. So let them speak their home mother language. So when you look at it, what happened to black people is not about culture or anything. It's about mental issues. It's about, we believe like we have to take over other people's way of life. It's in order to fit in, but it's affecting us, because when you look at other people, you say, what do you think is survive? When you tell people, how you doing? They say that, I'm surviving. It's only animals that survive. Human beings don't survive. We live. It's animals. So that's the way white people, they're like, that's what they survive. They capitalize on anything they want to survive with. It like, you know what? This is money. But we take that kind of mentality too. We turn it to culture. But before you turn something to culture, you have to be mentally and physically fit. Because when you think like, you know what, my mental state is like, I have to be rich by all means. That means you will go to any length to make that money. It's affect people in Africa, on the continent. It affects people in North America, in every black people all over the world, because we lost our own identity. We want to fit in. We forget our religion. We forget our culture.
Now,
so we took everything.
I want to give somebody an opportunity to reply to some of what you said? You give us so much meat. We're choking. So let's just take it piece by piece. Let the sister respond because she put her hand up, and then we're gonna go to Danny that didn't get a chance to talk, and then Mintwana Wab Bantu will be next. Okay, my sister, what do you have to interject or say to my brother Truth Matters based on what he was saying?
First, I want to say hello, our brothers. Welcome to the discussion. And I wanted to say that when we are talking about history, we should not think about from, when we start being slaves for the Westerns. We should think about also before that, like what were our ancestors doing? Who are they? So there's actually this one book that an Ethiopian lady translated. I believe he was a British guy. He went to one of the African countries, and he called it Utopia because Utopia means a paradise. And he was talking about how great it is, how he never seen a place like that, the way that the people are living. We should take an example. We should make them as an example, because the way that the Europeans were living, they were just, whenever they're mad at their kid, they will kill them. Like, it was just madness, like animalistic life. So
I think I know the book you're talking about. It was written by a European, and his travels to Africa prior to colonialism, prior to slavery, prior to and how he was saying how, oh my God, you should see how these Africans are so humble, and their nature, and the way they clean, the way they eat, and he had all this positive stuff to say. But that book was taken out of the library. You can't really find it too many places.
Yeah. This woman, she translated in Amarinya, which is the national language of Ethiopia right now. That's why, and she was explaining it. And then actually she was saying even our ancestors, which are Ethiopian, I don't know, like, that's a whole African history, but a little bit of Ethiopian history. She was talking about when our Ethiopian ancestors went to Europe to travel, they actually they were telling the Europeans, make sure treat them well, because we were seen as angels. We were seeing something like a very positive energy. We took a very positive energy for them. So it's actually history that we had before, prior to slavery. And also we need to talk about, because as Ethiopian, I studied that if you go to every well-known universities in the Western, you go to Harvard, Yale, Columbia, if you go to England, Oxford, or their universities, you can actually find Ethiopian very, very old books, and they're actually even Germany. We have a book called Metahafa Faust. It's about how you heal whenever you're sick, how you heal. So they studied that. They based their medical whatever from
stole everything. They stole everything.
They have everything, the system that they have, whether it's good or bad, they took from us. So we should go before slavery. So we can't really be talking about like, oh, they told us how to eat, they told us how to do this and that, because that's not the reality. Because there's actually a Catholic library here in Virginia, and they have like a big library for only Ethiopian books in there, So we should go back. And when I talk about Ethiopia, like Ethiopia is a really small country, but Ethiopia, like the whole Africa, it was called Ethiopia. And Ethiopia means it means land. Utopia means paradise. So they call, like, the Greeks called Africa a paradise on earth.
Wow. So paradise on earth.
Yeah, we should think about like before that. And then I wanted to make one more comment, and I have to leave. I'm sorry, but what I wanted to say is after we differentiate between the slave culture and the Black culture, because like I was saying earlier, we do have Black culture that does not benefit us. And every culture that the Western have, everything that they have, they got from us, like I said earlier, whether it's good or bad. So after we look at Black culture, we need to differentiate, okay, which one is good and which one is bad. And that brings me back to our sister, who was saying, like we should look at nature, like because I feel like we have been filtered as humans with the GMOs, with the chemtrails, with the whole chemical they put on us. We have been kind of filtered and we can't really function right. So we should look at nature and how is nature functioning? How can we learn from nature? How can, because animals, they don't kill each other as much as we do. They don't, you don't see the monkeys living in a mansion and there are other monkeys living in a bed. You know what I mean? They're kind of living in a harmony with earth better than us. So we should learn from them. So when we learn from them, our sister, she was saying earlier, she converted from Christianity to voodoo practice because Christianity did not work out for her. But also, I wanted to point out, Christianity was stolen even from Ethiopia. All the Catholics, they stole everything from the Tawahedo faith, which we actually practice. And even Christianity, they switched it to make
they perverted it.
then a worse way. And actually, why Ethiopia was not colonized, we defeated them by using our spirituality, which is Tawahedo faith. So I want my Black Africans or Africans in general to look at that too. And we should think not after slavery, but before slavery, who were we? And everything that they have, why did they steal it? Why are they using it? So we should think about that. And I just wanted to make that comment, and good luck everybody. And I'm really glad we're having this conversation. I look forward to talking to you, all of you. If you guys want to communicate with me or connect with me,
put your email in the private chat, sis.
Okay, I use Instagram. Hannah
okay. That's fine.
Active. Yeah, Hannah Ethiopia, and I will make sure to come up here and put my opinion out. I'm learning a lot from you guys, and good luck, everybody.
And we want you to keep coming. You have so much knowledge to share from Ethiopia. Please put your information in the private chat, your Instagram or email address. If I want to invite you, I'll email you for something that, especially if it has to do with knowledge from the East, from Ethiopia, we'll definitely need you on board.
I would love that. Okay, thank you guys.
Sis. So please put your, before you leave the conversation, go into private chat and put your email address.
Okay,
I will be able to see it there. Thank you so much, sis. Okay, now, my sister said something that was very interesting, something that I want us to really think about. The part that she mentioned that we need to go back before all of that. Now, I want to respond to Ross Moyes. Ross Moyes, I'm from Haiti, and in Haiti, they make chitlins out of goat. Just for your reference, they do make chitlins out of goat. So it's funny because a lot of African Americans, they think that chitlins is like a African American thing, when in the islands they do it. In all the islands, we were eating chitlins too, sometimes out of goat, sometimes out of pig, but they do make chitlins out of goat as well. I know that we have Danny, and Danny, could you please share with us? I know you've been waiting for a while. Thank you for being so patient, and then I'll go to my other brother. Thank you. What do you think about this discussion that we're having? What would you like to contribute?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that there's such a thing as Black culture. Mm-hmm. And I believe that a lot of people are disingenuous about that, because the Yoruba brother does not share the same culture as the brother. I don't know if he's a Zulu or not, but the one from South Africa. And they definitely don't share the same culture as the sister who just came from Ethiopia. So there is no Black culture in the sense of just a flat blackness where we all share common culture. And just to point out, the same thing is with the conversation. I see you all keep talking about chitlins. There is a cultural aspect to chitlins, and no, chitlins are not made from goats. If you make it from goat meat, that's not chitlins. That's tripe or whatever else they may have in the different cultures, whatever they may make. But chitlins, from a cultural aspect for African Americans, is almost a celebratory food that you see around holidays here in remembrance of that history of slavery. That's not something that we eat on a daily basis. And if any African American has been around when chitlins have been made, it's an arduous process. It's a tedious process that takes all day, but we eat it to celebrate in remembrance of slavery, of our ancestors from before when they ate that. So to say whether slavery or black culture, I don't like the word slavery culture because some people they're gonna automatically feel triggered by that. But there is a distinct culture because even if you look at
slavery, Danny,
colonial,
can I just say
one second, just one second.
Danny, you don't want to second me on my channel. We don't do that here. I'm very funny about that.
All right, say what you gotta say.
I'm gonna say what I gotta say. This is my channel. What I'm gonna say is this. This is not a debate about ADOS. This is not a debate about which African, which slave, which African was it, which one's chitlins, which one, who called the chitlins first. So I don't think this is a really good conversation for you.
You triggered?
I'm not triggered. I'm just very fierce. I'm Haitian. You know how it is.
What did I say to trigger you?
Danny, that being said, you don't have anything to offer positive. I'm going to put you out. I don't deal with negativity, period. Point blank. Okay, that being said, let's move forward. Any more ADOS family members that want to come on here and start a tribal war? Think less. Do yourself a favor and move forward because I don't do that. You have your channels, you go in there and you debate how much you don't have nothing in common. And I told you guys this before. This is not for debate. This channel right here is for family. People that feel like you're connecting with your family. If you don't feel like you're family and you want to debate about chitlins, go ahead, man. Okay, so we have one more person. Welcome to this family. I don't like controversy or drama, and I recognize you, Danny. This is what you do. You go from channel to channel being not so nice. Okay, so Mantawana Wabatu, welcome to the channel. This is Bijou Noir. If you were here to talk about that ADOS, you're going to get treated like Danny. I still love you, Danny. When you're ready to unite, this is the channel to be in. Go ahead, my brother. Tell me what you think.
Hello, sister. How you doing?
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I've watched your channel for a long time. It's my first time actually to be on the live. Okay, I want to talk more about the slave, especially Africa. You see, most of we African people, I'll be very, very honest. We don't know, for my understanding, we don't know much about the slave. Even though some of the countries, they even have a slave case. But if you ask every Africa about the slave, most of them, they don't know. You see, when you're in primary school, high school, you know what we do? We go to the either Christian classes, or if it's not, we go to the madrasa classes. You see what I'm saying? So the only people or only scholar from Africa who know about the slaves are the one probably start history, because you have a history as a subject. But any average Africa, you're in Gambia, right? Just go to random Gambians, ask them about the slave. They don't know enough.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So we spend a lot of time reading about Christianity and Islam. If you ask any, like, for example, if in Gambia or any, let's say, Muslim country or Christian country, ask them about, let's say, Mecca or Medina, they're going to spend hours explaining to you. But ask them about the slave or what happened to the slave. Most of them, they don't know. And some of them, they can even fight with you defending the colonizer.
They don't even think they were colonialized, huh?
You see what I'm saying? And, you know, we're still starting those silly things like who discovered the highest mountain in Africa. A lot of people still believe like, oh, the patient to discover the mountain in Africa, they're going to tell you Mr. Von whatever. You see what I'm saying? People still believe like, oh, the highest mountains means all our granddaddy, they didn't see the mountains, but the colonizer is the one who started to see the mountains. So I don't know. We need to do a lot. We don't even know our own history.
I'm happy you said that. You just said something really deep. You're an African, continental African, and you're like, we don't even know our history. And I love the honesty, man, because you know what? There are some people that get on here and they're like, oh, you know, they act like they know. And I know, based on what I'm learning from my brothers from the continent, my sisters from the continent, they played a game on all of us. They played a game on all of us. Yes, sure. Just like I know a little bit more about certain things because I'm Haitian than maybe an African American. I'm closer to the African cultural thing. I remember, I know how to make certain foods just like Africa do a little bit. We got a little bit more understanding, or we were able to keep a little bit more of our culture in the Caribbeans, but we still don't know. And when I talk to certain brothers and sisters on the continent that are truly honest, they admit what you just admitted. And I thank you for that honesty, that some of our own brothers and sisters on the continent, for which we are looking forward to go to and say, hey, tell us this, tell us that, tell us this, they don't have a clue either.
And I can tell you, Cesar, you know what happened? If you, let's say, for example, right, I'm in South Africa. You know how we do, like, we celebrate once a year, like Heritage Day. You see, like you dress the African outfit. If I dress like this, like this one sometimes people does. Like if you fully dress like African, like Zulu all the time. You know what happened? I used to date this one of my girlfriend. She's South African also. She said, no, baby, you don't dress like that all the time. People gonna look in a certain way. I said, look, no, we have to embrace ours. You see, but if you dress like all time, I've been called many times Sangoma. You know, Sangoma meaning sis. Sangoma is like a witchcraft or something, because of dressing the African outfit all time. You see what I'm saying? Only a few tribes or few African like they who embrace the Africa like Maasai, Zulu, and only the one from the rural area. But if you go, let's say Devon Town or downtown anywhere, no, you don't find it. So that's all, sister, how to say.
I'm very happy you brought that, because to be honest with you, my thing is this: how do we change it? How do we change the paradigm? How do we turn the tables?
Hello.
You know, I like what Rakoya said about going back to nature, but are we willing to do what we need to do? Are we willing to let go of those things that we believe in, that we truly feel like are the cement to our foundation of culture, to really try to figure out who we were? Because that's the thing. Go ahead.
Hello, Gina. I just to be specific, like I just want to get down to the nitty gritty. Like, what exactly, right? What constitutes and what do we define as slave culture? What is slave culture? What do we define as that? What does it consist of? Because chitlins and all that, if we are going that, because the whole world does it. They have another form of eating, tribe eating intestines. It's not just Africa. Asia does it. Even the European Portuguese used to do it as well. So let's move away from the chitlins. Unless I can understand what you mean by saying it's a limiting our slave culture, a way of limiting, having a limiting belief because you've been forced to accept certain standards of living or something like that. You know, so is that a slave culture? Is that you've been forced? Another man has forced you to that. You know, so you have to survive. So what is exactly slave culture? No?
Well, my thing is this: the culture that was forced upon us, and we, like you said, slave culture is those things that they told us about ourselves, and forced us to believe about ourselves, and then generations later, our children's children, you know, the children of those that was forced are now adapting them to say this is their culture, this is how their ancestors have always done it, and so therefore it now becomes our truth. Their lie, the lie that they forced upon us, now becoming our truth. Go ahead.
So the tone you sound is like you're saying it in rejection of that culture. You're saying it in revolt of that culture. So what I'm hearing is it's not really a culture, you know. It's not really a culture because you don't like it, you don't value it. So it's not a culture.
My thing is, to be honest with you, I don't like or dislike. I don't have a thing where I have a like or dislike panel. I just want the truth. And I want us to look at the truth. Like it doesn't matter what the truth is. My thing is, are we going to poise ourselves to, because somebody was saying earlier that slavery didn't happen. I think it was you. You know, that's a part of a lying culture, that we've lied to ourselves to make ourselves feel better, that we didn't sell ourselves. Of course we did. Some of us did it out of fear. Some of us did it out of greed. Some of us did it out of just because this is all we knew. The selling of slaves had been going on for hundreds of years. It wasn't something that happened in like two years or 3 years. We could say that it happened within hundreds of years. So let me tell you this. If I grew up in a household and my father sold people, his father sold people, would I see something wrong with selling people? No, it's a part of our culture. Then this is what we need to come to terms with. Now, in 2020, we can't sit around and try to, you're not responsible for the mistakes or the wrong decisions that your fathers made. But we can, in 2020, take a look at those things, those decisions, those factors that define us and decide, were they good? Are they still necessary? How do we move forward? I know that there are I was watching something the other day, a documentary, that at some point people were eating people, not just Africans, Europeans were eating people as well. Did you guys know that Europeans ate some of the slaves, that there was a time that they ate some slaves?
Did Africans eat people?
Well, there's the
they
sister
ate each other during the fall of Rome.
Yes.
The Africans ate each other? Okay.
Well, guess what? This being said, it didn't just happen in Africa, it happened in Europe. But do we continue to do that? No. Just because we had a couple of ancestors that did some things, was it okay? There was a time when people used to bury people with the king. Just because the king died, they chose certain people to go bury them alive. Is this good culture? Or was this bad culture? Do we continue that because our ancestors did it? These are the kind of things I'm talking about. Yeah, it's real.
They still do it in Nigeria.
Go ahead. Anybody?
Who's talking?
All right.
Yeah.
Can I say something? I'm about to check out.
Okay.
All right, guys. So I think that what you were saying, as far as do we continue with the cultural attributes that are persistent? I think the answer would be, for as a people or collectively, the question we must ask is, how is this culture? How is this advancing us? Is it?
That's the Requoya. Boom, you got it. Right off the block.
Are we?
How is it advancing us?
Yes, I mean, you listen to the statistics that are reported on our wealth, and I didn't want to make it anything about Black, quote unquote, African American experience, because I was having a side conversation in the chat where someone was saying, well, why does it always have
ignore the chats? I tell you, those people be going in there. They have their own conversation.
I know, but I'm just the type of person, by my nature, I'm like a teacher. I'm always trying to explain things and like that. So I wanted to correct that notion, because again, this is a conversation that African Americans sort of they take control of the conversation. Even when you start any conversation, and this is something that even comes from the Caribbean and the different slavery experiences. I mean, there's been this feeling that the narrative is largely about the African American experience, and therefore, people feel like that, even though slavery practiced in different, I just want to correct that, and I'll go back to my conversation. But I wanted to clear the air, because when we talk about the slavery experience, most of the time it seems to be centered around the African American experience.
And it can't be, because I'm Haitian and we definitely went through slavery.
But that's what seems to happen, because then the experiences of other groups, the Caribbeans and South America, gets sidelined, right? And so, but then when we try to use them then as the example, then they're like, oh no. But they always seize the narrative, because for the discussion, it's almost as if our story is the more predominant, the way we experience slavery. So I just wanted to ask.
Requoya, I'm gonna back you up on this, because you know what, my African American brothers and sisters, I love you dearly, but a lot of times when I'm talking, like when I put this Black culture versus slave culture, I said this in the beginning of the video. I'm talking about Black culture across the board, meaning
exactly
those of us that have melanin across the board, meaning even the brothers and sisters on the continent that went through colonialism and captivity, they also, this culture was affected by what they went through as well. This is not about African Americans only. It's encompassing, meaning that I'm Haitian. My people were enslaved. I know Jamaicans that were enslaved. Matter of fact, all of the Caribbean, all of the diaspora was enslaved. So we can't focus, or you can't personalize. Black culture does not represent African Americans. Black culture represent everybody from Africa. Go ahead, Denise.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that, my sister, because I feel like just like the African Americans over here have their platforms, our brothers and sisters in the continent have theirs as well. How many conversations do they have about them being enslaved? You know, you guys still had your culture, you still had your language, you still had all those things. We didn't have that. And when the world think about slavery, they do.
I don't think about the African Americans when I think of slavery.
Sister Denise, I think I'm going to disagree with you. Okay.
Okay.
You can, but I just wanted to interject that because I don't think of African Americans when I think of slavery.
I think everybody thinks of African Americans when they think about slavery because, you know, not, you don't, but I'm saying as a whole, that's what everybody think. When they think about our continental brothers and sisters, they always say colonized. They don't ever say enslaved. With us, we were slaves. With our African brothers and sisters, it was colonized. Where, you know, where they still had access to their language. They still had access to, you know, you've discussed this several times on your show, where they knew who they grandmother and great grandmother and where they came from. We didn't have that, and that's what slavery does.
Let me answer before you jump into Truth Matters. Just give me a chance because I wanted to leave
not all Africans.
One moment, guys. We can't all speak at the same time. That's why people get upset.
For the most part, not all Africans may know, but none of us as African Americans know. We don't know. So it may be a few on the continent that don't know, but as a whole, African Americans, we don't know that. We don't know where we come from. Why you think everybody doing DNA tests now? Because we don't know.
Well, that being said, Denise, let me just say one thing before we move forward, please.
Okay.
That being said, Denise, let me speak for the Caribbean. Haitians, they don't know either. And when we speak about slavery, we're not thinking African Americans.
I
want to say this because it is a trigger.
We all came up the same boat.
Obviously, it's a trigger because on the comments, you get a whole bunch of people that have agendas. And we need to keep this in mind, too, on this channel, to not let these people's agendas, let me finish, to not let these people's agendas, these ADOS people that do not believe that they are the same as Caribbeans, they are the same as continental Africans. They come on the comments, they come with these agendas, and they get us all triggered. That being said, my comment, my topic, if nobody understands this, Black culture for me, and when I wrote it, I was thinking all Blacks across the board. Because to be honest with you, we were Black when we got on those ships. We were Black when we were dispersed throughout the diaspora. We were Black when they took us to the different plantations, different countries, different lands that they took us to. And we are going to be Black if we're wise going back home. That being said, I want to leave it at that because I cannot let the people, these little ADOS humans in the comment dictate my conversation because we're talking about something that's important here. What we're talking about is the culture, the Black culture and slave culture and how it has affected us. And guess what? Our brothers and sisters, they do call themselves colonialized because that's what the colonial masters called them. While the enslavers throughout the world, they called us enslaved. We're basically fighting over the fact that these people chose to call this group of people something. We didn't name ourselves enslaved. We didn't say we were enslaved. They say we were enslaved. They didn't say they were colonialized. They didn't name. They didn't put that name on themselves. The slave master from Britain said they were colonialized. We cannot sit on the semantics of things because what's truly important, what's at the heart is that We were all affected. You see those children? And when I was reading about the people that they took into captivity, they were all young people, right? For the most part, they didn't take a bunch of old people. So they were taken. The people that they left were the parents of those that they took. So that being said, we're family. We need to understand that. And if you truly feel like you're separate than that, then you are truly an ADOS. And you need to find ADOS, because ADOS is the kind of people that truly believe that just because they came to the United States and they did all all the things that they went through in the United States make them different. And I understand that. I respect that. We all had our journeys. We had our journey in Haiti. We also spent some time in America with that journey. You know what I mean? We all have our journeys, but right now this conversation is about us across the board. If anybody's confused about that, I don't know what to say. If you make it about African Americans, is that fair? Because we're going to spend a whole bunch of time on African Americans when there were other people enslaved throughout the diaspora that went through a whole lot too. Try to figure out what we went through. This is the part. Somebody put in the comments earlier, nobody else was eating chitlins. And I'm like, I don't care if the Americans called it chitlins and the French called it tripe. That's two different languages. You're right. It probably wasn't called chitlins. It probably was called tripe, which is French for chitlins. But guess what? It was all the same matter. We need to stop this. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now. We look foolish.
I just wanted to say that I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not saying that the experience of African Americans in terms of enslavement is the same or not the same. I'm just saying that there is an experience that has put all Black people at a disadvantage. But when the conversation comes up, it seems like African Americans, especially in the chat, is what I'm addressing. They want to make it something about African Americans only. So when we address the issue of culture, they want to say, well, our culture did this, or our culture. And I'm saying that in totality, there has been experiences recorded everywhere, and we should look at them all on the same platform. They're all the same, that we're all struggling. We all are suffering from an experience where we are at the bottom. And responding to what Sister Gina just said, if we want to interrogate our culture, it has to be interrogated along the lines of, what are we doing today? Clearly, we're not doing the right things. The brother, Truth Matters, talks about how his sister is having an experience in Nigeria where the children can't even speak their local language. This is happening all over Africa. You go to Africans themselves are thinking that being modern. See, we get confused. We think being modern means we have to be like Europeans, right?
Ricardo, I want to bring this to light. This is an ADOS person. Why slander ADOS? And then the person comes in and goes, "Oh, you cut off Denise." You know why? Because she felt like she was making a statement for ADOS, so I should let her continue. Well, this is what you don't get, lovely day, one day, whatever that is. This is not an ADOS channel. I don't want to talk about just African Americans. Sometimes I might do that, but today I want to talk about us across the board. And it's not fair. You know, to be honest with you, I'm Haitian. I'm African American, Haitian, I'm African. I'm all three. First and foremost, African. And this is the thing. When you're still holding on to your little tribal situations that they gave us Haitian, they gave us African American, they gave us Jamaican, they gave us Colombian, they gave us a whole bunch of things. If you're still holding on to that, you're not going to be able to finish a discussion without having to interrupt it with, "Oh, me. I'm tired of that. I don't know how much more of that our people can take." The tribalism is trifle. It's ridiculous. And I make it very clear every week that I don't like it. There's certain things I don't do. I don't do people coming on here trying to push their religion. One. I don't do people coming on here trying to push their tribalism or divisiveness. Two. And I don't do people coming on here making people feel uncomfortable. Three. Rakoya is saying how she feel about something that's happening in the comments. And it's important for me to address it because, to be honest with you, we say we want to talk to our brothers and sisters on the continent and we want to be able to hear them, to have them talk to us. But we have to be able to understand that they may have opinions on how we're speaking to them all the time. I mean, to be honest with you, I would be very upset. As a Caribbean person, it really flicks me that, okay, I have certain people that's on the channel right now. I could point them out. Matter of fact, I just did. This person right here, throwing in, oh, I cut off Denise. I did. You know why? Because I wanted to interject just like she wanted to interject to make sure she understood that, yes, African Americans went through slavery, but so did we. Yes, there's a lot of people in the comments that think that every time somebody speaks about slavery, that it's about just African Americans. Come on, my brothers and sisters in America, you cannot be. So I truly believe that you're one of the most educated of all the diasporans. You've gotten the knowledge, you know the history behind most of what happened throughout the whole of Caribbeans and throughout all of diaspora. How could you not pay attention to the fact that this is a divisive thing when you try to separate, the beating that they gave you in contrast to the beating they gave us, in contrast to the beating they gave our brothers and sisters on the continent? Come on now. There are a couple of things that were not balancing. Yes, they were still on the continent. They still was able to see themselves. But guess how great was it? Did you not see the pictures in the Congo? Their hands was getting chopped off. These people were not no better off than we were for a very long time. And you know that some of these countries did not even get their freedom until 1960 something. I mean, come on, are we not knowing that while we're being triggered, are we not remembering history? Are we not reflecting on the true facts behind what happened on the continent to our brothers and sisters? When I keep saying they kept the roof up, I mean that. Just like we went through a lot in America, our brothers and sisters went through a lot in the Caribbeans. And what, are you mad? Are you going to be mad because I'm not always speaking about the plight? There's no plight that was worse than others. Certain situations were better for you in some ways. Certain situations were better for me in other ways. We all had this thing. We were privileged in different ways. The people in the Caribbean, they had a little privilege above the African Americans as far as they were enslaved, but they were able to still keep a little bit of their culture from the islands. I mean, from Africa. But guess what? We were being chopped up, abused, and treated in a certain way that the way that we were getting abused, you guys were not. Read the history on that. The way that they tortured us, you were not. So you came up on that. Now the African Americans, they lost their culture completely because guess what? You were in the middle of the beast. He was not going to let you keep your culture. You were not going to be able to learn, still be able to cook food outside. You were not going to be able to do the drumming and still all that. He wasn't having it because you were basically at his doorstep. He kept us in the Caribbeans, you might say we were in the yard. We had more freedom to roam, but we were being treated harshly. The brothers and sisters on the continent, imagine someone coming to your house, taking it and telling you, I'm going to kick your ass all up in it. Excuse my language. And then abusing you. Taking away your children. Having you sell each other out. Because I'm going to tell you something. The process that started when our brothers and sisters started selling each other off, it had to be a humiliating one in some instances. Yes, there was greed. There were some kings that profited, but then there were families that started doing it just to protect themselves. It was either I sell or be sold. And guess what? We have to look at the whole thing. And guess what? African Americans, Haitians don't get Jamaicans don't get all cute about that because we sold each other off here. We sold each other off here in the diaspora, and we continue to do so. So y'all sit on these little pedestals if you want to. You want to get all tribal if you want to, but I keep telling y'all not welcomed here. I will make you feel uncomfortable. You will not come here and make me feel uncomfortable on my channel trying to push your agenda of divisiveness. Welcome, James. Did you want to contribute to the channel?
Hi. No, you did the right thing. You did the right thing. You kick them out. I love that. I love what you just did. I love that energy. If they come into your panel and they don't wanna associate, just let them go. Don't waste your time, my brothers and sisters. There's a lot of them don't want to associate. They just want to come and listen and cause trouble. Understand that. when they first speak and you know this is divisive, kick them out.
I recognize Danny's voice. I know what he was doing. He does this all the time. He go to different channels, and then he'll start off the conversation with like 2 words, and then he goes straight. He's only one-minded. Yeah, but
a lot of them they don't want to unite.
I'm done. If you want to go,
they don't want to.
I'm done. Now you just
they don't want to unite. They don't want to unite. They act like they do, but when you listen to them, they don't want to unite.
They don't. Now let me say this, James. You know, I'm happy you came on here and said that as a continental brother. But our brothers and sisters on this is the thing that pisses me off. There are channels that you could go on and you could talk about how wounded you were. As you know, I have Haitian people that have channels too that only talk about the plight of Haitians. You could go there and you could talk all day about the plight of Haitians. But you know what I noticed with these people that don't want to unite, that feel like we shouldn't be united, is that they, and I want to, you see this person, lovely day, you have one more stupid statement to make and I'm going to block you off. And then you could go listen to somebody else speak. I'm on my channel, bruh, girl, whatever you are, and I'm going to speak. You got the wrong channel. This is how I run this pit. I'm not going to let nobody come and pit me on my channel. You crazy. YouTube is for everybody. You want to go run your little separative thing? And I'm going to tell you something. Those of you that are separatists, I feel like you were the sellouts. I feel like your DNA is telling me that you're the same sellouts coming back. You're the same ones capable of selling your brother out because you feel like he's not your brother. He's not the same people.
There you go.
Let's talk about the reality of it. In Africa, there were people selling each other because they felt like they were not really the same people as they were. How are you any different, you hypocrite? How are you any different? You are the same kind of gene, the same kind of genome that was capable of selling out your brother and sister because you felt like they were not the same people. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Get the hell out of here with that. And what we went through in the Caribbeans, and what we went through all over the place, and you're going to sit there and act like the only plight that matters is your own. Come on, not on here. Not on here, you're not going to do it. I'm not going to let you do it. I don't let anybody abuse anybody, and I don't let anybody slack anybody, and I don't let anybody make it seem like somebody's opinion is not really, like this comment section, I'm going to tell you something. Before Rekoya said it, I just wanted to go through the line and just block all of them. Because they come here every week, and all they do is talk about how negative things are. Y'all need to stop this because guess what? The only thing you're deterring is your own freedom. You think you're free because Massa is letting you live and he's giving you food and he's giving you a place and he's making you feel comfortable. Give it some time. When this beast deal with you, you will understand yourself. You will see your Africanness. This is how I have to get. All right, guys, let's go on with this conversation. I'm going to tell you something, right? You see this comment? Please pay attention to these people in this comment. They will come in here and they will try to divide and conquer. This is what they do. This is what the kind of spirit. This is right. Look, let someone else speak. Because you're ADOS and I'm speaking against you, I should let someone speak. On my channel, I speak, and I don't care if somebody have a problem with it. Do me a favor. If you want to come here and cause division or separateness or argue how you feel like this person went through more than that person, we all went through some shit, man. And in the middle of our conversating, we could talk about, I don't think you knew how much I was hurt, but to tell someone that, you know, to make someone feel like they didn't go through some stuff. You don't know what them people went through in Africa. You hardly know your own history here in America. You only know what was told to you. Stop acting like y'all know so much. We need to be coming together. We need to be talking to our brothers and sisters on the continent and really understanding what they went through. They have a piece to the puzzle, man. It hurts me that I have to like deal with this negativity because some people are so afraid. They're so afraid to see somebody else's stuff. You're afraid to see somebody else's pain. The Africans didn't go through anything. Although the infrastructure is still destroyed, although we still have children, little children walking around sometimes with no shoes on, or those people are still struggling to get water sometimes in the villages, and you don't see that you may have been a little bit more privileged than they were, even though they were able to be on their land. Come on now, be sensitive to somebody else's plight. Don't just look at yourself and see only what you're going through. I don't disagree with her. You know why? Because she's right. In the comment section, y'all do be making it seem like y'all just in here for the divisiveness.
Yep.
This is why I even brought up this thing. It's funny because I was wondering how long these triggering ass people would come in here and start with their drama. Yes, Black culture is not just African American culture. I'm Black. You see this? The same kind of Black that you see walking through the streets of Africa. You couldn't even tell me I'm not African American unless I told you I wasn't. You want to hold on to this little, let's get to the nitty gritty of what I was talking about in the first place. You want to hold on to this little culture that they gave you, this slave culture that they gave you. I was talking to a Haitian earlier and they were asking me, why don't I talk more about Haiti? Because Haiti is not my damn country. It's not my island. My people were stolen and taken to Haiti. I can't be proud of something that imprisoned my ancestors. And this is the type of channel this is, y'all. I can't keep going backwards out of everything that we have learned about ourselves. It breaks my heart because you know what? I was angry. I'm gonna tell you something. For a very long time, I was angry at Africans. Let's get this out the way right now. I felt like your ancestors sold us. And then not only did y'all sell us, but when y'all coming back and forth, none of y'all ever even give us no attention or love. And then I felt like, well, you know, why didn't anybody make a way for us to get back there? Why isn't nobody talking about that? But guess what? Look deeper into Africa. Look, research the history. Research the history, man. Everything that they went through. How could we be so selfish where whenever we're talking about hurt, we can only focus on our hurt? My African brothers and sisters are not going to have to try to, you know, it's like us needing to, I'm not going to make people having to always apologize for what we went throughout the diaspora. But guess what? Guess why? Because we need to get to a place now where we can now move forward and figure out how we can make things right for our children's children. I'm Black, and my culture is affected by slavery. And I have Black culture.
Hello.
And that's a problem. African Americans don't want me to say I have Black culture. What the heck? And guess what? Those brothers and sisters on the continent, they have Black culture too. Period. You can't claim the word Black and you can't claim the word culture. Get over it. I don't care who I'm offending right now. I'm tired of it. It's pathetic. Go ahead. Who was talking? Speak.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. I want to just
one person at a time. Let the lady go first. Go ahead, Rakoya.
No worries. Yes, guys. So, that was a lot. But I just wanted to let you know that something good came out of it because while that was going on, I was able to clarify a position with somebody on the chat. So I feel good. I feel like we were back to clarity and we're back to speaking. So that's great. But yeah, back to the point you were making about how do we move forward? I mean, we clearly know we're at the bottom. Wherever we are, go to any place where there's the group of humanity, the Black group is always at the bottom. Why? Because we've lost a historic advantage and call it slavery.
Small things, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have to come together. There's no ifs, but what. We're going to have to do this together. And as far as what do, we have to look at our culture and find the things within our cultures that are not allowing us to progress. It might have to be, like I have said, I look at nature. Nature teaches me a lot. So we may have to start thinking as warriors again. we may have to start rewriting our stories again. We may have to start
and that's exactly
claiming
what
our
I agree with you, sis. I agree with you. Instead of us looking at what we went through and keeping this division, and another thing I want to instill in here is they did what they did to us to keep us divided, and we are instituting what they did based on the fact that we cannot let go of the fact that we're not different. There is no culture different. It's funny because even when the chitlins thing came up, a lot of brothers and sisters that thought that chitlins was only an African American thing was surprised to know that Haitians was eating chitlins. They ate the pork chitlins. Caribbean people and what's the name was eating chitlins. And no, we didn't. Stop categorizing and thinking our situations were different. We were beat by different people, but we were all getting beat. They spoke different languages, but we were all getting beat. They told us different things about each other, but we were all getting beat. And even our brothers and sisters on the continent, they want to call it enslaved, their business. Colonialization and slavery are no different. They're just two different names. Basically, they came in, they took your land, took your children.
Made you work for free.
Made you work for free. Cut your hands off. Cut your penises off.
Did all
kinds of things to you. And then, let me tell you something. Imagine somebody coming to your house, closing the door behind them and doing all this to you. How was that a good ride? How was that a comfortable experience for them? Yes, they got to keep a little bit of their language. Not even all. Some of it was just pre-grafted and made up. That's not even the original languages. We're all confused. We all have lost. And it hurts me. It hurts me to have to sit here and instead of us getting some people with some knowledge on here to talk about some things that might bring us together, we're sitting here talking about how this pie was divided. Well, stop it, because you didn't cut the pie. You didn't get to enjoy the pie. We're just sitting here eating the crumbs. All of us. It's ridiculous. It's really starting to irritate me how we can't get past this whole divisiveness. And I know the people that are doing it. They come on here and it works well for them because they come in and they do this and then they back away from their keyboard and they're laughing at you because they're afraid to face Africa. They're afraid to see themselves as Africans. They want to believe that this Mzungu is truly their father. And guess what? They don't want nobody to speak any differently. And anytime they see a group of people talking to each other, such as Africans and diasporans, they feel uncomfortable because you know what? Then that makes them feel like, what's wrong with me? Let me get on here and talk about how chitlins was only an African American experience. What the hell? Who wants to argue that point?
Calm down.
I'm tired of that.
Oh dear.
That's why we gotta.
I'm not angry.
And to be honest with you, it's made me sad. It's not even that I'm angry. I'm just sad because it tells me that our people. Well, I mean, some of us are going to Africa. What are you going to do? You're not ready. You can't go to Africa unless you're ready to see yourself as an African. You want to go to Africa and what?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're an African. You were taken from Africa. You were an African. You want to say that you became what? If they took you to Europe, you're European. If they took you to America, you're American. Come on, get over yourselves. Use your senses and understand that when you ask the European where he's from, he tell you, oh, my people. Yeah, we're from North Carolina, but we're really from Europe. We're from this place.
From the Caucasus.
They claim where they came from. They claim where they came from. We don't do that because we weren't able to. But now we're starting to have that door is starting to open. Why are you closing it? Open the damn door and find out where you came from. Don't be scared. You came from a great place. You came from the most resourceful place on this planet. Your melanin, people are paying for it. This blackness, this shared blackness, you don't get to keep it all to yourself. It's ours to share. I'll be damned if you think this blackness is only yours. It's ours. This blackness actually comes from Africa. If you really want to claim it, admit that you're African and stop playing around. Just if you want to be American, just call yourself American. Take the African off. Stop disrespecting your ancestors. American, African American, African Haitian, African Jamaican. You're disrespecting your ancestors because the other part was added to them because of their captivity. We were taken into captivity with ships. And it's prophesied that we're going to leave again. So that being said, leave all of that behind. Stop tripping. All right, let's get back to the damn conversation because I tell you, I ain't got no time or patience for that. When people mess, okay, unification is my baby, y'all. I've said this before on this channel. When somebody stifle with that, it's like you're really disrespecting me because I put in hours and hours. I'm not gonna sit here and turn this into an ADOS conversation. I'm not gonna let any Africans disrespect the diasporans, and I don't want any diasporans thinking that they could disrespect my Africans. We are one. We are one. This is really ridiculous. Go ahead, guys. I'm done.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, Gina.
Well, let me just say goodbye to everyone quickly. So anyhow, I'm going to sign off now. I'll be in the chat listening. But I thank you all for listening and allowing me to share my views. Thank you all, and I hope you have a great conversation.
Welcome,
You're welcome.
Sis. Nice to have you again.
You're
Now, Mass Bay Cannabis, I want to thank you for the super chat. $20. Definitely going to my trip to the Gambia, back to the continent where I belong. Peace and respect to you, Gina, and Worldwide Diaspora Big. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That being said,
Gina.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
What I gotta say is maybe this is this slave culture that you've been trying to describe so much, the ADOS agenda. Maybe this is that slave culture you've been trying to reject and get rid of. But one thing I can say, we have discussed extensively the issue of ADOS on the channel of the Unapologetic Negropean. We have discussed it and buried it. We have discussed it and buried it. And we told them, you understand your cause and you understand your plight, but your cause is with the United States government, not with the Pan-Africanists. We will not grant you nothing that you wish for. If you want to lobby people, you should lobby the United States government. Go to the channels, go to the United States government and talk to them instead of coming to Pan-Africanist channels and causing this division. Because I remember Danny, I didn't disagree that, yes, I understand what he's saying, but it's not us that can grant him what he wishes. He needs to take that debate that he wants to take it to the United States government. That's the kind of people they need to talk to, not Pan-Africanists, because we have not. Our agendas are completely different, and they should focus where they need to focus.
My thing is this. This is the thing that I have to make sure. I know that some people come here and they do these channels for the likes, and they don't care. They have people go back and forth. They disrespect each other and they make each other feel uncomfortable, or they bring out the negatives. You see, I have a thing. I know all the negative things to talk about. I know how to trigger. But when we're talking about something as important as our slave culture, which is affecting our mentality and have been affecting the mentality of the black race across the board, y'all, across the board, since the beginning of, time. Let's talk about beginning of time, before even the slave masters, or the colonial masters. It's funny because they were the same people. The slave masters and colonial masters, they basically went there. They took some of us out. Some of them stayed, and they took advantage of our people. Aren't they the same people? So they had two different departments, and now we're going to argue about which department is which. Come on now. Let's not do this in public. We're ridiculous. Same people. Look at the families that own slaves. The same families own land and people on the continent. You don't think they were slaves? They may not call themselves slaves, but Africans, true Africans that understand what colonialism is, true colonialism, have to admit that it is a form of slavery, captivity on your own land.
Sister.
Yes.
And also for us African from the continent, like this is not something we force on everybody. This is not something we force on everybody. If you don't see yourself as an African, why do you have to tell me? That's a personal choice. If you don't want to associate, that's a personal choice you do. Don't come tell me so you can trigger me like, oh, I don't look like you, I don't want to be like you. I haven't asked you that. If you want to go back to the continent, there you go. You can go to the continent. If you don't want to go, stay here. Like my brother said, you want to bring it to the U.S. government? You want to fight? You want to get your reparation? Africa, we done. We good. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. So why do you want to bring it to us all the time? Why do you want to bring it to us?
I have a question for those of us that's waiting for the reparation. This is something that's interesting. One moment. Something that's interesting to me. If they give you the opportunity to go back to the continent and be free and live a life of freedom and not have to deal with all the things that you have to deal with in the society that we are in throughout the diaspora, or they give you the option to get this ADOS money, what will you do? If you get this ADOS money that you're saying that, look, you don't want to go back, some of them would probably choose the money. You know why? Because it seems like that is the trigger. The money is the thing. My thing is, if you truly care about the ancestors, if they matter to you, why are you trying to hold on to what captivated them, what kept them in captivity? Why aren't you releasing them? Do you think you're being woken up to stay in the same position that you're in, or do you think you're being woken up so you could move forward? What's the use of waking you up if you're going to stay still? Oh, I get it. Some of you are not woke. The only thing you're waking up to is the fact that you're African Americans, or the fact you're African Haitian. I had a Haitian go in on me about not being a real Haitian because I don't talk about going back to Haiti and fixing Haiti. I don't want to go back to captivity. Haiti, if it becomes a part of Africa, I will consider it home. If Africa gets ownership of Haiti, I will consider it home. But until then, Haiti is a place that they took my ancestors to be slaves, enslaved. Period. It's not home. And that's how I feel about it. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it's quite incessant for ADOS to continue pushing forward their agenda in our channels. It's becoming incessant because we buried that discussion a long time ago. The destiny of the ADOS agenda lies with the United States. And coming here to continuously keep pushing it here, it's becoming quite incessant. That's what it is. I'm not really triggered by the ideas at all.
And this is the manipulation I'm talking about. Look at Ados Bo Diddley. Why do a show about slave culture if African Americans aren't allowed to talk about our culture of slavery as it relates to America? Because if you were coming up here just talking about your culture, slave history, that'd be fine. But when you come up here and you start saying our culture is the only culture that went through slavery, or our culture is the only culture that went through this type of slavery, then you're not okay. You know why? Because you can't speak for everybody. And that's what you're trying to do. And that's what you do all the time. And then you don't just come up here and do that. Oh, chitlins is something that came from, and this is Danny, y'all. Chitlins is something that only came from African Americans. You don't even know what you're talking about. They make pork chitlins in Haiti too. They make it in other Caribbean islands too. And brother just said they make it in Africa. It can't be goat. You don't know that. Be quiet. Chitlins and striplins. You know what chitlins are? Intestines. Intestines are intestines. Period. Stop making silly matters be the reason. You see, it's not even about the chitlins. It's not even about certain things. It's about this tribalism and, again, this embedded divisiveness that they poured into us. You know, they used to make us beat each other on the basis of one person thought they were better than the other. And, you know, they made one person feel like they were better because maybe they gave them a pair of shoes and the other one was barefoot. You really truly believe that? And I want to ask this to my brothers and sisters, that are, of the ADOS, and you don't have to answer this, but I want you to think about this. Do you truly, truly believe in your heart that your experience was the worst experience for slavery? How do you know that? How could you truly say that? It's not even true history. If you look up history, you'll know that what went on in the Caribbeans, was terrible. There were no wives or no children to watch them torture and do the things that they did to us. You see, African Americans need to keep this in mind. I had this discussion with a sister not too long ago. You guys were here and their wives were here. Their children were here. They mistreated you, but they had their wives and their children to look at them. You know what they used to do to us in Ireland? Buck rape our men, let alone our women, chop us in half, do all kinds of stuff to us in front of each other, do all kinds of stuff. Come on, man. I'm not going to go into the semantics of who was beaten worse, who was mistreated worse, who can call themselves Black culture. You don't frame that, sir, ma'am. You don't frame that, sir. Whoever you are in the chat, Black culture is Black culture across the board. We're claiming it, all of us. You don't get to claim Black culture. What the hell? What kind of sense does that make? We're not Black? Do we not have culture in all those different places that they took us and that we remained? Africans have Black culture too, because they are right there. They're the root of Black culture. Stop disrespecting your home, man. Stop disrespecting your roots. We got to get over all these little things that divide us. It's pathetic. And I'm happy this conversation is going here, because you know what? This is exactly when I'm talking about slave culture. When we start, attacking each other on who went through most. This sister can't speak on this because she's not African American. What the heck? You can't understand this. You don't know what this is because you're not this. Stop it. It's ridiculous, and we look like a damn fool to the world doing this. And as long as we continue this way, as long as we continue doing this, it's not going to be okay. We're going to always be divided, and this is what has kept us divided. And Bo Diddley, you're on timeout. Go get your life. Go find an ADOS family or channel that you could watch and you could feel more comfortable, because you could talk about how great you are. Only you, the greatest. That's narcissistic, isn't it? To sit there and always be talking about yourself all the time. They perish because of a lack of knowledge. I truly believe that. The people perish because of lack of knowledge. I truly believe that, Katrina. I truly believe that. When you claim that, okay, this person is not as good as that person, what are you saying about yourself? That's that self-hate. That's that self-hate. And it's deep, because our people, we're full of it. Mary G says, yes, we are all the same. Phyllis Wheatley, the first African-American poet, was from the shores of the Gambia. Thank you for the super chat. I'm using it to get to the Gambia. Phyllis Wheatley was from the Gambia. That's another thing that I don't understand, because I was on the ADOS channel, and I told them this. I said, I took a DNA test, and 80% of my family is in North Carolina. I found some in Nigeria. I found some in Ghana. I found some in Gambia. We're all over the place, yo. I've never been to North Carolina. I don't know any Haitians in North Carolina. These are African American names that came up. I have family in Nigeria. I never know. These people took DNA tests and they're still linked to me. Hundreds of years later, I could still link myself to people that was being treated. You don't know. You don't even know where your ancestors were taken first. Some of these people sitting up in America calling themselves ADOS were probably taken to the Caribbeans first. Like Duterte Bookman was taken to Jamaica, then sold to Haiti, but he was from the Gambia. Do we understand the linkage of this? The man was born in Gambia. sold at the ages of 12 to Jamaica, and then resold again to Haiti. And then he led the first revolution that was ever won by a black race. Do you understand that we are all connected? And anyone that's trying to split us apart, tribe us apart, you are the enemy. You are the sellout. You are not welcome. And you know, the funny thing is, these fools ain't even subscribed to my channel. They just come on here, come to the chat, start disruptions. But this time, you kept me on point because this is exactly what I was talking about. Mr. Wiggins, I want to thank you for the super chat. It will be going towards me going to the Gambia. Thank you. Okay, guys, I'm going to let you talk. I'm done. Venting is done. I'm done. I can't. The hate is real for us. I see that. I'm done.
You gotta, sometimes you gotta let these people do whatever they want to do. Because you know what? Knowledge is power. A lot of people don't want to learn. Because as black people, when we divided, that's why the white man won. That's why they come through slavery. After slavery, Africa get the colonialism. So Africa never get out. Because when you look at it, when you look, even in Africa, there is segregation during colonialism. When you look at Lagos, Nigeria, they divided into three. The British live one side, the Portuguese live one side, the indigenous people live in the slum. So what is different between what do they call it? But sometimes you let these people do whatever they want to do. But one day they're going to figure it out. Because you can't create, when you get upset all the time, you're going to just give yourself a headache. Let them do their own. And when it's time for them, they will learn. Because you know why? At the end of the day, you can't deny it. When you look at all the whole world, I've never seen black people, they come from Europe or they come from Caucasus Mountain. Every black people come from Africa. And how did they get to North America? Because there are some people still in Africa, they lost their language today. When you go to Sierra Leone, there's people they took from all over West Africa. That they took them as a slave, they want to bring them to the new world. But the British inserted the ship. So they have to stop them there. A lot of them never have a chance to go back to their home. They never know their mother. They never know their father. But now they will say, oh, I'm a Sierra Leonean. But some of them are Yoruba. Some of them are men from Togo. Some of them are from Ghana. So we have to learn history. But the problem is some people just want to play black supremacists. That's the problem I see. Because people believe like, oh, because you are from this part of the world, you are black, I'm better than you. Because I'm this black from here, I'm the best. But which to white man, we are all niggers. They don't care. Because like I said, on what do they call it, Nick Nizzy's show, like if me and him go on the same plane and then white supremacists get on the plane, want to kill black people, they don't know the difference. You're American, I'm a Nigerian. They kill both of us because they see us as black.
Period.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And I agree with you. This is the part they don't get. While you're sitting here and you're arguing semantics, these people they're not saying we're only going to get the African Americans, we're only going to get the Haitians, we're only going to get the Jamaicans, they're going for all of this melanin, all of it. We all share it. This is what's happening. And if you don't wake up and if you don't get it together and if you don't try to, like that brother had on the Go Black to Africa, his show earlier, get out. If you don't try to get out of this mindset that divides us, you might as well say that your children's children is done. You're not going to have them. They're already trying to plant the seeds. They're planting the seeds already to try to set us back 600 years. But guess what? They know who we are. It's sad, but we don't know who we are, because if we knew who we were, we would understand that what it is that we have to offer each other is something that we all need from each other. So stop this divisiveness. And guess what? If you see someone come in my comments dividing, do not even, like, they give you bait, don't take it. Ignore them. Treat them like the vermins that they are. Treat them like the parasites that they are. You see, because this is what our ancestors didn't do in Africa prior to colonialism and the enslavement of our people and all the things that went through. What happened was because we gave these people too much power. We gave them power and we let them come in and cause division and rife and strife. I'm the kind of person that, guess what? I'm not going to let anything come between this thing that I'm trying to build, which is the coming together of our people. Not even my own belief system I'm letting do that, let alone your belief system or your little your thoughts or your opinions. Half of y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even have photos. Y'all come on the chat, y'all spill this negativity, and then y'all keep going with it. And you know what the sad part is? You know, I know half of y'all know that this country is not your home. You know this ain't home. You keep begging for them to put you to make things fair for you in this in throughout the diaspora. You keep begging for them to accept you. Let me ask you something. A lot of somebody said to me the other day, "Well, y'all begging to go back to Africa." Well, I'd rather beg to go back home than beg to stay with a stranger. That's humiliated me. That's made me feel like, you know, I was nothing. I'll humble myself and I'd rather humble myself to speak to the people I need to speak to my brothers and sisters on the continent. I'd rather unravel that onion than unravel the onion of keeping my ancestors, their DNA in captivity. I'll fight with my family before I fight with a stranger, begging him to love me, telling him to put in his laws to institute the things that, you know, that should come natural. I'm going to fight for what was taken from me. They took it. I'm bringing it back. My perspective. Anybody wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Truth matters. We want you to speak.
You know, let us find a solution, because when we go mad at everybody all the time, at ourselves, we setting ourselves back to 1600, the way they captured us. Because the first slave they took out of Nigeria, it was Sweden that took them in 16 something to the Caribbean, which is now today Barbados. The first 150 black people got step foot on that land are from Lagos, Nigeria. But when you look at it, you think these people, when you ask Europeans, they will still deny. They're like, oh, but I'm not going to pay for, I'm not part of slavery. So how can we black people still fighting each other? Even though if we don't come together, we're not going to get where we want. When you look at it, we are the bottom of the ladder. Even though someone said one day we are the ladder. Yeah, we are the ladder, everybody's stepping on us. Right? We are the ladder, but everybody step on us. So why are we the ladder that everybody step on us? So why can't we be a bridge in between each other instead of building a wall and causing trouble all the time? We need to find ourselves spiritually, mentally. And I think a lot of black people, they lost their spirituality because they think like, because I'm Christian or Muslim, but that's not even your that's not your culture. That's not even your religion. But when we don't find ourselves, that's why we so ignorance against each other. The first thing we do is like we kill each other. We see black kids, black on black crime. I was listening today in Buffalo, New York. There is epidemic there now. Black people killing each other. Black kids. It's not why they're doing this. It's us. And when you look at it, if a white man see you, they look at me like, even though I'm from Africa, they see me as a black. They don't want to deal with me. They don't matter if somebody do stuff. You're American. You're this. We all disadvantaged. They deny us opportunity. We're all in the same boat. Because you know why? We need to know ourselves first. Because we don't know ourselves. We feel like, oh, I'm superior, I'm best. Nah, you're not. Everybody, they treat you the same way they treat me. What do you think happened in Africa? African women fight against British because what do you think on their own land? They told them to pay the head tax. Go and read Onitsha in 18 something. When the women come on the street against the British government, you think a lot of South Africa fight back? Africa lost people to slavery. There are some Africans, they took them as slaves. They never even left Africa. What do you think the British do in Africa? They don't build mansions. Go to Nigeria, what do they do there? They build trains. All over where they're going to take resources.
Let me ask you something, Truth Matters. Something I want to ask you because this has been brought to the table. Do Africans understand that colonialism is a form of captivity and is a form of enslavement? Do they understand that, or do they not understand that?
They do, because when you look at it, they do, because they condition them not to understand. Because what the British do for them is like, what the colonial master did. It's like, even though today, when you look at all these French-speaking African countries, they still pay colonial tax, which is form of slavery. How can you come to my house, you steal my resources, and you not tell me, oh, if you want a freedom, I need to pay because you teach me how to use cutleries. Because you teach me, because you build a school, the school that is not even up to standard, so I have to pay for it. So that's why all this African, when you look at all the Francophone country in West Africa, they're still paying it, $5 billion a year. That's what is going to France. So it's slavery and colonialism too. It still exists today. So how come we don't understand? When you look at people that don't have resources, when you're from Africa, you grow up, you see destitute everywhere. But when you go to Europe, you see the white man that don't have anything, living good. But when the white man come to Africa with nothing, he became somebody. So how come you're not going to understand this? We do understand it, but we have leaders now. The leaders we have now, because are the agent of poverty. Every African leaders, they create poverty. They work with Europeans because
you know why? Because they have the same mindset. You know why the leaders do that? Because the leaders have the same mindset. They don't see the people as their people. No. They're tribal. They're tribal. All of this is nothing but modern day tribalism. The same stuff where we were selling each other off, sacrificing each other. I read a story the other day where certain kings would die, and then people would need to be buried alive with them. Come on now. Yeah. That's another thing. Part of the culture. There are certain parts of our culture that we really need to take a look at.
They just canceled that in Nigeria 5 years ago.
That's crazy.
In Yoruba tribe, they just canceled it.
And then people get mad when you want to have a conversation about our culture and look at the ugly things that happened in our culture that needs to stop happening. You know, this thing that happened in when they used to bury a lot people that are alive with dead kings. That's all a part of wicked culture that we need to let go of. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, but I'm not making this channel to become somebody's place where they could spill their negative views of divisiveness. We need to look at the ugliness, our ugly past. We have some ugly cultures that we're holding on through. Black people all over the world, not just in Africa, in the diaspora as well. As you can see, it's divided us all. These things have divided us.
Even when you look at it, African American culture, but African American like to go to street club. Man, is that a part of the culture? It's a white man's culture. They took a lady from South Africa. When you look at it, in 18-something, they parade her naked all over Europe because she has a big butt. You understand what I'm saying? So when you look at it, when we really sit down, going to a street club, it's not our culture. It's not the African American culture, because somebody conditioned us to be like that, to degrade our women. Like, oh, they're good when they're naked. Everybody can come and pay money. When you go and look at the history of Europeans, what they did to Africa, they created human zoo. They took Africans and parade them naked to come and, you understand what I'm saying? So we took this culture. So when you want to look at it, is it our culture? No, it's not. Because black people not support, we value women. Because women is part of the society. We don't downgrade them. We don't look at them as if they don't belong. But when you look at the North American, as a black culture in North America, we don't respect women. We want to sleep with them, have babies with them, and just leave.
And turn into single money. I'm happy you mentioned that. You know, in the culture, be it the culture here or the culture in Haiti. Like in Haiti, there's this culture where, you know, men treat women like crap, and it's and for a long time people would get in situations and be in relationships with people where this person's treating you like whatever, but it's a part of our culture to stay in a marriage that we're not happy. I'm telling you something, okay? This whole culture thing has kept us from becoming what we should be becoming. We can't even see our greatness because we're sitting here caught up in colonialized culture and enslaved culture. We're controlled by this negative culture that we've created for ourselves to protect ourselves while we were imprisoned. On continent, off continent, let's be honest. Before we continue, I want to say Mary C. Johnson, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to read her comment, so you guys please put it on mute. I hear a lot of backdraft. I don't know where it's coming from. But okay, so this comment says, Mary C. Johnson, again, thank you for the $9.99. I'm telling everybody this because it is facts. Every penny that you give me is going to get me to the continent. Thanks. As an African American, I can admit that we are a hurt and damaged people. Not all, but we are displaced and need a damn hug. Longing for Mama Africa is real. That divide mindset is pure garbage. Thank you, sis, because to be honest with you, I'm Haitian, but I'm African American. I was born in New Jersey. I have all the experiences. The culture that you've learned within your time on this earth is the same type of culture I inhaled. I did not have any difference. I don't even speak good Creole or French that well. You know, I was talking to a Haitian earlier, and they were like, "Oh, you're not Haitian." You know why? Because I'm basically more African American than anything, and I'm happy with that. I'm proud of African American culture. What I'm not proud of is when we sit around and we don't understand other people's perspectives. Like, it's never okay to think that our experience through slavery was any different, was greater or harder than any others, because we were all hurt in different ways. And our brothers and sisters on the continent, colonialism is nothing but slavery in another word. Period. When somebody comes to your house, take it, tell you to get out, tell you where you could live, where you can't live, what you could eat, what you can't eat. You're going to work for free. Your children are being taken from you. Do you not understand that that is a hard thing to deal with? Your hands are getting cut off. Our brothers and sisters in the Congo would have limbs cut off. Don't you think that hurt? I'm sorry. We need to just stop this. It's trifling. It makes us look like we can't even understand that hurt is hurt. We don't need to balance out who got hurt most. They make sure they hurt us all equally. We're all hurting. I have a couple of people that just joined the conversation. I want to give them an opportunity to speak. Marcus Garvey, you spoke before, so I'm going to give African Millennial, Sharpet, and XDMC, and I'm going to come back to you. Okay, my brother? Thank you. So African Millennial, welcome to the conversation, sis. Please tell me what you want to share.
Listen.
Thank you so much for having me and hosting me, and thank you to everybody on the panel. Truth matters. Special shout outs to you. You know, you've been killing it this week, and to everybody else in the comment section. Yeah, I just wanted to add that this is going to sound controversial, but I personally do not like a lot of the things that even Black people, we call ourselves. Now, I know I just used the word Black, and I personally don't like it, but it's just easy to use that word. But we always associate ourselves with titles that other people gave to us, names that other people gave to us. And then when we have the opportunity to name ourselves something different, we name ourselves ADOS.
I don't get it.
I'm sorry, but like, listen, even if I was 100% ADOS, I would never identify with that, because that is not what my life amounts to. Do you get what I'm saying? That means to me, okay, it's cool if you just say that, okay, well, my ancestors were here and I started from here. But if you want to just ignore the ultimate beginning that you created, no, not that you were the originator of this earth, that you created all these other races that look down upon you. If you want to ignore all of that greatness and just focus on, well, this is what happened to me for 400 or 500 years, that's up to you. That's up to you. But for me, I'm focusing on the very beginning. I'm focusing on the fact that I started mathematics. I taught other people how to take showers. I'm amazing.
Boom.
We are literally the sons and daughters of the sun. But you got people out here just saying, well, I'm just a descendant of that. That's a huge problem. Same thing with a lot of Africans when it comes to the whole colonization part.
And you know what, sis? You just hit on something that's right. That's true. It's like they're not even looking at what was done prior to when they were like, what you are is what you were enslaved, and that's it. Whatever else was given to you after that, that's all you are.
Yes, which is why that's the only culture that some of them only hold on to. They only hold on to the culture, for instance, the culture of pig's feet. You know, the scraps that our ancestors were forced to make, I respect that, but I don't have to subjugate myself to those scraps. But if I keep subjugating myself to those scraps become the best thing to me, because that's all I know. And
you're comparing yourself to other people. You can't compare yourself to what other people went through, because come on now, we all have to educate ourselves on all of our experiences. That's the only way we're going to show true respect to each other. Because I'm starting to realize there's a lot of people that just don't know other people's experiences. It's like being in a household, you know, I'm here and I have these children. They all have different experiences going on. And if I ignore 3 of them just because I'm paying attention to one and think that all 3 are having the same experience, then guess what? It's going to hit me hard, because they're all having experiences. Not only one of them are having an experience, and you got to appreciate and respect when you come off and say, this is what I am, and it is different than what you went through. And these people, you don't consider yourself. Yes, you do. They do. See, they're not admitting it, just like we wouldn't admit it. These Africans on the continent that say that they were never enslaved, they're not being honest with themselves. Colonialism is slavery. It's captivity. It's a kidnapping. It's all of that. They come in, they take your home, they tell you what you can have, what you can't have. They take your resources, they leave you with nothing. That is a form of slavery. Thank you, sis. Sharpat, did you want to add to this discussion?
And just to be quite clear, I didn't single out just Black Americans.
Oh no.
Did you not hear when I said that Africans too go through issues with colonization, where some Africans have adopted the colonization culture and they don't want to go back to their original culture? I'm not just talking about one side. I don't do that.
And when I say Black culture, I'm going to repeat this again. That's all of our culture. We're all Black. Be it on the continent, off the continent, under the continent, wherever you want to call it, or Black culture. Black culture encompasses all of us. So, Sharpat, is that you? Did you want to say something before I go?
Yes. First, I had come on before, but I had some technical issues, which I hope have been resolved. First, I want to greet you,
I hear
sister.
you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yes, I would like to greet you and to basically congratulate you for all the work you've been doing, because I've been following you for a while. And it's really disappointing to see some of the comments in the chat and to see people making something out of nothing in regards to whether some people have woken up or been enlightened. Some people have been woken up for years and they're now just ready to make the move. Some people are woken up but can't make the move for practical reasons. And some people are just basically encouraging others because they maybe for whatever reason can't afford to make the move, whether it's health or wealth. Now, we have people who refuse to consider themselves African for whatever reason that may be. And what you can't do anything about that. But why are they interfering? And they're not just interfering because discourse is fine. You know, I see somebody saying in the chat, oh, why can't we come on and have discourse? But when you're trying to almost, how should I put it? It's sort of like the slave who was running away from the plantation and the other slave who decided to go and tell massa.
Thank you.
What I'm saying?
That's what I feel like.
That's tantamount to what it is.
If you're coming here for clarity, that's one thing. But if you're coming on board just to say, just to cause divisiveness or to cause discourse, then no, this is not a discourse type of, this is not a debate type of thing. This is a discussion. We're having discussion. And I want everybody clear. If you're here, I don't have debates. I have discussions. And when people infringe on that, I make you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry, because you're making me uncomfortable, because this channel, and I made it very clear, if you look at my description, it's for the unification of our people.
Right.
Emmy, Joby, I want to thank you for the super chat, sis. Thank you. It's an honor to have you here. I am so happy you're here today. I go to the sister's channel all the time, guys. Check her channel out. She's from the Gambia. I love her. Thank you. Okay.
And
so,
there are a million other platforms, podcasts, all kinds. I see them. They call themselves all kinds of names. They have all kinds of affiliations. And to address another sister that was on earlier, Rokoya, I think her name was, and I think I agree a little with what she was talking about, the talk. And yes, we need to use talk to get where we need to get to, but some people, they're talking heads. They have no plans. They're not building. They attack people who are building, who've already left the plantation and are building over in Africa. They attack those people. Some of it is envy, some of it is ignorance, and some of it is plain, as you put it, divisiveness. Yeah. And as I said, if you don't want to do it, don't stand in somebody else's way. Go find people who agree with you. Go have your little powwows. But this is building. This is trying to say these are building blocks to where we need to get to, and you're at the forefront of that. And you're bringing forward progressive ideas. You're trying to be inclusive. You're not saying, oh, we don't want you over here because you're this. I'm also from the Caribbean, and I understand what you're talking about. It's not about who went through. We all went through similar and yet different experiences in terms of both slavery and colonialism. Colonialism has done as much damage because it enslaved the mind. It might have said, okay, we're not enslaving the bodies anymore, but hey, there's a West Indian writer, I think his name is Orlando Patterson. He was a scholar, had his PhD, wrote books, and he wrote a book called, I think, The Sociology of Slavery. And one of the comments, I never forgot, I read this in university years ago, he said, you can put on the language, the dress, and the airs of the white man, but you will still, in his mind, he used the term Negro. And for all these people in the West that think, oh, we got ours, we live in middle-class neighborhoods. But until they come out, when they step out of that bubble, when their kids don't get the driver and the chauffeur and they have to go into areas where they're not protected, do you think they're seen as privileged? Do you think they're seen as, oh yeah, your dad's a doctor, your dad's a lawyer, whatever? No. Because they see color above everything else. It doesn't matter what you achieve.
This is what I'm talking about. This the ADOS mindset. Bo Diddley, the ADOS fanatic. He's like, African Americans are only wanted in Pan-African communities to leverage our influence and resources, our opinions, experiences, and not respected nor wanted.
ADOS started Pan-Africanism. What do you have to say about that?
Can you tell him that? Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican.
Right.
Pan-Africanism was started by a Jamaican. Are you accepting him? Because to be honest with you, when you come here and you make these manipulative little statements, what you're showing me is that you are truly using the mind of the Mzungu that enslaved you, because he's manipulative too. You're being manipulative. You're not here to talk unity. You're here to talk disunity. You want to talk about the fact that, oh, we're not Africans. We're different. Our culture is different. Then you're not supposed to be here. I'm going to put you back on timeout. It's funny because I put him on timeout. He come back and this is what he got to say. It's ridiculous.
Well, you know what? W. Du Bois was at was at odds with Marcus Garvey. He didn't agree with Pan-Africanism. You know where he died? In Ghana. And he said he would never come back to America. Mm-hmm. Okay? So for all these people, the educated, the uneducated, whoever they may be, as you mentioned before, home is home, but America or the West, Europe, wherever we may be, where Western values rule, and unfortunately, it's also a problem in Africa because we have colonized minds there too. But at least the culture survived, and it will again rise. That's all I have to say.
I'm happy you said that, sis, because the one culture that we need to hold on to is the culture that was taken from us, the authentic culture. Now let's get back to talking about that, because I feel like something authentic was taken from us, and we're never going to get there if we keep fighting on semantics. XDMC, I want to welcome you, my brother. I haven't seen you, and I'm happy to see you. Welcome.
Always good to see you, sister. I see this chat started this morning, so let me get in and let me stop.
I did not start this morning. It did.
But I love the topic, but I'm gonna say what it means to me.
Okay.
Black culture. Let me start with that. Black culture to me is love. Black culture is global. Black culture is having the whole world put their foot on your neck. Your whole world hates you, but you still come out on top. Black culture is being able to take any type of food and make it into something that has soul. Black culture is making a song and do a dance, and the whole world want to mimic it and be like you.
Yes.
Black culture is loving yourself. Now, what is slave culture to me? Slave culture is two simple things for me. The ability not to be able to love yourself, and the ability not to be able to find out who you are.
Boom.
That's it. Because when Truth Matters spoke about the brothers that are killing each other, that's because they don't love themselves, because they don't know who they are. You do not kill what you love.
So they're experiencing the same thing that we're experiencing in the diaspora, the African brothers and sisters on the continent. Absolutely. So how are we different?
Absolutely. If we don't get, the only way we're going to get there is together. And they don't want us together.
They don't.
And they don't want us to, the US especially, don't want to lose their labor, their free workforce. You think you're getting a paycheck, but they need you here. You think I put out in the air and put out in the universe, hey, I'm heading back home. Okay, where you going? Back to Philly? No, I'm heading back to Africa. Oh, wait a minute. No, you can't. No. That's not home. We need you to stay here, and everybody look like you're here. So what do we do to keep you here? We're gonna make sure all the images you see are little kids with bellies with flies in their face, and nothing but crime is going on in Africa, and everybody lives in trees. That helps keep you here and help me not love that. But then something comes out that you invent called the YouTube channel.
Right.
That get us all connected. And then the pandemic happens. And we all start talking like this. And we all figured out, hey, you know what? America has the best PR system in the world. And they conned us. I'm out.
Period.
And they don't want to hear that. So again, slave culture, the ability not to be able to love yourself, and an ability not to want to know who you are. That's how I see it.
And you are seeing it the same way I'm seeing it, because this is what I truly believe. I truly believe that the differences that we are seeing has been embedded in us to see. And it's funny because before we were able to see the differences from the brothers on the continent or other diaspora, we used to look at each other and look at differences. You're from this part of the state. You're from that part of the country. And if you want to make it even smaller, I used to live in Philly. People in North Philly didn't mess with people in South Philly. You know, we were tribal then. Anytime. And you put us in a room with 10 people, 5 people are going to pick a tribe. It's always going to be something. Now, one-on-one, we're still divided. So basically, they did such a great job on us that even when we break it down to the smallest numbers, we're still going to find reasons to say, I'm different than you.
Yeah, everything that I just said I said it's how I see it. And I guarantee you, I don't have to look, I'll look later, but there's going to be a ton of messages, comments in that chat that goes against everything that I'm saying, that, hey, no, it's not. But that's how I see it, and that works for me. And I love everybody. I don't use that word lightly. I love everybody in the chat. Why? Because I love Black people and I love my people. And I'm going to be there for that. You know, but that whole thing of being awoke is a lonely road and a lonely feeling sometimes, especially when you have others that are around you that are not awoke. But it's like I mentioned on your channel before, I do not believe there is a such thing as an awoke person. We are all works in progress, waking up, and we are on our way. But but I would love if we all get there together. And when
stop
we get
thinking that you stop thinking that you have what do you call that, arrived.
Exactly.
We have not arrived anywhere. We're still learning, all of us.
And when we stop with the labels and the titles and stuff like that and get to know, I don't have to know you personally, but I do know that we all want and should want the same thing. I just want to be able to take care of my family, be safe, be free, have a good time. And hey, I know that might not be the culture, but I like the clubs. I respect the sisters in the clubs, and the clubs that I go to, I used to go to. We have a good time. We party, we network, we do our thing. So I want, and when I say that, I'm sure everybody wants the same thing, or should, whether you are ADOS, AA, whatever it is, but you all want the same thing.
Things. So stop trying to find reasons to say, but I'm different than you. I want the same things, but I'm different. No, we're not different. We all want to say, okay, you want to be different, but respect what I'm trying to do over here. You know,
exactly.
Appreciate what I'm trying to do, and I'll appreciate what you're trying to do. We all have, you know, the thing about it is we all have our own little agendas. But when it comes to this unity work, stop all this divisiveness, man. I want to take a moment to thank Lotus Rose. Again, I'm going to make this statement every time I get it, y'all. This money right here, this Cash App you just gave me, sis, is going to go towards my trip to Africa, to the beautiful smiling coast of Gambia. Thank you. Which awesome. I call home. Thank you so much.
All right, sis, I'm going to let somebody else talk. I wanted to jump in here for a minute. You know, I love what you're doing.
Was popping. I'm happy it's recorded because I'm going to go back and watch this and enjoy it again all over and over and over again. And XDMC, somebody wanted to reach out to you. Eric Summers says he wants to talk to you about music. He said he had mentioned it to you. So make sure you leave your email address in the private chat and I'll share it to him.
All right, I'm putting it in the private chat now before I cut out.
Thank you. Okay, so KVNG, my young brother, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please tell me what you want to share with us. My brother from Ghana, right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Hello?
I like the topic.
Oh, I'm happy you like it. I love the head wrap, African millennial, beautiful. My brother, can you hear us? Can you, are you able to? We're not hearing you now.
He's muted.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Yeah. So I said I like the topic. I've always said that, like, you know, we're always talking about this unity, but in order for there to be unity, we must create the atmosphere for there to be unity. And I think one of the best things that is going to happen for that unity to happen is for us to have a cultural revolution. There must be a need for us to respect each other's culture and also to share each other's culture without feeling like some of us are going to lose ourselves in the process, because most of the time we come from this place of selfishness when dealing with these issues of culture, or some things that theirs are better than others. So there is this level of superiority, and if you want to meet people in the middle, you must sometimes humble yourself, even if you think yours is better than theirs. And I think that if you look at our generation, like if you go to every social media platform, like you see that our generation, like my generation, and even a little bit older, you see that they are hungry for change. Like throughout the world, the African youth are hungry for change, but I think they are more obsessed with the words and the passion attached to the way. They think that it's more about winning arguments and making their points across rather than building concessions and also putting in the work. To them, it's more about winning the argument, that is attached to winning the argument, more than trying to put in the work. So they will rather win an argument and separate themselves from people rather than make concession with those people. So if you go to every social media platform, you see that people will be making good comments, but you see that if one person make a bad comment, you see that it will get more attention than any of the good comments that came before that. And I just don't think, sometimes I imagine, why is it that always the bad comments gets more attention than the good ones that came before that? And I think that one is also a problem of ours to deal with.
I'm happy you said that, because you know what, to be honest with you, and that is our problem across the board. And that's the solution across the board. And we need to understand that. You know, when I was coming up with this topic, I didn't want to infringe upon one particular place, like African Americans or Haitians or whatever, because in my mind, personally, just like XDMC said, I personally believe that we are Black across the board. Now, I know Black is not a good way to use it, but you know, we all call ourselves different things. And just like African Millennial said, I find Black very comfortable to use when I'm addressing all of us. And it's important to understand that, you know, you cannot decide, you know, for all of us what we decide to call ourselves or not call ourselves. It's important to try to appreciate everybody's perspective on this thing. We all come from the same place, man. We're the same people. A very special being on this earth, and we can't get it together in the moment that we understand that we're more than all of this that we're fighting about. The more, the better, the faster we're going to be able to change the paradigm for our children. Our parents could not do it. They sat there and they had their tribalisms. They had their prejudices against each other. They fought. They just sat there and dealt with all this hate that was given to them, that was instilled in them. And I'm telling you, there are some of us that are trying to get over that bridge, and I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to get over that bridge. I'm not going to let y'all stop me. And those of us that want to get to this unity bridge, y'all want to stay over there in that little divisive little place you're in? Get off the bridge. Don't get in the way. Go have your little channels and talk about how great your individual tribes are and all these things, but you're really getting in the way of progress, and I'm not dealing with it anymore. I'm starting to realize that the true enemy, I mean, we talk about white supremacy, but white supremacy is not what keeping us down, man. These people are not our enemies. Our enemies are within.
We're the enemy.
Bunch of sellouts. I mean, you're sitting here ready to go to war over chitlins. Pig intestines. And
some people go to war for $1 here, man. For $1, they'll go to war. So we've seen all of that here. You know, that unity, you know, that unity here, like we have to regulate our platforms. We have to make sure people don't come here. They don't come on this platform. We have to stay woke. We have to make sure they don't, because we don't go on their platform. They don't see us over there. You know, that's the beauty of our unity. We don't go there. They always come to us. Always. And I know the voices.
That if you come to Bijou Noir, you know I'm all about that unity. I'll do many things to keep that unity going. And I'm what you call a true child of you know, a Haitian you know, / African / American. I have all of that in me, but truth be told, I'm African first. And I'm the kind of person that my children will not get in the way of my unity. I have lost many things because of this unity thing. I love people. But I understand this. I understand that our people were used because we let our little egos get in the way. This unity thing is my baby, man. I keep telling y'all that nothing means more to me than connecting with my family and understanding that we're all working towards understanding what happened to our ancestors, happened to us all, and how do we turn the table around? There are puzzles that need to come together. And all of you that don't even feel like you're Africans are wasting time. If you don't even value your Africanness, if you don't value your Africanness above all that was, you know, used to enslave you, then you're wasting your time with Bijou Noir.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Gina, for cutting you off. I just want to reiterate what KVNG said as well. It's just to get down to the specific of it. Like, how do we move forward as pertaining to this particular discussion? How do we move forward as pertaining to this particular discussion? What I see is we are having a digital renaissance. What we're doing now is a digital renaissance of Black consciousness. Well, that's what's happening right now, right? So what I think is there's a multitude of diverse tribes in Africa. Multitude, so many tribes. You understand what I mean? What diasporans can do is take an interest in at least one tribe. A diasporan can take at least an interest in at least one tribe, get to know the tribe, get to know the inside of the tribe, what they do, how they do, and also even feel free to ask them a question. And us Africans at the ground can take an interest in the story of diasporans, in the story of Haiti, what happened to Jamaica, to the other people. That understanding of each other, that sharing of understanding of each other, that is definitely going to help us move forward. It's going to help us move forward as to pertaining to culture itself. You understand? But as just simply keeping it down on the culture level, it's going to help us move forward by trying to understand each other's cultures, each other's individual cultures. Like for you could take an interest in a Mandinka tribe in Gambia, and many people. There's so many cultures to learn from. So many cultures to learn from, and that's what Europeans do.
I am 18% Mandinka. I took a DNA test. You're right. You're right on the money. 18% Mandinka, which explains the warrior energy. I'm ready for a fight always.
That's what Europeans do.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That's what I like about you, man. I love it. I love that energy that you have. I love it.
So
these ADOS, they need that energy. You have to keep that energy for them. These ADOS people, they don't listen. That's what they need. Give it to them.
No, don't say that. They actually do have that energy. Don't you see that?
It's nothing. It's nothing.
We have that energy. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something, right? I'm going to tell you something. They come off very, very, very aggressive. Well, guess what? We have to be even more aggressive. We have
for
to
that lady, I forgot your name. You remember that debate we had 2 days ago?
I'm kicking you off my channel. I'm making you feel uncomfortable. You will be blocked off the chats. I'll put you on time off. You will be humiliated. I'm not going to sit there and make you uncomfortable, make you feel comfortable with your shenanigans. Go make your own channel, build your own subscriptions, and talk your crap. See how many people subscribe to your nonsense. You'll probably have a lot because nonsense sells, but you will not be on here disturbing us and the movement and the growth and the knowledge that we're getting about ourselves. You obviously don't want it. You look like you're wasting your time on something you don't want. Who's the fool? Think about it. Who's the fool? When I sit there and I'm thinking, I mean, like, once you've learned that your people, your ancestors were taken from Africa and taken to these places, just like earlier, I told you a Haitian went off on me because they're like, oh, I saw your channel. It's a great channel, but you need to be doing it for Haiti. Why are you talking about Africa? Because my people came from Africa before they were enslaved in Haiti. Do you not get it? That place right there was a place of torture for my people for a very long time. So they cleaned it up. They made it livable. But does that mean I never want to take this soul back home? I don't think like you think. We're different. And that's okay. Go find the people, go find your tribe, man. Go get in where you fit in. And stop coming in here trying to get attention. What are you trying to turn people? Make people believe that they're only African Americans? Come on, they're greater than that. We're so much more than those things that they gave us. We're more than those labels that they put on us. Even our brothers and sisters on the continent that's calling themselves this tribe, that tribe, this tribe, they're more than that too. It is our responsibility in this generation to take the next generation further. We cannot hold on to those things that have failed us. On continent, off continent, Black people, my people, wake up. Stop sleeping, because while you're sleeping, your enemies, they are planning.
Guys, man, somebody smoking weed here? If you're smoking, you gotta be outside, please.
Okay. So did anybody want to add on to this? Because I want this conversation to continue back on slave culture. Anybody from the continent can talk to me about the type of culture that is in Africa that is holding us back. Let's talk about the culture on the continent, because I really don't care about what's happening in the diaspora. I'm trying to leave. But I'm going home to the continent. And because I'm going on home on the continent, I want my brothers and sisters on the continent to start speaking honestly about the culture there and how and if it has held us back. And what can we do to change that? What can we do together? Can we talk about the things that has held us down, that has, that maybe not be correct, on the continent? Because that's what matters to me right now, continent.
Okay. Hello, Gina.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think what we really need to do is for people to take an interest in African cultures, to promote African cultures, because everybody does it. You understand? So that's what I see Europeans do. British and French, other Europeans promote each other's cultures. You've got French promoting Italian culture. So it happens like that. So we diasporans need to take an interest in learning about different African cultures, different African cultures, because there's so many of them. And we Africans need to learn about the diaspora. That will create a resonance. That will create a good resonance. Because at the moment it's the perfect time. We're having that digital renaissance. We're having that digital, so it's the perfect time to learn about each other. You understand what I mean? As to regards to which cultures we can reject, which cultures we can take, which is a good thing, because if you're improving yourself, you want to keep good things about yourself, and you want to push out the bad habits of yourself. So it's a good thing. That one is a bit more subjective, but if I was to choose, I would say we respect our elders a bit too much to the point we don't question them. That one, that's personal to me. So it's subjective to me. So it's hard to navigate that one particularly, which cultures to reject and which not. I'm not saying not to respect elders.
No, my brother, I want to say something to you. I understand that we have a respect for our elders. I understand that, but you know what I want? I want us to understand that it is time for our brothers and sisters on the continent to speak life to what is good for us and what is not good for us. You have to respect your elders, but you are living for your children. Do you understand? What I just said to you is something I want you to think about, because yes, we have to respect our elders, but your life is for your children, and your children need to be guided correctly. And if our elders, my elder was not right in guiding me, or they may not have known all that I know, I have to guide my children towards the understanding that's going to take them to a greater place. Not everything that our parents gave us was good, because they didn't even know that some of the things they gave us wasn't good.
Yeah.
We have to respect our elders, but we have to live and make choices for our children. And because we have not done that, and for centuries we've just been doing what our elders say. And I'm telling you, it's not just in Africa, my brother. We do it in Haiti. We do it in all kinds of places where we just do what we're told. We do what was being done. A lot of things that are being done is not even right, and we know it's not right. We see it's not right, but we continue to do it because they are elders. Come on now.
Respect must be earned, not given because of age.
Period. I agree 100%. It has to be, and we have to balance this thing out. We can't let Africa be completely recolonialized and its people be ravished because we are sitting here playing the same game that was handed to us. And I know I'm going to get a lot of hate. If you look at my comments in the next 3 days, you're going to see a lot of hate, but I really don't care. Y'all don't even know. Sometimes I don't even look at it. My son loves and likes everything. I don't even see the comments. You're wasting your breath. Because I'm going to come back here again on Saturday, and I'm going to do it again. We need to wake up. And stop fooling ourselves. I mean, when you think about it, one king dies, 6 people buried with him. What the hell? Alive? This is a part of our old culture. What was right about that? Some things we have to leave behind. Do you know that Europeans used to eat each other? They stopped. Well, at least in public. They stopped in public. That's a whole different conversation though. But they used to. And you know what the funny thing is? There's a lot of things they used to do in their cultures too, like child sacrifice and things like that. But they have moved from those things, and now they are greater because of it. The Chinese too. They used to bury young women, or sacrifice people and things like that. People move. Culture has to as we educate ourselves or we become enlightened, our culture has to change with it and become greater. We are it's like a building. It's like you're building a house, right? The fathers put the foundation down. They're gone. So you put the first level of bricks, you're gone. Your children put the next level, they're gone. And every level is supposed to be stronger and better and improved upon. And this is how we have to see it. Because if we're not, we're going to be left in the dust again. And we have all these vultures looking over our bodies, our carcasses, while we're laying there asleep, comfortable in our traditions and in our culture and all the stupidity that divides us. We have vultures looking at us like, look at them. They say we're animals. We're like monkeys. We run around in the jungle. We don't even have any sense. And that's how they want to keep us. See how this conversation is going to offend? But I don't care. Because I'm at the point right now where if I have to offend people to wake us up, then I'm going to throw cold water on you and wake you up. I tried tugging. I tried touching softly. I tried saying, hey, it's time to wake up. But now I have to throw cold water on you. Because we're running out of time. We need our brothers and sisters on the continent to be doing a great work, which is revolutionizing our culture to be what it should be. And we need to be doing a great work here throughout the diaspora, preparing to take what is given to us, which will be the good culture coming out of Africa, because there's good culture and bad culture. Let's hold on to the good and let go of the bad. Let's talk about the good and the bad and decide what's good and bad, and then move forward from that. But you can't sit there and say, oh, this is it, this is it, this is how it's been, this is how it's been. And so it has to continue this way. But what has it done for us? That's what I want to know. What has it done for us?
It's a hard one. It's a hard one to
it
pinpoint.
It is. I know.
You know?
I know.
It's a hard one to pinpoint which ones to reject and which ones to not, because it's subjective, isn't it? Some people may not agree with you that this is bad. Some people may like it. So it's very, very tough to pinpoint which cultures to reject and which ones to keep.
It's hard. It's a hard one, but like everything, we need to start looking at it, because it's not going to go away just because we stop looking, just because we're not paying attention to it. I mean, it's hard. I don't even know where to begin, but you know there is good and there's bad. You can't tell me you don't know.
Yeah, I have what I consider to be bad culture. I mean, there's some things I will reject, but there's some things that my tribesmen or people might even say, you're a bit too westernized. You don't like this. So it's kind of, because living in the West, I can see it. I say, this I don't like this. It's a bit backwards. You know what I mean? So we have to progress. Like, for instance, let me give you one example. This is gonna rattle people up. Like, okay, I know we've always been eating fufu with our hands. We've been eating fufu with our hands because the spoons were not there and nothing. So we ate with the hands. But today we still continue to eat fufu with our hands, even though we got the spoon. What is the difference? Why is it so hard? Why can't you eat fufu with a spoon instead of eating with the hand?
I'm even afraid to take that from them. I don't mind that.
I'm sorry, but for that one, I said, why? What difference is it? Like, you can eat fufu with a spoon. It's made for that. If you eat it with a fork,
he has a genuine concern. He wants to know, now that we understand that we can use spoons, why are we still using our hand? The brother, this is his concern. Go ahead, African millennial.
Okay, you're entitled to your opinion, but I would argue that's a good one. But I would argue that the culture, and I don't even know where this culture comes from, but the culture that rich people have to treat poor people like trash has to go. You're rich, you can afford for people to live in your house. Can you imagine? Let me give you a story. I have a Ghanaian friend right now. She is a housemaid and she has to work 7 days a week. She does not get a day off. She's only getting paid $200 a month, but that family thinks they own her. She is just a housemaid. She's not a human being. So that culture of you having so much money that you could have house help, but you treat them like trash is disgusting. The rich people in that house have money to send this girl to school. They don't do it. They're okay with seeing her being low. Anything that she wants, they don't provide it for her. I don't like that. And I'm pretty sure that culture came from colonization, because how is it possible that you don't see that another human being needs help? And they're helping you. They're cleaning your house, they're taking care of your house. Why do you think you own somebody just because you give them $200?
That is deep.
Sit there and we complain
That's
about
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of stuff that, are we serious? And because funny, because we go to the West, we go to our places, when we travel, when we go to those places, and we're happy in those places because they don't allow some of the things that is allowed in our culture. And everybody wants to get to those places because in those places there are laws that protect you from certain things. And why don't we want to see the same kind of protection or responsibility to humans where come on, y'all. I know it's hard. Like the brother said, it's a hard one to pick at, man, because you're stepping on some old toes. Let me tell you something. Could you imagine the shift that happened when let's say the Mzungu or the Chinese man and they wanted to make some real changes and shifts. They had to step on some old toes. But look at them now for doing that. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be westernized. I'm not trying to westernize Africa. I like Africa for its natural, but there are 90, 80%, 70% of things that we need to keep, and the others we probably need to look at with a side eye, like, are you sure we need this? Because when you think about it, if it wasn't for those certain things, people wouldn't have to run to the West and go find their life. There would be no the half of the stuff that's got us running to those other countries trying to make a life for ourselves is because certain things stop the growth of Africa. And we need to look at that. What is stopping us? What is this culture that we're holding on to? Is there culture? Is there some culture that we can't do without, that we can do without? And that's going to be something that it's not even easy to respond to. Like my brother said, there are some things that even if you think they're not right, you're not willing to even talk about because you're tribesmen, you're elders. And it's sad. You know, I was in Haiti, they have this thing where they have restavex, and they call them restavex, and these are little kids that come that maybe their parents can't afford to take care of you. And like African millennial was mentioning, I think it's about the same thing. And these people will send their 5-year-old and up to this people house, and they will carry the water, clean the house, cook, clean, do all these things. In some cases, some of these families will take care of these kids, but that's a very small case. Most cases, this child is treated like a modern day slave. This 8-year-old will be in the house washing the clothes for everyone in the house, bringing water for everybody in the house, cooking, cleaning, being beat, and sometimes even raped. This is our culture. And some people get upset when I talk about it. At least some Haitians do, because they feel like it's a part of our culture. Why are you attacking it? And they're in denial. They only talk about, well, some of these kids, we send them to school, but they know 80% of those kids, 90% of those kids to be exact, do not go to school and sometimes don't even eat well. But it's a part of our culture. It's cruel. It's inhumane. And it happens in Africa too. So don't say it don't, because I know it do. Mike, welcome to the channel. Welcome, and please tell me what you want to contribute today. Take yourself off mute.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, I just called to correct the misconception about the kings in Africa, that people will get buried along with the king, you know. Yes, is that true? Yes, but we have to understand that the way it's being taught and the way it's being explained is not actually accurate.
All right.
Okay, this is it. Okay, let me go into it, because I'm actually from that part of Africa. I'm precisely Nigeria, where that happens.
Actually, I'm not even sure what part.
Yeah,
that
it usually happen more in the Benin Kingdom and the Yoruba empires, you know, and southern the main king, the first class kings, and like the
so Nigeria. Okay.
Nigeria, yeah. So what it is those kings back then were very powerful, and they had a lot of enemies, and people usually want to take out the kings. And there are a group of men that their job is to protect the king, make sure it doesn't happen. And back then, because these kings were so powerful that people couldn't get to them, so what they would do is they would use those group of men that are closer to them. They're supposed to protect the king with their life, and use those guys to either poison the king or find a way to have the king assassinated mysteriously. So that's when the rule was brought in that you're supposed to protect the king with your life. However, if the king does die mysteriously, you are going to get buried with the king. That means you got to die with the king. That is your job, to protect the king. which is the same thing practiced here all over the world, even today. There are people that protect the presidents. You have to protect if the bullet is coming, you have to stand in front of the president and take the bullets.
Let me ask you something. I don't want to move too fast because I got some of what you said, but some of it was kind of fast for me. So, were these people alive, buried alive?
No, not alive, not alive.
Well,
The thing is this:
the history that I've read said they were buried alive.
Well, the question is, whenever you read anything about Africa, you need to look who the author is. And usually all this...
It was a Nigerian author.
Thank you. And rule number one, you ask who the author is he... if he's not a white man, if he's a Nigerian, what religion is he? Is he a Christian or is he a traditionalist? Usually
so what you're saying is if he was a Christian, then he probably was against the tribe or the belief system.
You have to understand the number one enemies of African traditions or cultures and like just traditional African Christians. And you have to understand how the Europeans brought the Christians and Christianity to Nigeria. Those people were actually the continuation of the same kind of people where they used to sell slaves. Those are the sellouts. Like these people were paid to become reverend fathers and they were paid to become pastors. They pretty much were used to spread the gospel, spread the Christianity. And they were used to write books and just start everything that was African. Things that were happening, they made, like for example, what we just talked about. Okay, we find out that people die. Everybody know that, when the king died, people that's supposed to protect the king are supposed to die with the king. But when these people would talk about it, the way they would put it would be in a way where just to...
Let me ask you something. Whoa, Mike, you talk really fast, and I understand that's a part of Nigeria. Most of my Nigerians talk fast. When the king died, these people had to be put to death with him?
Because it was their job. So these people, they call them, in Yoruba, they call them the Abobakus. They're always around the king. Before the king eat their food, they have to eat their food first. Before the king drink the water, they have to drink the water first.
When the king died, they can't go on living?
When the king dies mysteriously. If the king dies with natural death, no one dies with the king. If the king dies natural death, no one dies with the king. But if a king gets poisoned, a king dies unnatural death. The king gets assassinated. It was your job to protect the king. It's your job to make sure, because kings have enemies. There are people out there that want to kill the king. It's your job 24/7. That's why they have this group of men actually have the same privileges as the king. They are taken care of, same way the kings are taken care of. Their only job is to make sure they protect the king. The king does not get poisoned before the king eats the food. You make sure there's no poison in their food. If you're not sure there's a poison in the food, do not feed the king. If you're convinced, if you're convinced that the food is not poison, you eat the food first. The water, make sure before the king drink the water, you drink it first. So that way you make it clear that, there's no poison in it, because kings have enemies. It's natural. Why do kings have enemies? They're more enemy within the enemy without. Because,
my brother, do you think it's right that these people had to be? Natural causes. This man died, and so everybody that was protecting him now has to be dead too.
If they know who kills the king,
they know who killed the king.
If they know who kills the king, then whoever kills the king get punished. Well, if you murder somebody, what happens? If you murder a king, you get capital punishment, right? In America, there's a law.
I understand that, but okay. That being said, you feel like this was good, and is this continuing?
No, I don't feel it's good to kill anyone. But what I'm saying is, I just came to correct the misconception that when the king died, they just go out there and pick some random people and just bury them with the king. That's a lie.
I want to further research that, because I've seen quite a few historians, African historians, say that. So, Mike, if you're saying that's not the case, then okay. But I think we need to further research that, because there are quite a few Nigerians saying that is the case, and I believe. I don't know if it was something, but yes, I remember reading that, and it was supposed to be, from African historian. Now, if you're saying that they were Christian and maybe they didn't believe in, and they have different reasons for doing that, I don't know.
You have
But
to understand
the
that
history itself
yeah.
is vague now because there's two different versions.
Thank you. You have to understand, if you want to learn African history, traditional wise, you have to go sit down with people that actually in the tradition, that practice the tradition. Because what happened is during colonialism, the first thing Europeans trying to do was to turn Africans against them being Africans and wanted everybody to become Europeanized. So one of the first things they started doing was building schools. And what they would do in those schools is to teach the kids a bunch of negative things about themselves. And usually most of it was just propaganda. For example, how was Christianity brought into Nigeria? There was a man named Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther, right? The Europeans told him to translate the Bible into the Yoruba language, into the African language. And when he translated the Bible into the African language, he started taking the African deities and started referring them as Satan, devil, the same deity that the people were worshiping. So when kids go to school to learn these things, they're confused, like, whoa, we're learning Bible in school. And the Bible says Satan is this evil person and God is on this side. And then in our language, our tradition, we have deities. That's what we worship. And all of a sudden here in school, they're teaching us that this deity here called Eshu is Satan. And in the African spirituality, you can't do nothing without Eshu. Eshu is very important, you know? So those things, this is long propaganda that's been going on for years. And many Africans have taken the position of the colonial masters and continue to carry on with this propaganda and all these things. So we have to, there's a lot of warfare that's going on, a lot of psychological warfare that's going on. So a lot of books has been written till today, things Africans are learning in school are so negative about themselves. They are propaganda. The curriculum has to change. Unfortunately, you know, so I just keep calling to, you know, kind of help you with the misconception. So we have to be careful what we read. These real truths, most of the things that are out there, they're written out there. It's just things, those Africans that are writing books, they're writing, for you to write about something, it has to be based on your knowledge. And what's your knowledge? What did you get? What does your knowledge originate from? Usually come from the white man. You got a Western education, learn how to speak English, go to a white man's school to learn about yourself. So you only learn negative things about yourself. So when you got to write a book about yourself, it's going to be negative about yourself.
And that's sad, Mike. You know, the sad part is if we have Africans writing books and not being completely honest about their own history, then
they don't know what they're writing about. That's the thing. They don't know.
That being said, okay, that being said, I still disagree that there's no reason to be burying nobody with nobody just because they died. If they did something wrong, I feel like, okay, if you found out who the killer was, put him to death. But to bury all, 5 or 6 people just because this person died and we're not sure how he died, that was still wrong. But I get it. The history was different. They weren't buried. They still were, put to death because someone died.
They practice it in America too. You sign up for the job there. Listen, it's my job.
I guess. Did you have a choice? Did you really? But before we go on, let me just say, Akin Woods, I want to thank you for becoming a member, sis. I appreciate you. Hit the like button, everybody, like my sister is saying. Thank you. But Mike, what I was saying is I truly think that was a part of, I don't know. I wouldn't want my son.
It has nothing to do with culture.
To end up to have to be one of those people. I'm just saying, it's just not.
But overall, the bottom line is it's not a culture. It's not a culture that says it. It's just a policy that was created because kings were being assassinated constantly at one time, and they had to figure a solution to the problem. Like why are kings being assassinated? Why are kings being used? Why are people closer to the king being used to take out the king? So they had to come up with the rule, like, okay, listen.
So I guess they said those people that are closer would make sure that he wouldn't die.
Exactly. So they it's kind of, they do it in America. There are people that protect the United States president. Their job is to make sure the president does not get assassinated. They have to put a body on the line of the president. That's the job they sign up for. If you choose to sign, it's kind of like someone that choose to be a bodyguard of somebody. You should sign up for the job. They're going to pay this amount of money. It's a dangerous job, especially when you know that there are people out there to kill that person. It's a dangerous job. So you have a choice to either do the job, take the job or not. So those people saw the benefit of taking the job. They took the job. They're out of poverty. They have to live rich as the king. But however, hey, if the king does die, this is what you sign up for. You're gonna die with the king.
That is interesting. So Nigeria, This was all this was in Nigeria. Okay, I got you. And I'm gonna do some more research on that because I found it interesting. And there was a sister, I was on somebody else's channel, and there's a couple of things, as a diasporan. When you learn, the more I'm learning about the continent, the more I'm realizing there's so much to peel, there's so much to open, conversations about what different cultures believe and what the practices are, and some have changed and some have not. But going back to what we were talking about, what is actually slave culture? What is and what is not slave culture in Africa? And I know Africans don't think they were enslaved, but they were to be taken over. And
I think what we have in Africa is
colonialism
colonial mentality. Yeah,
is a form of enslavement, to be colonialized and to be divided and to be basically made to work for free. It's the same thing.
Here's a mistake I think Africans made. We need to learn from others. We have to understand that Africa was not the only continent that Europeans invaded. Europeans also invaded China. And they invaded Japan. They literally colonized these countries. And when the Europeans came there, the first thing they did, what they did in China and also what they did in Africa is similar. They introduced their own ways, and they're trying to convince the people to dump their old way of doing things. Now, one way they do it is to show you flashy things that they bring from Europe, like, oh, we have beautiful things, we have all this advanced technology. But the difference is the Chinese never. Thank you. They never looked at. They were not impressed. They didn't look at what Europeans are bringing and say, "This is so beautiful." So that means you must.
They never turned their back on their own.
Never. Thank you. They never turned their back on their own. They kept their own. And what the Chinese decided to do was like, oh, if you can do these things, I should be able to do it. I should be able to figure out how to do it. And look at the Chinese today. They are more advanced in tech, even more advanced in technology than most white countries. But we Africans, the moment Europeans came with flashy things, yeah, go ahead.
You know what? Even what the Japanese, the first time the Japanese saw the muskets, the guns, they took it right away and just decided, how can we replicate this technology? That's what the Japanese did. They were the first to replicate those muskets from the Europeans as soon as they saw them right away. Instead of just keeping them instead of like in Africa, the kings kept the muskets, the guns, instead of mass manufacturing it to defend ourselves against colonialism, against slavery. The kings took them as some kind of witchcraft thing, some kind of magical thing. The Japanese look at it and say, we can probably replicate this.
I think we Black people, we have this mentality of we want to side with something that we find as cool. Like, just like you guys are talking about these ADOS people, right? They're always negative. We all know the reason why they don't want to associate with Africans, because they see that America right now is more advanced. So they don't want to associate with something that's less. Rather than
who don't want to associate with the Africans? Who are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about those. You guys are talking earlier about some people that would say they're not Africans. They don't want to. Yeah. Those kind of people. And even though it's pure that your ancestors came from there, you're obviously a Black person. But we Blacks naturally by our nature, we don't want to associate with something that's not already built. We don't have the mentality. We don't have the mentality of trying to build for ourselves.
We didn't do this on our own. We're not going to take responsibility for this. We have to put blame where blame belongs. This was embedded into us. Continental, off continental. A lot of us are trying to be what we're not. And that was part of the reason. That's why the European came to Africa and they had such a strong foothold, because they were able to go there and, sell the idea that we have something greater to offer you than you have. Like you just said, they couldn't do it in China. They couldn't do it in Japan. They tried to do these things, but these people, they held on to what they had and they put value on what they had. They didn't buy the trinkets. They didn't buy into the they bought opium. They bought opium to China, to the people when they couldn't, and they got them all addicted. But what they did was they saw the hold that was being put on them and they took it off of them. And we need to do the same.
Yeah, that unfortunately we just have to change the way we think, So we as a people, we like to wait for things to get built before we want to associate with it. So that's why you see a lot of people, these blacks here in America, they don't want to associate with Africa because the excuse they will give you is, oh, it's poverty there, it's this there, it's not so cute, it's not. But why don't you go there and make it? That's your homeland. Why don't you go there and make it happen? Create your. So that's just the mentality, unfortunately, that we have compared to someone like the Chinese. When the white man brings, when the white man,
guys, to my Gambian people on this channel, I'm sorry, Mike, I'm sorry, but I really want to know what he means. What do he mean by in Mandinka tribe is called other slave? What does that mean? Anybody from the Gambia on here still can tell me what is he trying to say?
I think there's still a caste system in not necessarily a slave, but there's reminiscence or something of a caste system going on. It's not legal by law or anything, but there's still a form of caste system in some cultures within the Gambia and Senegal. You know,
so are you saying that in Gambia the Mandinka tribe is considered the slave tribe?
I don't remember that, but sometimes I did watch something that said like that said another tribe, yes, another tribe was a slave tribe of this. They were slaves of these people, and the slave of these people. It goes by familial. It's like it's related to families and family names and all that kind of stuff. So it's not that strong. It's not that strong. It's dying down. But still, some people hold on to that set belief. You know, they hold on to that. Say that family, we used to be slaves of that family. So it happens. It's a caste system in a way, almost a caste system.
So you see, this is a part of what I was talking about. It goes back to that. This is again something that, you know, we need to take a look at, these things that divide us. I mean, these are the reasons why infrastructure and all those things can't be worked on, because we're sitting here protecting our little you know, I'm special because I'm this, I'm different because I'm this.
Can I say something, Gina? Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Sorry to keep interrupting you like that. One thing I know is how China overcame these things. The Chinese had trouble with them, and the Japanese as well eventually had to look at Europeans and say, you know what, in order to become like this, we have to change. So the Japanese changed, and they went on their own. They copied Europeans so much they went on imperialism. Japanese themselves, they did that. You understand? The Chinese changed, but there's a difference here. The Chinese had tried the Cultural Revolution first, and then that Cultural Revolution went by. It didn't produce results. You understand? And then they focused on economical development.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I got to deal with Bo Diddley, and I'm going to let you know I'm going to block you. Sarah Otto, watch the video from the beginning. She said ADOS aren't allowed on her platform. She said, she said she, as a Haitian woman, speaks for African Americans. This dude, I don't even know what to think of you anymore.
Bo Diddley,
You're ridiculous. You're a ridiculous little human being. I don't even think you're a great, like, you might be a very short man. I think you have lots of insecurities because you come on other people's platform and you're just like the most divisive, negative. And the reason I saw this was because I saw him going on in this conversation with Sarah. Yeah, and she said this about this. What I said is, I don't want you coming here, getting on my platform when I'm talking about other things to spread your ADOS divisiveness. Now, if you're not an ADOS divisive person, then you're welcome. But right now, I'm done with you. I mean, I've had you on here for quite a while. I'm blocking you. Please don't come back here. Don't try to get another user. I think you're negative. I think you need to go get some psychiatric help to help you understand or try to configure why it is that you have a problem with people that don't want to talk about just one particular tribe. I'm Haitian. I was born in New Jersey, which makes me African American. I'm also first and foremost African. But I'm not going to let you come on here and tell everybody that, well, what do you have to say other than the same bull that you're always talking about, which is we're African Americans and we're a different tribe and we have a different culture. These are the same. It never changes.
The thing is this
channel right here is about unity again. So anybody that wants to follow him, unblock yourself, because I'm blocking him right now. So if you want to continue the conversation with Mr. Diddley, whatever his name was, go find him. He must have a channel. because I'm tired of him and his ridiculousness. And you know what? I see a couple of you. You're next. I don't need you. Go ahead.
I think. Go ahead.
Go on, Mike.
Yeah, I think the mistake a lot of those guys that call themselves ADOS, the mistake they're making is this: it's okay for you to have an identity, for you to call yourself, call yourself a tribe or something. But what they don't understand is being a tribe doesn't mean you automatically an enemy of somebody else.
Exactly.
Being ADO, call yourself ADOS and Black American Foundation or whatever, it's fine. But it doesn't mean you have to be enemy of somebody else. You don't see Jamaicans saying I'm Jamaicans.
I know
so
lots
now,
of people that are proud to be African American. I'm proud to be African American. I was born in here. I'm proud. I'm proud of that aspect of myself. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that's all I talk about and that's all I want to hear about, because that's not. All I talk about is unity, and all I want to hear about is unity. You have channels you could go to. My brother, there's certain channels you could go to, and all you could talk about is your specialness. But on this channel, we talk about our specialness, our weaknesses. We talk about our brokenness. We come here to heal. If you feel like you are 100% sure of what you are, and you don't come debate with me about what you are and what I'm not, because that's the problem with Mr. Diddley or what his name, Danny, all the other ones that keep coming here. And you're next, miss. I'm watching you. The problem with y'all is you want to come somewhere and you want to talk to somebody about what they're not. If you're sure about what you are, then go fit in where you get in. Why do you want to come here and push on me? This is what I am. This is what I am. See me, see me, see me. Such a narcissist. It's not about you. I'm coming for you next.
Hello.
The thing about having a conversation with somebody that believe that they are from the ADOS, and I'm not saying African Americans, not all African Americans subscribe to this. Oh, our slavery was different than everybody else's slavery. Not all African Americans are sitting here using that divisiveness. The thing about you is that you want to sit there and you want everybody to stop what they're doing and only hear your pain. We all went through some hell with these people and with our people. We all need to talk about what broke us, and we all need to talk about putting it together. But that's not what your plan is. Go have those discussions about reparation. Go have those discussions about making being proud of being whatever you are, where you are. Like I said, I'm not proud to be in captivity. So stop it. Don't waste your time. Don't come on here. You want to have a conversation about slavery across the board, then make it across the board on this panel. And I told you, it's my panel. I could do what I want. If you don't like it, go make your own channel and talk crap about me. I'm good for it. I don't care. But on this channel, I talk about what's important to me, and what's important to me is unity. I can't focus in on what you think is important, period, point blank. Okay, so he says, Bijou Noir, let me help you out. He's just what? That's it, the group and lineage and custom music, dance, food, etc., whatever. I don't understand what that means, because to be honest with you, I heard what that brother said when Danny came up here. He was talking about who has the rights to call something chitlins. You people crack me up. I'm done. He wanted to talk about who has the right to call something chitlins. And the other one was talking about nobody went through the same kind of slavery we went through. How the hell do you didn't even go through slavery? Your ancestors did, and my ancestors did. And if you read the history behind it, man, you'd be surprised of what those other places went through. Stop it.
Actually, Brazil had the worst. I won't say we had the worst, but
yes.
Actually, yeah, Brazil had it terrible, man. When I read it, slavery in Brazil, it was, whoo, my God. And also, it was the last place that actually, it was the last place that slavery was actually abolished, was in Brazil. And I mean, I think the mistake is this: some people just have this mentality that they have to own the monopoly of oppression. Oh, we're the most oppressed. Come on, you're not, man. Come on. Everybody has been oppressed, man. Even Nigeria, just in the 60s. We had a tribe that lost 3 million people. I mean, like 3 million. Like
you lost more than 3 million. How many people were taken into slavery? Those were people taken from Africa. That was a loss for Africa. And you know what? That it continues to be a loss when we have people that can't understand that. The most important thing that we need to do moving forward is to move as a unit. We're not gonna make any changes if we're being divided and divisive. I don't even understand what the whole argument is with ADOS, but the only thing I could tell you is when they come on my channel, they're being divisive and negative and just counter speaking everything that's being spoken about. For why? I mean, today was it for me. We're talking about chitlins, and this person's talking about you can't say you had chitlins. That's an African American thing. What? They called it different things, bro. But all our ancestors in the Caribbeans, they ate pig intestines. Yes. Yes. I don't know if y'all knew that, but that's the part. Before you think you know it all, do the research. We had some of the same experiences, and I need y'all to understand that and stop using those things that that you experienced and not understanding that your brother and your sisters experienced it too throughout the world. On continent, off continent. We're all broken, we're all hurt. And you're going to sit there and you're going to make it seem like your hurt is greater than our hurt. And we need to only think about your hurt. That's some bull. Well, you know what? I'm going to ask you something. Do you think French is our language, FBA Nigel? That's what Haitians speak, French, and then the patois to French. We lost our language too. We lost our real names too. And even though we fought in 1804 and we won, we still didn't get those things back. We're still lost. We lost all those things too, and that's the part that they don't understand. We lost our language too. We speak a different language than English, but it is not our language. It's the French. That language we speak came from France. We don't know our history too. We only know what the French left for us in books. And trust me, they lied to us like they lied to you. The only thing that we have is an understanding of what happened when we got to Haiti. Period. The Caribbean went through it too. And I would think our African American brothers and sisters, we consider you, the Caribbeans, the Africans, we all consider you to be one of the wisest. And I know ADOS don't speak for, the people that rep themselves ADOS, angry ADOS, not the net positive ones, because there are positive ADOS that the only thing they're trying to do is get that reparation so they could keep it moving and leave this hell hole. There are some positive ADOS out there, but only the angry ADOS come to my channel with their drama. It's ridiculous. We went through it too. And our brothers and sisters on the continent, they went through it too. That's all I'm saying. Nobody loves African Americans more than me. That's all I know is African Americans. I was speaking to a Haitian today and she was telling me how I don't even know how to speak Creole right. And it's true. I was born in Jersey. I don't know how to speak Creole right. But that being said, I understand one thing now more than ever. African, baby. I'm African. My ancestors were African. They were taken to those places. I cannot claim that island just because my ancestors were enslaved there. I have some people that just joined the channel. I'm going to let you guys speak. Jahari, welcome, sis. I haven't seen you in a while. Heavenly Beautifully, welcome. Akin, welcome, my sister. Thank you for becoming a member today. And I don't want to mispronounce your name, so tell me, what is your name? Unaid? Okay, you're on mute, so I can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. But before you go on, yes, how do you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
Chizoro.
Chizoro, it's you. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So that being said, one moment, okay? We're gonna let Johari go, and I'm gonna go down the line as you guys came in. Johari, welcome, sis. Tell me what you think about the conversation. I guess I lost my sister. She just left. I'm gonna go to Heavenly Beautifully. Sis Johari, come back in. I'm sorry, it looks like I lost you. Go ahead, Heavenly Beautifully. Tell me what you think about.
What's going on, fam?
Hey sis, love you. Welcome back.
I love you. I love you. Even though I'm always multitasking and trying to hit up these lives.
I understand.
I wanted to say a few things. I said, let me get in. I noticed that the pointing out of making it seem like only one group suffered more than the other, and I really got to come with that. I noticed that. And what that does is it's selfish. It's like saying me. Look at me, it's only me. Like, no, you can't do that. Because the truth of the matter is all of us that have that slavery background, whether we look black enough or not, you have that blood, you're affected by it. The DNA speaks. And that's why it's so important to educate ourselves about everyone's culture. We can't say, oh, you know what, African Americans don't have no culture. This country don't have no culture. Africans didn't suffer. You can't say that. I think we're all suffering from the same dilemmas in different ways. Because to be honest, we're ignorant of a lot of things. Because if you look into the culture, if you look into the history of things that happen in the southern part of Africa, central part of Africa, the Gallica Wars, like what the Bible talk about the Gallicans, they called those people in the Congos and Angola and all that whole sub-Saharan region, the Gallicans. And there was a big battle there with the Europeans, and they suffered. You have the people in the Congo suffered. You had the people in Namibia suffered. I mean, real slavery, guys, getting your hands cut off for rubber. So you can't say, oh, we suffered and we're the only ones suffered. No, we got to stop that. And you know what? Even though my parents are Jamaican, I was born and raised in New York City. I'm African American. I consider myself Jamaican. I didn't even realize I was so different until recently. You know what I mean? And the truth is, we're not really different. We're not really different. So when this thing talking about, oh, our ancestors were slaves and your ancestors didn't suffer long enough, we're different. Oh, we're Native American. Child, please. All the natives in all of the Americas were African. Let me just tell you that. They were Africans that mixed up with one another, and the Europeans, the little tribe of Europeans that was coming even before the 1400s, that were mixed and mixed with those little bit of natives. So when this thing talking about, oh,
I'm happy you brought that up, sis, because to be honest with you, one thing I don't think people understand is something that I found out recently. Like, you can't even understand or even start to understand where your ancestors were sold from and to. Most of the slaves were taken to the Caribbeans and then sold and dispersed to different places. That's one fact. This is history. Do the research. Now, there's also another fact that if you do a DNA test, it's easy as that. You'll see that. Recently when I took a DNA test, I have ancestors. I have family members in Jamaica. I have some in
me too.
In North Carolina. I have some in Haiti. I have some all over, because that means that they were dispersing us and breeding us and selling us off to all over. When you would have a child in the plantation and they would sell that child, do you think that child only stayed in North America? Do you not understand that child was probably sold to somebody that was taking them to the Caribbeans? And we're dividing ourselves in a way that's really non-constructive. Thank you, Heavenly Beautifully, for bringing that.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure, yes.
and I'm gonna go.
No,
You
you're
know,
fine. Go
I'm
ahead.
glad we brought this up because I mentioned this in another live. It's so annoying. You know what I mean? It's really tribalism. I'm telling you. I want to tell you, I was waiting for me to get on your live so I could share this experience. I was on Facebook, right? And there's this group about I think they call the Black Coalition. And somebody shared a picture about a Cherokee girl. So I understand what Cherokee really is. It really comes from the word Cherokee or Chiroko. You understand what I'm saying? They don't know that. That's why when people that say they are Cherokee, they're coming up with that same genetic background connected to that name. So it could be Cherokee or Chiroko or Cherokee. So this girl, I shared a little bit about how I was sharing some of the names in Africa that are connected to the Native Americans and the Africans that are exactly the same. And I had a lot of response. One girl, she came for me. She was like, "Oh, we're natural. We are Native American, and that's our heritage." Blah 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 blah. She even got so far that she wanted to friend me on Facebook and came for me. So I said, "Okay, I'm gonna let her send me a message." And then she was just all over the place. And I had to tell her, I said, "Sis, you are not emotionally intelligent. You need to calm down." So are you that angry that people you're identified, that the Native Americans are some of them are identifying with being African? You hate yourself that much? No one is saying that you're not even Native Americans, because I don't even believe that all these people, Black people, could be lying. I don't believe that. I just think that there is a brainwashing and a twisting of the story. The fact is that the natives were African, but because you don't like your African self and you don't even take time to get to know the many the so many cultures that are in Africa and their languages, you can't even identify the names with African names. You couldn't, because you're so blinded. So I wanted to say that we really got to really spread the word and stop that. You can't say that this person's background was worse than this, because I'm going to tell you the truth. You know why Jamaicans can't stand homosexuals? Because they were having sex farms. They were backbreaking the men in Jamaica like crazy.
Facts.
They was raping them like crazy. I'm telling you that happened. And trust me, there were chains. They got houses where they got the chains. You can't say that your experience is worse, because we are all suffering from this PTS syndrome. You know what I mean? And I just want to say, you know what? We're going to get better, but we just got to keep it real with ourselves. And we got to all see that we're all one. Even the Africans, the continental, they suffer too, whether they know it or not. And
I'm happy you said that, sis, because to be honest with you, that's all I want to hold on to is they suffer too. And when I say they, I mean, we need to be saying that about all of us, each other, because we need to stop thinking that this thing only happened to us, because it did not. Welcome, Akin.
It's a worldwide thing, guys. Do you know they call it the New World Order then? Y'all need to read y'all books. They called it that in 1700, 1800. Do you not see what's going on? They called it the New World Order. And what is a New World Order? When the whole blasted world is in on it. The whole world was in
cahoots.
To rob you, to
they
steal
all had
from
a blueprint, just like they went to Africa and they sat there in Berlin conference and decided that they were going to go to Africa and divide it. They also had an outline of how they were going to treat us once they took us. Why do you think there were so many things that were coincidence, the same thing that would happen? And they were hanging us in all those places. They were treating us the same
even
thing.
Asian countries, guys.
It's like they had a blue book.
Asian countries. But people don't think Asians are black. I'm telling you, y'all need you know what I wanted to say real quick? Do you know Japanese language is so identical with African language? I'm telling you, y'all will be so shocked. It's identical with a lot of African language. Their culture is identical.
Thank you so much, sis. I want to give Akin an opportunity
All right,
to say
but I'm gonna go. Peace. I'm gonna
you.
catch y'all in the comment section.
Okay, so Akin, sis, thank you for being so patient. Please tell me what you think. Contribute. Let me know what your thoughts are. And again, thank you for becoming a member. I saw that. You're my first member. Hey.
No problem. No problem.
I ain't got none of them perks, I promised yet. I just
yeah, I just want to say hello to everyone. Hello, Gina.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone in the chat. I just want to share an experience because me being a Jamaican American, I'm in an interesting position here in this world because of the fact that there is so much self-hate and tribalism within our community due to slavery. My family is Jamaican. I'm a first generation Jamaican. I'm the first person in my family that was born in the United States. But my family does not say that I'm Jamaican. My family says that I'm American. They do not claim me to be Jamaican. I am American. Meanwhile, I didn't eat a lot of American foods until I was in my 20s. And and I still don't eat a lot of American foods. Like just one example of how my heritage is a little different from the African American heritage, yet my heritage does not claim me. And I also, African Americans say that I am not American because I'm a first generation Jamaican. So it's
let me just say this to empowered Black women: you are welcome to come on here and speak. I've never heard you come on here and speak. Actually, what you do is you sit in the comments and you make little negative statements, but you are welcome to come on here and speak. But understand that when you're speaking to the same a people that's been through the same kind of hurt that you've been through. Period. And I don't want divisiveness, period. So you're welcome to come on here and speak. But this is not about just African Americans. This is about all of us. All of us.
So, but yes, as I was saying, all of that, like I've had Black Americans tell me that I don't deserve reparations from America because my family is Jamaican. And Black Americans, African Americans, they don't even recognize that America is not the only country that owes them reparations. Europe owes them reparations as well. Spain owes them reparations. France owes them reparations. They limit themselves to just America, and that's where tribalism comes in to speak with amongst the entire Black race. There's a huge sense of tribalism over here, and it was brought from Africa, and they've kept that sense of tribalism.
Man, I'm happy you said that, because guess what? That's the source.
Yes, there's like a huge sense of tribalism. And
hold on.
Hold on, wait a minute. And I say all of that to say this. And I say all of that
to finish. You could respond. One moment.
So I say all of that to say this. We ultimately have to understand pretty much what you've been saying here today is that we all have a sense of hurt. We all have been through things through the generations. Yes. We all have to meet somewhere in the middle, and accountability has to be taken in order for that to happen. Accountability is very important as far as being able to heal from certain things, because if people aren't taking accountability, then I don't think that there's going to be any moving forward. And that's all I have to say.
I think you're right. And accountability is one of the big words, keywords on the table today, because you see, we have to take accountability for not only what happened to us, because what happened to us is something that we have to own. They're never going to come and apologize. We're never going to get an apology. We're never going to get any form of give back or payback for what was done to us. I don't even think there's an amount that they can give us that can really restore what was taken from us. So we have to take accountability for what happened to us, and we have to take accountability to try to find out why it happened. What were the breakdowns? What were some of the reasons that we actually, were weak and open to allow this thing to come in and cause so much division. I like that Akin brought up the fact that we were divided prior to them even going there. This tribalism thing, it started at home, y'all. It started on the continent. So let's not be in denial about that. Let's not be angry about that. Let's just walk in the kitchen, clean it up. We could stand there and look at the mess all day long, or we could just get in there and clean it up. Be honest with ourselves. It's nasty. Let's get it together. Renee, professional nurse developer. Welcome, sis. I don't think I've ever seen you on here. You are welcome to the channel and to the family. Please tell me what you think about this discussion. Oh, you're on mute. Unmute your... Oh, you're good now. You're good now.
Okay, I'm good. Yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And to be honest with you, I forgot the topic. So was it something relating to, are we African
Black
or the
culture
slave
versus slave culture? And when I say Black, I mean across the board.
Okay. All right. And I have to be honest, I did not really hear much of what anybody said.
Well, that's good.
So I'm
fresh
just
off the
well, yes, right. So here is my perspective. I feel that all of us melanated people are African. So none of us, our plight is not worse than the other. We all suffer, whether we're on the continent, the Caribbeans, and so on and so forth. And if we acknowledge that, because I'm African American, and I don't say that to distance myself from the fact that I was born here in America. I know I see some of us, we distance ourselves and say, oh, I was born over here. My ancestors are from there, but I'm truly from here. And I think that for me or us who were born in America, we had to evolve. You know what I'm saying? We had to, in order for our ancestors, whatever, to survive this horrible, horrendous environment, you know, we had to kind of sort of evolve to where we at today.
We had to adapt. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And the same thing, you know, with those in the Caribbeans and so on and so forth. We've all suffered. I think today the distinct difference is our brothers and sisters on the continent are not up under this constant assault, you know, as we are in America with this, you know, horrible system that we in. But I think that we do, all of us have to create a sisterhood, a brotherhood, because we're all struggling. It doesn't matter, you know, where we're at. And even the continent is still, you know, suffering. There's a lot of unrest. There's a lot of, you know, issues. Indirectly, you know, the continent is being impacted, you know, by white supremacy. So that has, you know, its own ramifications. But I just think that we, all of us, have to acknowledge that we're first, and we've all suffered, you know, up under these systems, none better or worse than the other. It just is what it is.
And I'm happy you said that, because that first thing that was key for me. Like, we're African first. We're African first, we're African last. It doesn't even matter. All the stuff that we were given. And that was, I was saying, Renee, that's exactly what I was saying. My point is, there's been extensions added to all that the one thing that we are is African. Now, there was a discussion that I was on and somebody brought up admixture, but that we all understand where that admixture come from. There's nothing to be proud of. First and foremost, we're African. We're African, and we need to face that fact proudly. We need to appreciate it. We need to embrace it, and we need to now look at it for what it is, the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. Yeah. On continent, off continent, if we're doing this together, we're having this discussion, and we're able to understand that what, like you said earlier, what my brothers and sisters went through in America, it was not right. It was not good. It was not balanced. It was terrible. It was all those things, but it was the same for the people in the Caribbean. And it was the same, you know, for the people on the continent. We all had different privileges in those different things. The privilege of being in America was maybe you are now able to, privilege in this generation where it was harder in that generation, where right now our brothers and sisters in the continent, for the most part, some of them are less privileged now and was more privileged then. And there's some balances that are going on in the Caribbean, but we all caught it. Be it by it was something that we dropped the ball on, and that's why we ended up being caught sleeping. These people were able to do this to us. And Akin brought up something. We were already tribal prior to these people coming to Africa. That's why they were able to come and do what they did to us. There was a breach. So we need to be honest to ourselves, because it's going to continue to be a breach, and we're never going to be able to get it together if we can't, first and foremost, look at this situation for what it is and say, hey, we all got caught up in this thing. This train ran all over us all. Let's now help each other up, find a way to build each other up. So let's say our children's children will have more of themselves than we do. I'm ready to go to the next step, y'all. I'm tired of having to stop right there and just not being able to face myself. I'm so angry that I can only fight you. I'm not willing to fight my brothers and sisters anymore. This whole thing with ADOS for me is like, I have to fight you. I don't want to fight you anymore. I love you. I'm ready to love you. I'm ready to unite with you. I'm ready to talk to you about what we can do. And it's funny because our African brothers, our African-American brothers and sisters in America are some of the brightest and some of the most eclectic. And we need you on board. And it's not going to be okay. It's not okay when you sit there and tell us that you're different than us, because we know it's not true. And you know it's not true. Stop feeding into that. Stop feeding into that lie, because that is one lie that you're still holding on to. What really is happening is you're afraid to face yourself.
Gina.
Go ahead.
Gina.
Yes.
We had this discussion with Danny himself. I was in that live with Danny at the channel of Unapologetic Nigopian. They told us the mission of EDIOS has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, has nothing to do with Africa. We are not even in their conversation. It's about their mission with the United States. So I just wonder, okay, why does he continue keep coming to Pan-Africanist channels pushing forward his agenda? You understand? So he shouldn't be coming here, because he said we Pan-Africans have nothing to do with their agenda. So they're completely separate. You understand what I mean? The fact that he's coming back, and they're always coming back, is incessant and it's petty. It's petty and it's incessant. I can only conclude that their mission is entirely disruption and division.
But don't worry. You know what it is? They're coming back because they're fighting with that inner spirit that's telling them you're African. The African-American part is still there. African-American. Until you could remove that whole African, and you can't. They won't let you do it in this country. You're going to be African-American. You can't remove the African part. You want to just be American? Or do you want to hold on to, you're African-American? And my thing is, like somebody was I told y'all earlier that some Haitian had a nerve to tell me that I wasn't all Haitian because I'm not talking about staying in Haiti and fixing Haiti, because I don't want to fix a prison. Haiti to me was a prison. Freedom to me is taking the soul that was snatched out of Africa, dragged across the ocean, and put into this place called Haiti, or now Haiti. And now, this is home. It was never our home. It was a prison. And we stayed there too long. And now that we're waking up and Africa is beautiful in our eyes, it's because our soul has waken up. Our soul, that which is inside of us, is starting to see our mother for what she is. Oh, empowered Black woman. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to use it to get back to Africa. I know you want me to do that. That being said, let's read her comment. This is my ADOS sister. She says, if I have my ADOS baby in Haiti, I bet my child won't be Haitian. You can't be born into somebody else's lineage history, but everybody else can. You know what? Okay, let me say this to you. I'm going to make this clear, and this might be a little hurtful, but I'm going to make it clear. You don't write the laws of this country. Your master do. Your master says if somebody is born in this country, then they are African American. I'm sorry to say this. I'm going to say this like this because I'm going to bring it home. We don't make the laws in this country empowered Black women. I was born in New Jersey, so that makes me an African American. I'm sorry. My parents were Haitian. Just like you were born in this country and it makes you an African American. But your parents and their parents before that, if you are of African lineage, was African. I don't decide. I mean, to be honest with you, if I have a baby, my ADOS baby in Haiti, I bet my child won't be Haitian. Your child will be Haitian if they grow up there. They're going to speak Creole. They're going to act like a Haitian. They're going to eat like a Haitian. By the time your child turn 18 and leave, and if they never go back to America, if they turn 18, they're going to be more Haitian than you would ever imagine. It doesn't matter. There's an African proverb that says if a log, if you put a log in a river, it's still a log. It don't become an alligator. It don't matter where you were born. And this makes more sense. The fact that you brought this up, my sister, even makes more point. Just because you were born in America and your ancestors were born in America, don't make them Americans. It makes them Africans. We're all African. You see how you made my point even more so? And thank you for the $5. It's going to take me to the Gambia. I love you. Okay, so that being said, KVNG, I want to ask you, what do you want to share to this perspective? What do you want to share tonight towards this?
I think it's very interesting because I came to my truth from a video that I watched from Dr. John Henry Clark. And I think if you look at even the idea of Pan-Africanism and the idea of the unification of African people, it was started from the diaspora. And I think most of us in Africa, it's not that we are divisive or we are tribalistic or anything. We have not been educated or socialized in the sense of finding a common cause and unifying so as to see that. Because in Africa, we do not see Europeans as our enemy. But in the diaspora, you see Europeans as your enemy. Because you have personal relationship with them. In Africa, our leaders are our enemies. And our leaders separate us on the basis of ethnic tribes. So hence, they solidify the tribalisms. Right. So we see each other as the enemy because that the true enemy is hiding behind the curtains. Mm-hmm. And he's using the leaders as the puppet against us.
Yes.
So I think if Africans 60 years ago were socialized on the basis of, it doesn't matter what tribe you are, on the basis of maybe the tone of our color, we are going to form unification on that basis to help build our nations. I swear to you, it wouldn't have taken us 60 years for us to be where we are now. Mm-hmm. But we're not educated in that sense because the education system that was left for us was to prepare us to be nothing more but clergies and the rest for the colonial powers. So we were never educated to have a sense of building our own empires or stuff.
Go ahead. Continue, my brother.
So that's what, because at first I didn't want to identify with the idea of black, because when I saw when I hear black, it comes with a negative connotation in my mind. Until I learned a little bit about my history, and I came to they understand, like, even if you look at East Africans, they don't like the word black. East Africans don't like the word black because they think it's divisive. But I think the importance is not even on the word, because if throughout history you see that all the people that came to contact with us use that word to describe us, regardless of which part of Africa they came into contact with us. So we are unifying when we say black, we are unifying on the basis of that, just to use that as a unifying factor. Mm-hmm. A unifying factor. So instead of calling ourselves by tribes and other stuff, we are going to use that because when it comes to the word African, you must also take into consideration the north part of Africa. And if you take the northern part of Africa, that one also comes with another connotation, because those people in the northern part of Africa won't consider themselves black. And even the people that have dark skin there, they do not treat them as such. Because if we are to be truthful to ourselves, the masses of people living in North Africa that have white skin are not truly indigenous to that land. It's history. They may tell you that they have been there for over 5,000 BEC. But if you check the migration pattern, but that's not even the important one. But that shows that the issue is that because of the way we look and our skin tone, it has been a factor for us to be oppressed. Not 500 years ago. Dr. Henry Clark said the African hasn't been oppressed for 500 years ago. The African has always been under attack for millennium years. Everybody that comes in contact with us, they want to steal our culture, they want to steal our intellect, they want to steal everything that is around us. Because we do not find wealth in what we have. And because we have an innate character to share everything that we have with everybody, people always take advantage of that. So nowadays, we are nowadays, because we have been educated through the white man's education, so we have become selfish in our way of thinking. So when people that look like us even come to ask for help, we feel a bit distrustful of them, because the white man has indoctrinated us with some part of his own mentality. And if the Africans that did not have that even personal contact has been indoctrinated like that, then how more the people that have been living with him for over 500 years?
He just made a very point. He said if the Africans were indoctrinated that way, how more about us throughout the diaspora?
Yeah,
that's deep. That says it right there. That's deep. That says it right there. We cannot ignore this Ghanaian brother that's telling us they did this to us, they did that to us. So how much more did they do to y'all? And we have to be able to see that what happened to us also happened to them. And if we don't see that, we're gonna still be holding this. And you know what that does? When we see that, it takes away this anger that we have inside towards our brothers. We understand that we were misled. They were misled. We were poised to hurt each other from the very beginning.
Like whenever we came to the conversation, like when I was having conversation with some African American, they always bring the question of you sold us into slavery. And at first it was a very how can I say, it pushed some people away. But
but let me ask you something. Don't brush that away. I want to ask you something. How does that make you feel when we say that? When the diaspora family come to you or an African hear us say you sold us? How does it make you feel? Explain that to us. Break it down, because we need to hear it.
First, it makes me feel a bit
better.
One moment. You're gonna be next, Mr. Mac. Yo, go ahead.
First, it makes me guilty, and second, I feel a bit angry, and like I feel helpless. Like I feel like I am entitled to help, but I don't know how to help because we are separated by the Atlantic Ocean.
So you don't even know how to make it right. You say you don't know.
And I do not have billions of dollars to make everything go away. So that's why I said the African youth and like the Africans, we must entice our leader to make sure, especially West Africa and Central Africa, because that part of Africa has a shared history, because we have over 250 million people outside of the continent to the west to claim. And we must make sure that we form an alliance. We can even form an alliance on that basis. We can form an alliance on that basis.
What you just said was powerful. That's a very strong alliance right there. the unification of all the countries in Africa, saying, hey, you know, we want our people back. We want you to make a way where our people have an easy way of just coming and transitioning. And not only that, they deserve what was taken from them. You know, it would be such a great movement if it was done by our leaders on the continent.
I think the problem with us is the African has never laid claim to his own identity.
Right.
Because the African always allowed people to identify him. And if you cannot lay claim to your identity, you cannot make even a cause. What is the cause of the African in the 21st century? And I think this can be our cause. By the end of 21st century, what is the cause of the African on the continent? We are always thinking about today, how to survive today till tomorrow.
Well,
what about a decade?
With other nationalities, they're planning decades. You know,
what about a decade? What about centuries?
Yes, I agree. Before you go
what
on,
about
I just want to
centuries?
take the time to thank you, Mary G. I want to thank you again. I will say this: every penny that I get is going to take me to the continent. It's going to take me home to the Gambia, smiling coast of Gambia. She wanted me to read this message. I just want to read it before this message just away. These super chats disappear if you don't bring them up at a certain point. Mary G says, empowered Black women, your ancestors share blood relations with their relatives left back home in Africa. Enslavers never took whole, intact families. And I am so happy you brought that up. Something else I wanted to tell my sister, the empowered Black woman, in your response to what you said about the African, if you were born in Haiti, would that child be considered a Haitian? I think Akin Tunde responded to you, my Haitian brother, to tell you this: Haiti, when we fought our revolution, when we won that war, we basically made it in our constitution that anybody with melanin, anybody that is Black, if you make it to the shores of Haiti, you are granted citizenship. Period. Point blank. I just wanted to respond to that. Go ahead, my brother. Continue.
Yeah. So I think we must be that was I said we can even unify on that basis, through the enslavement basis. Then we can even look to the past history of over 5,000 years, because most people are focusing on Egypt, but we haven't even solved the 500 years history. And I think it's a stepping block, because the problem I always have is that whenever this issue of slavery comes, like it always points to America, like North America, specifically US. And most of the time we neglect South America, we neglect Central America, we neglect the Caribbeans, we neglect the Europe. And I think that is the problem.
We can't overshadow those.
I think that's what Denise was trying to point out.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What KV and G just said was what Denise was trying to point out, that when we think about slavery, we think about North America only and all that. So you were just trying to highlight that.
I apologize. I don't know where my sister went. I'm sorry, sis. I love you. Denise, where are you? You know I can't make it through these shows without you. I don't know where my sister is, but I'm gonna go and scrabble. I love my sister. I need her back in here. But I was so upset with the ADOS. So I'm gonna tell you something, you guys. I promise you, I'm gonna be blocking y'all because I need to focus. We need to talk. We need to talk about what hurt us, what broke us. And you guys are obviously, you're not broken. You're feeling good about your African Americanness, and that's great. I'm happy for you. I rock with my African American family. If this is what those of you that want to be in that course, I support you. Please support me in my course of unity by staying away from my channel if you can't be productive, if you can't be positive. That's all I'm going to say. I will never go to your channel and say you don't deserve this or you're not that. If you truly believe this is where you are right now and this is what you're going after, there might be a reason. There might be a reason that your spirit is telling you this is the fight you want to fight. And I'm not going to fight you on that. If you like it, I love it. And that's my mindset with that. But at the same time, understand that this channel is not the space or place to come with the divisiveness. And it is divisive to come on here and start telling people that we're not the same. This is where I stop listening. So whatever jewels that you might have to give after that, once I hear that, once I see that coming, I cut you off, period, point blank. And that's my opinion on that. Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Renee, did you
Hello.
have something you wanted to share, or what? Who was speaking? I don't even know. Go ahead.
Sorry. It's me again. Back to the main topic. It's about identifying which attributes of our cultures are bad. That is now down to that, identifying which is bad and what to get rid of and what to keep. And this is a problem. And sometimes I fear it, because looking at the example of China, when they went through the Cultural Revolution, it was a tough one, you know. So is it safe to be going through a culture where we pick and choose what to reject, which to reject, and which culture to reject, you know? So I'm thinking, should we focus more on advancing economically rather first, and becoming self-actualizing ourselves, rather than fixing the culture? Because right now the Chinese are now revisiting their cultural revolution now that they're rich. That's what's happening. Is it which one comes before which? That's what I wonder. What do you think about that?
We can do both.
I'm happy he said that. We can do both.
I think we can do both, because even in the aspect of trading, culture can be shared. It's not only it's not even in the systematic order, like we have to do this first before the other. We can do both in the same situation or scenario. We don't always have to choose between two things.
I'm happy you said that, because we don't have to choose. It's just like this. We don't all have to go back to Africa, y'all. Those of y'all that want to stay here, all I'm saying is, while you're here, A1. If you're African American, put that African first. If you're African Haitian, put that African first. African Jamaican, put the African first. Let's work together. Matter of fact, when you see the Chinese stay here and they have their families over there, they're building for their families. Their fortunes are geared towards home. So if you're here and this is what you plan to be, and this is where you plan to be, just support the Blackness, support your people any way you can. This is all I'm saying. I know that everybody's not going to go to Africa. I'm not asking you to. To be honest with you, I know I'm going to be having to go back and forth, because all my children are not going, and I'm never going to be completely separated from my children. So I'm not going to be comfortable going to Africa and not coming back and forth. I know I'm going to go back and forth. You know why? Because half of my life is here. Even though I want to go build my life there, I know that some of us may never go to Africa.
Some of us even do not need to go to Africa. We can do even much more at our various points. All we need is a collaboration.
And that's what I'm saying. This is not about me trying to put everybody on this channel, on this chat, in a boat and shipping you to Africa. No, this is about us coming to the realization and us putting our mindset, gearing our mindset to who we are. Culturally, African is who we are. Where I've been to many places. Our ancestors have been to many places. But where are we from? This is what the discussion is about.
You see, Gina, you see how Western culture sometimes likes to do what they say cultural appropriation. You see that debate where they say some people like to copy other cultures to try and make themselves look cool or hip or woke or something. I think with the amount of cultures and diversity in Africa, I think eventually so many people will be so interested to know a little bit about every different African culture. You know what I mean? So many African Americans or diasporans will eventually want to say, you know what, maybe I will want to know about that African culture just to set myself apart, just to set myself unique. So I think eventually people will move towards that area of wanting to associate or get to know. I think that is a positive way to go about it, to get to know each other. I think so many African cultures have a lot to offer, and I think if the diaspora take it up, it could help reintegrate them back into society. You know, that's what it is. I think that's how we should move forward.
And to add something to even us on the continent can begin to see each other, because we are locked in our various countries and we do not know each other. Yeah, we do not know each other. everything that we know about each other are what our media is portrayed to us, which most of the time has its own agenda attached to it. So,
yes,
and
I saw that.
I think
this message from Akin Tunde the Great, my Haitian brother. I'll visit Africa, but I won't move back because my ancestors founded Haiti. Your ancestors founded Chicago too. It was founded by a Haitian, but we can't claim that. I don't acknowledge that Africa is the homeland of the Haitian people, though. I do acknowledge rather. And you're right. Just like this brother said, Haiti is beautiful. The ocean, I mean, it's like little Africa to me. It's beautiful. It's got the coconut tree, the mango trees. There are so many places that we can go to as a melanated people. The only reason that I say that I'm not holding on to Haiti is because my ancestors were taken there. Yes, they fought there, but I feel like personally, I need to take this soul, this Haitian, this person that I call Haitian, but really came from Africa. I need to take her home. Now, that being said, I am not mad at any of my brothers and sisters in Haiti that feel like this is home. This is where we're staying. I think that's a beautiful thing because guess what? Our ancestors did bleed in those places. They lost their lives in those places. Some of us may feel an attachment to those places. I can't speak for your ancestor. Mine's is telling me to go to Africa. So that's just it. Our ancestors may be telling us different things, and that's okay. This channel is for those of us that are being called, to understand our Africanness and to try to communicate with those of us that are African. And it's nothing wrong with that. We're going to learn from each other. You see this brother that says he's never going to leave Haiti? I like to make a connection with him because guess what? We could do business from Haiti to Africa. We could do this. Let's find a way to work around our differences. And my African American brothers and sisters, ADOS, those of us that are not leaving America because we are feeling like this is my culture, that's fine. We could do business. I could trust you more than I can trust the enemy.
Can I ask a question? What was the concern with the Adolf? I'm missing that whole.
There's no concern, other than the fact that when they come on the channel, and this happens when people come on the channel and they want to say, well, we're different. We're African Americans, and our culture, we're completely different. We're not the same people. That's divisiveness to me. And you could go talk about that with people that want to be divisive. But when you come to Bijounois, it's really about unification. I put that in my description. It's about the unification of our people. You come in here telling me that you feel like you're a different culture, you're different. You don't want to be looked at as this or that. You don't want to be categorized as this or that. We have our own agenda. Leave us out of this Back to Africa movement. Then why are you here? You understand what I'm saying? That's a little strange for you to be.
Yeah. So my response to that is that I see on both ends, I see where Africans on the continent are very patriotic and they feel like we're not culturally Africans. And also, like you were saying, with the ADOS here, they're so patriotic. And I'm not sure if it's tied to the reparations or whatever. I guess that might be
to the reparations.
Right. Yeah. So that might be they're so patriotic, with this whole reparations, and my ancestor built this country and so on and so forth. But what I think was going to end up happening for both of us, when I say both of us, I mean our sisters and brothers on the continent as well as here, in America, as time go on, this whole kind of sort of divisiveness is going to slowly dissolve itself because we really appreciate that we all have some contributions out of the pain that we suffered. I can understand that culturally, when I come to the continent, that I have to, make some adjustments. I have to adapt myself and so on and so forth. That's to be expected.
Just like our brothers and sisters have to adapt when they come here. to
Yes.
culture differences and things like that. It's no different.
Right. So, I think that that's going to wane in time. But I do hear on both ends that, okay, African Americans say we're different. And I hear Africans saying, well, you stand out like a sore thumb when you come to the continent. So I do hear it on both ends. And I think that, unfortunately, the ADOS here and some of our patriotic brothers on the continent, they're going to be that way. And I think we have to come to terms with that. We have to move on, with those of us who feel that Pan-Africanism and being African is way more important to building the continent, to unify it and become a strong, unified force. And the sweet young guy who was saying that he was sort of hurt, when people bring up
Our Ghanaian brother, KVNG.
Yeah. So, when they talk about we were sold, by our sisters and brothers, what I have to say to that is that over the years, and I'm almost 60, so it's not like I'm some spring chicken or whatever, but when we've been told this in some ways in school, that a part of how slavery came about was, because our sisters and brothers sold us. So this brainwashing has continued on. And so for a swath of us here in America who don't want to do the work, who don't want to do, the research that's necessary to fully understand how slavery came about, we buy into this, ideology that our sisters and brothers sold us. It's the easy way. Yes,
Easy. Yeah.
right. It's very easy. It's just acceptable. They sold us, so that's it. So there's going to be those types of people, and that will continue. But for us who are fully aware, who have the passion and desire to connect and understand that we all, have this struggle, this pain, we just need to get on board with each other. That's really what we need to do. We can't continue this divide about you're not African enough because you don't, speak the language, or the ADOS is saying we're different, or whatever the case may be. That's irrelevant in the bigger scheme of things, because we're all being impacted by this system, all of us. Africa is completely underdeveloped because of white supremacy.
Right. And I'm happy you said that. Everything you said, I agreed with it 100%. And if we don't understand that Africa is the way it is because of slavery and because of the colonialization that went there, that's why we should, as the diasporans, try to understand that our mother, our continent, this is our home. I don't care about the few Africans that make you feel like this is not your home. It's your home.
Definitely.
It's not right for us to leave it under the condition it is in, without us trying to make a difference with our brothers and sisters on the continent. Be it that you see yourself as a Haitian and you're never going to leave the country. Home. The root of your home is Africa. So try to make a difference for Africa, because I truly believe that when Africa is on its feet, because we have to be honest with ourselves, Africa is not on its feet. Because if Africa was on its feet, Black people all over the world would be respected, appreciated, and not neglected. Right now, we're getting slaughtered all over the streets everywhere because our mama is not respected. You know that, your mama joke. If somebody don't respect your mama, they don't respect you. And that's the truth. I don't care if you stay in America, you stay in Haiti, you stay in Jamaica. If they don't respect your mother, they're never going to respect you. And that's just my opinion. Since I appreciate it, I agree with you 100%. Anybody want to come in on that?
And to add something to that, that's why I come back to the African identity and the African cause. Because when it comes to the African identity, most of Africans on the continent even do not understand the African identity. Because the African identity is not culture, language, or tradition, because no one is born with a culture, tradition, or language. We all learn that from somewhere. So hence, if an African is born outside the continent, then the only thing that makes us African is our lineage. It's our lineage that makes us first Africans. Because an European born in Africa will never be an African, no matter what he says. An African born outside in Europe will never be an European. He may identify with the individual countries that he's found himself in, but he will never call himself an European. He may call himself Black British or anything of those sort, but he will never identify with that continental identity. So why is it that when it comes to Africa, we must share our continental identity with other people? And that doesn't make any sense. So when people are saying that the Africans in the diaspora are not African, I think it's coming from a place of ignorance, because they do not understand the African identity. Because they think that it's only about the culture and the tradition, and they forget about the lineage. So, but when their children, their children are born in the diaspora, they want to identify their children as Africans.
Right.
And that doesn't make any sense. So then we come to the cause. What is the cause of the African in the 21st century? What is his cause? Is his cause only building and unifying Africa? Or is he strengthening all his people around the world? And if it's about uplifting his image in the world, then what are the ways that he's supposed to do? And what are the rules that he must follow? And what must he let go in order to achieve that? Because in order for us to...
you just said something, and I don't want to escape what you said. I want to get into what you just said right there. What must he let go? What must he let go?
Yeah.
Mary G, I want to thank you. Mary Gadsden, thank you for becoming a member to my channel, sis. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have to let you guys know, those of you that are becoming members, I haven't started uploading those member-only videos, but I have them. I have to upload them, and guys, another perspective of my personality. I hope you appreciate it. So my brother, I want to talk about what you just said, because it hit me. Now that we're at this point and we're talking about what it is that we need to let go of, that was what the original discussion, where I wanted it to go, because slave culture, Black culture, what is it that we need to let go of so we can all be in tune with African culture? And what is it that we hold on to? What do we lose? What do we keep? What do we recognize as not our own, but what was put on us? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's the homework. That's the homework for us all.
And I think Africans on the continent, do not understand the essence of the diaspora, and specifically the people in South America. I'm saying the people in South America for an example, because you must understand, through religion and those stuff, majority of African religion and tradition was colonized and suppressed. So most of those cultures have lost weight, and those cultures has some of those cultures were retained in the Americas. So our identity itself and our image itself, and we are a puzzle, we are lost puzzles among ourselves. So when you talk about the diaspora, there are some traditions that even we have lost that are in the Americas. So when someone says someone is not an African, but that person is not even performing any African tradition compared to someone living in South America, how can you claim to be more African than that person? And I think all these stuff needs to be taken into consideration. And I think the Africans have been deprived of knowledge of himself, because we have been made to keep our minds stuck in the Bible and the Quran and all these stuff, and we are never allowed to even talk about our colonization. Because in Africa, even majority of Africans, when we think about colonization, we think it was a positive thing. It was positive. There are many of us who think it was positive, because when you look at our government right now, we always go into the mindset that when the white man ruled us, it was better than right now that our governments are ruling us. But we do not see.
That's deep.
But
You know what? We think the same thing throughout the diaspora. Quietly as it said, We really believe that we are ruled better by them.
Definitely.
It's not just something that happens on the continent. That's why I say they use the same stick to beat us. We got the same welt marks on us. It's like they sat somewhere and talked and said, this is how we're going to do it. This is how it's going to work. That Willie Lynch letter, I truly believe it's real. Some people say it's not, but I'm questioning that because it's just too real. It just worked too well.
Definitely.
And sis, you wanted to respond earlier, or are you good?
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw that your hand went up earlier.
Yes. So I think the overall arching thing that we need to get rid of, and I'm speaking of us here in the diaspora.
Okay.
Disloyalty, selfishness. We will betray each other, faster than we can blink our eyes.
Same thing on the continent.
Right. So we look like you were saying, if a Caucasian would open a mouth, let's say, for example, I'm a nurse, okay? Nurse with an advanced degree too. I have seen
we need you on the continent, in Haiti, in Jamaica. We're gonna send you. You're gonna need to go set up shop in all those places.
Well, I am coming to the continent.
Okay.
So, I've seen me. So, for example, I was a nurse educator and I was teaching nursing students. So I come in a room, in the patient's room, they automatically think the white student is the nurse and I'm either the CNA or something. So, and even our own people think that way. So we have to let go of the mindset that if we see somebody of our melanated color, that somehow they're the lesser person or they have the lesser knowledge. So somehow we're going to have to undo that mindset, because I see both of us doing that. But when I say both of us, on the continent as well as us, if they see a Caucasian standing there and I'm standing right next to them, they automatically go to that Caucasian. That conditioning needs to, we need to undo that. So yeah.
I'm agreeing with you 100%. I'm agreeing with you 100%. Yeah. I'm just so happy. You don't even understand. Like right now, when I hear you guys speaking, I know that I went through a little something with my Ados family. I know they love me. I don't know what it is about me. They just like, oh, Bijou's on. Let's go mess with her. I gotta take it as they love me so much that they want to keep me here in America. I guess that's what it is. I don't know, but I love you guys too. And I don't even want to be with. Go ahead.
I thought the ADOS was just disturbing one channel, but I didn't know they were disturbing you too as well. So,
no, they got me on speed dial. And I love them. And it's funny because, to be honest with you, they're the most intelligent people. They're focusing on one thing though. You know how you get fixated on something and you can't let it go? They're fixated. That's what it is. And I used to be that way. So I know what they're doing, but right now I'm just so caught up in my unity. I'm fixated on unity. So we're fixated on different things, and that's where the contrast is. So where there is contrast, that's not a bad thing, because that means that contrast makes you realize what you want. Knowing what you don't want makes you realize what you do want. So I appreciate them sometimes because it makes me even more focused. It gives me more of an understanding why unity is important. Go ahead.
What I tell them is, what is denigrating Pan-Africanism gonna get for you at the end of the day? Denigrating Pan-Africanism and devaluing Pan-Africanism is not gonna give you your mission anyway. It's not gonna grant you your goal. So what do you have to achieve?
I don't even know if I'm Pan-Africanism. I just know that Mama is Africa. I don't know if I'm a Pan-African. I don't even know what all that means. All I know is that Africa is home. That's where my ancestors were taken from when they were torn across those oceans. I'm Yoruba, Mende, I'm Mendinka from Senegambia, Mende from Sierra Leone. I'm Yoruba from Nigeria, and I'm Icon from Ghana. That's all I know. All I know is that. So that being said, I need to go find those people. Those people that were taken from Africa, I need to go find those places, learn those places. I don't know if that makes me a Pan-African. If y'all are against Pan-Africanism, I'm going to let you know right now, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I am just an African trying to get home. That's all I am. So let me welcome Lamon to the channel and Heavenly Beautifully before you, Lamon. So let me hear what my sister have to say.
Hey, it's me again. I wanted to touch on a few things. Oh, you guys said so many things tonight. I agree with what our auntie nurse said. By the way, you look so beautiful for 60.
Yes, she does. She's beautiful.
I'm gonna tap into that.
That black don't crack.
It don't. And when she said that, you know what, we have to get rid of the distrust and disunity, and it's so unfortunate that if we really look back, that never stopped, even when they were taking us, our forefathers, as captives. And I believe that we have to have a sense of remembrance and honor. Like, and I think that's what happened to our ancestors, our families, as generations went on, while they've been in the bondage, in this kind of prison, because it's like a spiritual cage. And to be honest, it really literally is a spiritual cage. And we lost the honor of our foundation. If you do not honor the foundation of where you come from, then where are you? You lost. That's like spitting in your mother and father's face. You have to have a sense of honor.
Talk about dishonoring your mother and your father.
Yeah, guys. And don't get me wrong. I understand the patriotism of being Native American. When I say Native American, I'm talking about all the natives all over the Americas, all over the Caribbean, all over Pacific, wherever. I believe that we also are a part of that. And I believe that that's what makes us a little unique, because there were African empires here prior to the bringing over of slaves by force. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what we have to read. They brought the same kind of people over here, honey. That's how they knew that they would survive this. So I think we could look at it like, says, wow, you know what, we African continental Africans can look at it like, wow, our families went out and established lands and also were forced there. So
Right.
I think they have a right to be honored too, because they are our family. I mean, come on, you can't just act like, well, you know what, I'm mad at my mother and I'm mad at my sister, so I moved away. They're no longer my mother and my sister. Okay, I don't care if you got adopted, right? I don't care if you say, you know what, I don't, you're not my family anymore. I'm gonna move to the United States, because this has happened. I'm gonna tell you a story. I'm gonna move to the United States, and the person that adopted you, or they say that you're their blood, and you pretending like they're your blood, and they bring you over, and the what's those people called immigration says, wait a minute, we gotta take a blood test, we gotta take a DNA, and they said, boom, you are not the father. I'm telling you, it's happened to many people. And then you have a reality check, and then you have to figure out and find yourself again. I think we need to do some soul searching, and I believe this is why all these things are happening. So we have to give back to honor and say that, you know what, yes, Black people were in the America, Black people were in the Pacific, Black people were all up in Asia, all over the place, like, mostly in the hotter places and warmer places. But civilization started in Africa, and we have to remember that. That is the mother of all of us. And that's why we have so many people dishonoring us that look more like the land of Africa, rather than those that are mixed looking, like Asian people. They're really mulattoes. I'm just trying to tell y'all, they really are. But they have lost the honor of where their ancestors have come from. So it's so divide. It's like saying, oh, well, you know what, you're not African enough, and I'm African enough, and I'm this. It's so ridiculous. And I believe that we're getting to
you spend hours trying to explain to them why they're African, and it's so exhausting, because I want to talk about
it's
other
a
things.
serious
I want to get to the next
self-hatred.
level of conversation with my brothers and sisters that are aware of who they are. I don't even have patience for those Africans that come on here and say, we're not the same. I cut you off too. Because
yeah, you know, we gotta leave them alone
You're
and just keep it
ridiculous.
moving. They'll catch up.
Yes. Yes.
They'll
So
catch
it's not
up.
just it's not my ADOS. They got some ADOS. I don't know what you call them in Africa.
Caribbeans do
Let's
it.
give them an acronym.
Listen, there's a
Let's give
whole
them
bunch
an
of them that do it.
We need
You
to
know,
give our brothers and sisters on the continent that have a problem with seeing the diasporan as family an acronym. You know,
because
they
we
also
have a problem.
They
Because we are
also
all
get
connected.
the same treatment on this channel, and everybody complains. Those of people that complain about me cutting people off, let me not waste your time. If you come on here and you're talking divisiveness and you want to enlighten us on how we're different, I'm not gonna let you do it. You go build your own channel and call it the divisive channel and see how many people subscribe, and then you could talk to these people about why they are so different. But this is a YouTube gives people wings that they shouldn't have. I don't know what makes you think I pay my internet bill, I set up my channel, I pick my topic, and then you think just because you came in, I'm supposed to give you all rights. I don't know. That don't work in Bijou land. You got to figure your life. Lemon, let me know what you thinking, my brother. Welcome to the channel. I hope you're nice.
I'm gonna leave, sis. I'm gonna leave, but I want to. I love y'all. You know,
I love
and
you too, sis. I love you too.
We gonna make it there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gonna be all right.
We're gonna be all right. We're gonna be all right. We're breaking barriers, you know,
man. And it's funny because I can't live without my African Americans. I love them to peace. That's all I know. I'm
we
more
family.
African Americans than I am to my Haitians. Sakpa say I love my Haitians. Don't think I'm selling y'all out. But I know my African Americans because I grew up with them. I know them, and that's why I'm telling y'all right now. I know that you would not waste your time on this channel if you were not interested in Mama. I'm gonna see some of y'all in Africa, and I'm gonna call y'all out. That's why you don't even have pictures. They don't let you know what they look like. They put fake pictures up because most of them are probably packing their bags on their way to the continent as we speak. I don't even want to hear it. Lemon, welcome, my brother. Tell me what you think. These people think they slick. They trying to get to Africa and get to the mango trees before I do. I don't think so. I think they're a bunch of liars. Lemon, tell me what you think. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
I love your spirit tonight, though.
I'm Gambian, man. I can't let these people play with me. It's that Mendinka in me. I don't let these people play with me.
Yeah. Right. I was just participate about when we talk about being African. I was just asking what actually we call being African. What is African? Being African. What is it? What do you call yourself? What do you mean when you say you are African?
Question, and I want you to answer it next, Lemon. I don't like trick questions, so I'm going to ask you to answer it after I answer it. My forefathers came from the continent. I'm African. My birthright leads me back to Africa. That's what makes me African. What makes you African?
What makes me African? My African is not being born in the continent. Every black person is African. Is no question about it. Period.
We agree. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah. So being African is think what you're gonna be thinking now. We're talking about being African is, for me, is more like who we are as a person and how we participate into society as an African. African woman is the mother of the earth.
I love that. The way you said that, it sounds right. African woman is the mother. I like that. You see, I don't know why people are giving me a hard time. That sounded right to my soul. How did you take that, Renee? Did that sound right to your soul? Yes, we're African. Yes. Go ahead, Lemon. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So when you say as a mother, what do you do with your children?
You take care of them.
How much are you supposed to?
Sometimes you reject them. If you're not in a good place, you may reject them, but for the most part, you take care of them.
So being an African is not born in Africa. Is born on you. You support African is being kind, being respectful, being helpful, and understand of human is African. Everything started in Africa. So if you don't really understand you as a person,
That's called self-hate. We Africans, we are running away from being African. We want to be a European. We want to be Chinese. We want to be all these things. We're not. We are Africans. We are the most down-to-earth people in the world. We welcome every human in with open-handed. That's why we have slavery. That's why we have all these. Let's talk about just a special bit. As an African, I will talk about, because what I know more is being Mandinka and being Gambia in West Africa.
Mandinka.
I was born and raised in a, have my mother around, my dad, and growing up as an African, you've always been encouraged that you are unbreakable.
Oh, wow. See, wow, that's beautiful.
Are you, if you were born in diaspora, is that the way you've been brought up? Because what I see, because I spend a lot of time in diaspora myself, the Africans I'm meeting in diaspora, they have a mental, their mentality is weak when it comes to being African. They want to be more white than African, but they don't understand that. So me saying
now,
this, that's why they point that.
Lemon, slow down. I want to make sure I'm getting this, because to be honest with you, I want to make sure I got that. So you're saying that for the most part, the Africans, you were raised to believe you're strong and there's nothing that could break you. And you're thinking that the diasporans don't believe that for themselves. They were not made to believe that they were strong.
Yeah. This is why they are confusing being an African and I'm an African and he's not African. This is where the confusion is coming. If you're African, you're not gonna question that.
Now, so you're thinking that if they believed in themselves, well, you're right. In some sense, you're wrong. Let me just explain what I'm saying. In one sense, you're right. You have an upbringing that makes you understand this is where my ancestors were from. You were never removed from that place. So yes, you are strengthened at least knowing where you were from. So yes, in that essence, we are broken. And I think that's what my sister Denise was saying earlier. Again, Denise, I love you. I'm sorry. I let those people take me off track. But I think that's exactly what she was saying.
Gina, you still don't got me. You still don't go. I'm still coming. You will understand what I'm saying now.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
Bring it home.
We're all Africans. As a black people, we're all African. And whether you want to understand your history or whether we don't want to understand the history, but our history doesn't start with slavery. Africans were let's talk about before Mansa Musa. There was Abu Bakr who was a king before Mansa Musa, and he went to explore the Atlantic Ocean. So this is a two question. Is he the first person been to America? Is he the first black guy been to America before slavery? He went with thousands of soldiers and his followers. That's before Mansa Musa take over. So our history doesn't start with slavery, not in the diaspora, not in Europe, not in anywhere. So Africans have always been African and we have always traveled everywhere. So this is not the story of slavery. So the people that are saying that Africans sell them to to slavery, so they are not Africans anymore. This is what I'm saying. You shouldn't question where to go back to home. You shouldn't question about that. You should have a right to go home without even having one fear about it. If you're African, why you have a worry about going somewhere where you used to be looking, people look like you? That's the point.
I think you made a great point. Go ahead. I think he made a great point. Who wanted to respond to that? Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to respond to the when he made the statement about ADOS, want to align themselves, with the European, part of the United States. And I have to agree with that. I mean, because everything, because when you go on job interviews, the way you speak, how poised you are, and because they really read you. And so you really have to refine yourself to be acceptable, unfortunately. And so I can understand what he is saying, and he is correct.
Sister,
it looks like you're saying something good.
Can I say something after she speaks, sister? Back again.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, should I?
She's back. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think I might have to get on off of here, but yeah, so that happens. We really do try to align ourselves, with this horrible, culture. So he has a right about that one.
He's right about that. And you see, I paused. I was about to respond, but then I was like, that's that truth. That's that truth. You gotta swallow it, just like you want them to swallow their truth. We need to swallow ours.
I understand that diasporas have lost their culture for so many years, and this is going to be very hard to connect every individual person to a tribe or culture, because Africa is 54 countries, and nearly all these 54 countries have gone through slavery. You understand? So what they were used to do, when they catch you here, they take you to this country. Before they take you to the boat, they were mixing people so that we can't communicate. And this is the problem we have till today, the communication. When they were stopping slavery, they sit us down. They sit down themselves. They say they still have a lot of resources in there. So how can we make sure these two people don't connect? Because the people that in diaspora have more understanding of how white supremacy works than the people in Africa.
And these are the
people in
pieces
Africa, they see the white man as a savior.
We need to bring those pieces together. The knowledge that we have.
This is the problem we have.
And the knowledge that our brothers and sisters have. Yes.
This is the problem we have now. The time we start communicating, right? We have white, like let's talk about Gambia right now. I'm just gonna bring this little bit there, and then I'll leave you with it. Let's talk about Gambia, about the land business. When they talk about the land, all of a sudden you have loads of comments. Go on Facebook, you got loads of white people commenting and make it, foiling whatever the minister said, even though the minister didn't say all that, they're making it. But if you go to this website, whatever this website that publishes it, you will find out there's a load of white English people on that website, like putting lots of fire on lots of foil in the fire. You know why? Because Gambia and Africa have always been their playground. Now diaspora is coming with understanding of racism. It's gonna change the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we're not gonna.
We have to be.
We're in a position where we could help each other now.
Thank you. It's very important we have diasporas coming back to Africa, because they're ready. They have knowledge of how white supremacy work. So our governments and everybody are scared, because they know these people are going to expose them, and they have channels, they have internets. People are listening to them. It's no time. We don't have the time to say you're African, you're not African. If you're a black person, you're African. That's it. Whether you want to understand the culture and try and match yourself into it, or you want to be behind and play as a Mazungu, you're still going to be behind. You're still going to be treated like they've been treating us for 400 years. The only way to get ready is let's go back to Africa and build ourselves, build everything, because we have everything in Africa. We can do it. We have done it before.
And you know what? And we don't have a choice anymore, because we're running out of time, and we cannot let this opportunity, this window that has opened, escape us.
We have. If you calling yourself African, one thing I can tell you as African, myself, my experience, you have to forget about this government, because they're not Africans. They don't think like Africans. They are working. We call them the agent of Satan. They're working for the white man. Their family are set up. Their great grandchilds are set up. So these are not the people you should be listening to. The people in the ground. Look how they welcome you when you get there. Look how much they want to communicate with you. How much they push in everything towards you, so that you can be fit to the society, to understand. Even though nobody knows what kind of tribe you come from, but you're not going to have tribalism to you, because you're diaspora. You see how lucky you are? After all, after slavery, after everything that happened to you, when you come back to Africa, you're not going to be treated. You're going to be treated more special than you was. Than the people that are actually there, because people that understand the pain that you went through. And remember, a lot of Africans are living in diaspora as well, so they have also have a lot of understanding of what's going on. It's time for every black man to start calling himself Africa and go back to Africa. Find a place. Africa is big. Just find anywhere. Visit. You don't have to go and live in Africa. Visit. Make connection. Try to understand who you are. Once you put your feet in that soil, He will show you who you are. Don't worry about what this guy said, or this Gambian guy commenting on your Facebook or on your page. It doesn't matter. He doesn't even have a right in his own street. Never mind telling you not to come to Africa. Africa is for every black person. When you go there, you will see how much you fit in. Until you don't want to fit yourself in, you want to see them and you. Then that's you have a problem, because you're thinking like a white man, because you think that Europe is better than Africa. But once you see Africa as it is and try and do better, you will see your African out of you. African is not by just saying it, it's do the action. Connect yourself to Africa, with the culture, with the people, try and understand. And let's see the solution, what we can make Africa great again. We can do it.
We have to do it. We are going to do it.
We did it before.
It's already starting. So, Lamin, I want to thank you. Let me see if anybody wants to respond. Before anybody goes on, let the new people talk. We have MJ. Rakoya, you already spoke, but we have MJ. And then Rakoya, did you speak? I'm going crazy.
Well, I just got in after I was gone for about an hour and a half, and I came back and it was
tell me what's on your mind, because you are next. And then,
okay. Well, I just wanted to quickly say that, first of all, the whole thing about identity, that is one of, it's kind of like a moot point, whether people want to accept it or not, because being African, it's like the gentleman said before, it's a lineage thing, and it's also your experience. Now, your experience not in terms of slavery and all that, but the experience genetically and historically of a people is riding in your blood. It's riding on your DNA. Right. So as an African, I think even if people in this country or, people from other parts of the globe who have a dark skin and who have originated originally from Africa, even if they choose to identify themselves differently, the other people of the world see them as African. Period. It's like you're saying, I am. It's like I'm a lion and I'm in a zoo and I'm saying, well, feed me. Animals are lions are carnivores, and you're giving that a lion some salad or whatever, and it's like that's not my meal. That's not what I eat. You know what I mean? Because it's almost like whether you self-identify with enslavement or whatever, when you step out, people are identified first by themselves and plus what others see when they step out. So all Black people, when we step out, the other groups of the world see an African. So that's the name they're going to call you. And that's how the expectation of you is. So I'm just speaking in terms of, the archetype, that all these divisions that people are placing in our identity because of selfish reasons. The most recent being, you and I know, the check, cut the check kind of, rhetoric where they're saying, we don't want to be part of you because at this particular time, we're going to be receiving what they perceive. And then tomorrow it's going to be another reason to divide. When it makes no sense, because everybody else, the Chinese, the Asians, the all the people in Antarctica, the various humanity all over there, when they see you step out, they see you as the African you are. That is how you identify to the universe. So to me, we're better off understanding our place in terms of history and saying we have gone through a bad patch. 500 years ago, bad things happened to us. But that does not nullify 10,000 of years of greatness.
Maybe even more.
Exactly. And like the other brother said, it's time to say, this is bad, but we can do something. And I see the only thing we can really do is to operate from the place that we are strong. And the only place we are strong right now is on the continent. That's where we came from. That's where we belong. That's where our genetic history persists. So our traditions and our cultural ethics and stuff are where we will naturally be competitive. If we want to be competitive any place elsewhere, listen, we're going to play by the rules of others. When we go to our motherland, we can work together and play by our own rules. And through that, we will be powerful. Because listen, that's what we're aiming for. Power, not
Period.
money, not paper money.
And you know how I feel about that. Everything that was taken away from our ancestors, we can't sit around and just ask for money now. We need power. We need the power
That is what it is. And how are you powerful without land and resources and good, all those things are waiting for us, and we are waiting to welcome those who left. Basically, we are with open arms saying, "Come on, come on!" Now we remember. Now our amnesia is being wiped out. Now we can talk. Now nobody has to be a middle person. So I think that's the piece I wanted to talk about. So now I'm going to be quiet and let's have
Your
other
piece
stuff.
was your piece was a piece of perfection. Give thanks.
One
Thank
thing,
you.
Tina, one thing.
Go ahead.
One
Go
thing-
ahead. And then I
one
have to
thing-
go to MJ. Go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, you say what we need to get rid of in our culture. What was it? What we need to get rid of in the culture? Was it a culture or the traditional? That what we need to get rid of?
That's a part of it. It's all encompassing, so it's the same.
Right. I think I'm talking about the Gambia. We have 7 different tribes in the Gambia, and we have a couple of tribes that do the cost. What we call the hostel thing, that slavery thing they call, where they say, where they look at other people and say they're slave, and then when they die, they can't bury them in their graveyards and stuff. Baninkas, they will do it. Sarahule do it. I think this is the 2 tribes do it in Gambia, and they still do it today. They don't allow other people to intermarry because some of them are seen as a slave in the society. And this is the culture wise. I don't really understand how everything works in that, but I think there will be more people in the comment section that understand it. But there's a 2 tribe. There's a things that happening still now, that there's some people in Gambia, they still see them as a slave, even though they've never been in a board of slave, but because of their family athletes.
Can you imagine? It's like if we're looking at ourselves like slaves, if we're still in this time looking at ourselves as slaves, that's why I can understand what's happening now. We're selling each other off in Libya and all those other places. I mean, seriously, man, you're right. This is something that's one of those things that you brought it up. It's right. I don't think this is something we need in the culture. This is what was one of our weaknesses. This is what they used to divide us in the first place.
Even when they die, they argue. Even when they die, they argue that these people can't be buried to the same graveyard with others because they were seen as a slave. Even still today, I cannot marry some people, even though we all speak the same language. Mandinka, we are all Mandinka. There's a few people in my tribe I can't marry to them because they are seen as, we call them Jalo, mean the Guerrero, or they see them as a Jongo, which means slave. You see?
My gosh, this is crazy.
And
I'm sorry that you fell off, sis. If you want to come back on, we would love to hear what you have to say. This whole thing,
I personally
trying to put it up in,
Yeah, I personally listen to a lot of Gambian. I personally listen to a lot of Gambian channel. I've never ever had any one of them kind of mention this. They all skip it. This is in our culture, and it's still happening till today.
This is something that, this is a lot. Now, the diaspora, when we hear our brother Lamin talk about what's happening in the Gambia to date, this is a part of why these discussions are important. We need to put it out there. We need to make it loud and clear that this is not okay. And the understanding that we're going home, and I could see now why a lot of people don't want us to get there, because they're thinking that our culture is going to affect that culture. And of course, I just don't, I hope it does. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I hope that aspect is changed, because slavery is never okay. Go ahead.
Gina,
yes.
In finding out what cultures, which I agree with the guy, finding out which culture, which characteristics of our cultures we must reject. I'm trying to say, is there any cultures or any characteristic of things about us that we can encourage what can we encourage? Perhaps if we try to encourage something, it will help us find out what we
there's a
don't like
lot of
and what we
positive things. You know, these are the things that we need you to help us, because I don't know much about what's the different culture. Like, let's say for the Gambia, there's a lot of beautiful culture. I'm sure, but
What
we're here
must
to
we
learn just
encourage
as
about
much.
Black people to unify us? What is it about Black people that's good and positive that we can encourage to unify us? Because sometimes when you go on wagging a stick on people, telling them that's bad, you actually push them away. So if
So
you
what
encourage
I
them and
see
tell
what
them
you're
this is
saying.
what it means to be Black.
I see what you're saying, brother. You're saying what you're saying, my brother, is to approach them with telling them what you find beautiful first.
What is beautiful about being Black?
Yes.
What is beautiful? What should
And
we
I think,
encourage?
know what, to be honest with you, one thing, and I'm not speaking for Black diasporan culture, but one thing I have noticed by peeking in the windows of the African culture, and that's just through the YouTube windows because I haven't been on the continent yet. I like the village. I like the fact that people get under that tree and they talk, they make decisions together. I like the family, the fact that the family work together, you know, to build and to make big decisions on how to move the family forward. These things we have to keep. The certain respects for the elders. For now, respect for your elder don't mean that you follow them straight to you know, oblivion. You know, respect for our elders, respect for you know, our partners, the way the women respect their wives, their husbands, and the husbands take care of their family. I think all of those are great things to keep in the culture. I think, oh my God, the food, that's a part of our culture as well. You know, the fact that we are a very we're very good people, we're very welcoming people, we're very musical people. Oh my God, I hear the kora is one of my favorite instruments now. I don't know if you hear it in my intro. I had a producer actually made that for me and put the kora in there because when I heard it when I was researching the Gambia and I heard the sound of the kora, it was like something that I heard, like it resonated with me. You know what I mean? There's so much in the culture, in African culture, and I'm sure there's more that you could teach me about, that there's more to keep than lose.
What about in Black American culture? What about the positive in their culture?
Well, don't
What
say
can
Black
we?
American because people get upset when I say diaspora. Say diasporan
Okay, so
culture.
what about in the diasporan culture?
Because I
What
can't
about in the
speak for Black
diasporan culture
Americans,
that is positive, just
but I
like
can
you
speak
described
for.
Gambia now?
I think that with us, first and foremost, I think that we bring something to the table. Are innovative. We've had to become very innovative people throughout the diaspora. We had to figure out how to survive, and because of that, we're very quick with it, quick to come up with solutions. The diasporan is a very entertaining, you know that people. We are very they have lots to offer. You have some of the best doctors, lawyers, accountants, some of the best authors, some of the best you know, people that business wise, they're very good at that. Some of the most of the inventions that you see here in America, even the cell phone was invented by security alarms. There are so many things that that we bring to the table.
The astronauts.
I can't say that. I can't say that you know, that is one other thing that we've done, but there's so many other things that are being brought to the table. Same thing goes for our brothers and sisters on the continent. We have some of the best doctors come from Africa, some of the best engineers. So come on now, if we put these things together, the family, we have a lot to offer, and we have such a beautiful the continent itself is the best on earth. We are the best people on earth. I believe we're the most powerful, beautiful, intelligent, innovative you know, people, human beings on this earth. Well, actually, we're the only human beings on this earth. And we're also blessed to have the most resourceful continent on this earth. So yeah, there's a lot to keep. There's more to keep than lose.
Just West Africa alone, we have 70% of the world gold just in West Africa alone. You're not even talking about the 54 countries, just talking about West Africa.
It's just that little portion.
Yeah. We have the 17% of the gold of all Africa.
Well,
we never talk about diamonds.
They keep taking it, and we may not have anything left if we don't stop them.
They can never finish it. Believe me, we have so much resources.
That's not even the thing. The part about it is we have all those things, but we have to secure ourselves.
We're not benefiting in it. Still,
we're not benefiting in it because we cannot protect ourselves. So,
that's what that's why I'm happy that we still have diasporas coming, because they have more understanding of white supremacy. We
can't do it by ourselves because, to be honest with you, we're coming, but unless we're able to work with you guys, we're not going to be able to do anything. Like right now, it's important that our brothers and sisters do start talking about this the invisible lines that divide Africa. I mean, you should be able to drive from the Gambia to wherever you want to go without having to go through all these visas and people having ability. I mean, come on. That's one thing that is stopping the growth of Africa. And you know what? It's funny. We're divided. The country, the land is divided, and the word divided is the problem all over.
We're divided by everything, by land, by culture, by everything. But we can find a dialogue on this. We can find the best way to sort this out. The only thing is communication. That we're doing it now. In West Africa, they had the free trade now. Imagine if that extend to all Africa. We don't need to go out of Africa anymore to go and do trade with Europeans. We can just trade between us. That's what we used to do. That's how we make our wealth. We were trading between us before we trade with the Arabs. We can still do this because we have the opportunity to do it. And now we can build bridges. We don't have to walk with camels for 100 miles. We don't have to do all these. We have aeroplanes and stuff. We can do great things as a black people, but we have to come together.
Yes, and sorry.
And that's going to be the key. We can no longer call ourselves Nigerian, Gambian, all these. That's going to be the next level. I know we're not ready for that. Thank
you. Thank you.
That's a big job.
No, you are so right on, sister. That's absolutely correct. In fact,
Nature, thank you for becoming a member to my channel. I love you, sis. Thank you. I'm sorry to tell you that I don't have any content back there yet. My son set up the member channel, but I didn't upload the videos yet. But I'm gonna hook you guys up.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, Sister Gina, I wanted to say something about this division thing, and it's amazing how even when we speak in this unifying language, we are subconsciously still perpetuating this division in ourselves. For example, I hear a lot of people, and I used to say it too until I became very aware and conscious of my words and my thoughts. Most Africans would say, when you refer to them as Africans, they'll say, no, I'm Ghanaian or I'm Nigerian and I'm all that. And I also used to say that until I realized that, listen, we were not, before the Berlin Conference, we were not Nigerians, we were not Ghanaians, we were not Senegalese or Gambians. We were our people, our kingdoms and all that. And if we are going to be truthful about taking back our African identity, one of the first things we need to start doing is not to get offended when somebody says, I went to Africa, and we say, which part? Tell 54 countries. If we are all the same, then so be it. We are one. So I no longer point to a country per se in my conversation. If I say I'm going to Africa or I'm from Africa, if you want additional information, I can tell you what my ethnicity is. But even that, if you begin to understand history, you'll see that that ethnicity in itself is mixed up. I think I told the story of someone I know who swore she was Ghanaian. She thought she was Ghanaian. She got a free DNA kit. Somebody gifted her one. She said she was going to do it. And boy, was she shocked. She was not she was not Akan Ashanti. She was Yoruba and Sierra Leone. But her people, Mande and Yoruba, her people had been in the land mass called Ghana for so long that she believed she was one. The DNA that is coming out is showing that most West Africans, we are mixed. We are not because our kingdoms had borders and we had tributaries and we had people. So we should start thinking about Africa as a whole so that we are not dividing ourselves based on what the Europeans have done. That has been part of our problems because being Ghanaian, Togolese, so and so forth, we've never been able to come together in one voice, create the environment in which our diasporan brothers and sisters can come back. It doesn't matter what your DNA is. If you're African, your identity and your lineage goes back to that continent, your history. So that's what, so I think most conscious Africans should now begin to retrain ourselves to think African. That's all we need. If anybody needs to know where your lineage, you can say, yes, I'm Mande, or I'm Ewe, or I'm Fon, or I'm Yoruba. But that kind of identity, it transverses borders. There's Yoruba in Ghana, there's Yoruba in Togo, there's Yoruba. So that, to me, is more honest than these identities that we're claiming, which is adding more and more to our division rather than bringing us together. Thank you.
And you know what? You said it, and I agree with it because that's the only way forward. I mean, if we think we're really going to be able to move forward and prosper, we can move forward, but we're not going to move. But if we want to move forward and prosper, we got to see a one Africa. It's got to be.
That's the only way. That's the only way.
Period. Point blank. That's it.
That's the only way.
Yes. That's the only way we can go forward. When we look at ourselves as Africans, then we had that problem relegated. Now we can think what we can do as Africans. But for now, what we see is we're trying to identify ourselves. Are we African? Are we not Africans? We should be past this. It's 400 years still. We're still in the same place. Asking ourselves, are we African? Are we not African? We should think what we can do as African for now. How we can build Africa for our younger
children. Not African.
Go ahead. What did you say, my brother?
The ADOS is saying it's not African.
Well, you know what? There's a lot. There's a lot of.
ADOS is the group that's saying they're not African.
Now that's one side of the gamut. The ADOS is saying that yes, they're saying that they are, but they're saying that their culture that precedes it. That's what they're saying. But what we also need to keep in mind, there are Africans. We have to admit that there are Africans on the continent saying that the diasporans are not African. So we have to combat both. We have to combat both.
I've seen that up here as well. I've seen people actually going against other black people and saying no, they're not Africans. They're coming here to take over. I've seen that, and I laugh because we Africans that left Africa and go to diaspora. If our grandfather didn't fight for the freedom we are enjoying now, we are not gonna be in here. You understand? Because we know how racism works. But our grandparents that been here, people like you yourself that been here before us, you made the path for you made the road easy for us, the Africans that left Africa with the mentality of African can fit into this society. It's your respect, not my respect, because they don't respect me as an African. They don't care about African. They don't even care about my leader. You see how they treat him. So the little respect Africans is getting is from the diaspora. I'm telling you this because I know African themselves, they don't have respect. They sit there in the African Union. They have to listen to a small white man to tell them what to do. But you see all these old people sitting there. They cannot. Why do we have to go to France or any other country to speak our problem and left Africa there? But we go to the other country to speak.
It's ridiculous, and we look stupid. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and we look like a bunch of fools having them tell us what to do after they've done what they've done to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The younger generation is the future of Africa, and everybody have to be part of that. You have to side with the younger generation, the youths of the Africans, because they are wise now. They have been travel. Loads of African youth have traveled. They have been to schools. They understand exactly. They know what hold them back. And you see, look at Africa all over. You see, Nigeria have moved. They just made a little bit shaking. Take an example from now on going forward. Every African country, you will see them bringing different sign towards their government because they know they are the problem. Once we get rid of these people, we're going to bring Pan-Africans in every corner of Africa. And that's it.
for Europeans. They don't read off.
And the thing about it is not just the people that we have to get rid of, it's a mindset. So what has to happen, and what I see is the only way to go around it is to start changing the mindset. And like you said, the youth, the young people, oh, that's key. You know, we have to change the mindset, because you're not going to be, you could change these people. If you replace them with the same type of people with the same mindset, we're done. So the mindset has to be changed. And I think that's happening right now as we speak. We're a part of that. We're changing the mindset by having these discussions. We're changing the mindset by daring to say, hey, we don't like, we're not okay with this. This is not okay. You know, and we see it for what it is. It's not productive, and it's not something we want to take on. It's not something we want to leave for our children. Welcome, African Millennial. Tell me what you want to share, sis.
Oh no! So when I was here earlier, I know I hurt some ADOS people's feelings, and ADOS, I'm sorry, but let me tell you, I'm even harder on the continent Africans than I am on you. So it's no hate, but let me tell you this, ADOS. I find it funny how we're having a tribalism fight, ADOS versus like every other African. But as my African brother just spoke earlier, Africans themselves, they fight themselves over tribal borders. You guys who watch this channel, I know some of you guys are subscribed to Go Black to Africa channel. Go to any Go Black to Africa video. He could be showing you a video of Kenya. You will see in the comment section Ghanaians and Nigerians going back and forth about, oh, well, my country is better than yours, this and that, all this nonsense. We're just like, we're not even talking about that.
They're doing the same thing that basically our ADOS brothers and sisters, those, and I have to say this, there are a portion of the ADOS family that don't get involved in the shenanigans. They don't do that. It's just, there's a couple of them, they're using ADOS as a shield to justify their divisiveness. That's what I truly believe. But go ahead, sis.
Oh, so I was just saying, it's funny, and as Akin was saying earlier, it's probably something that's inherited, like the pride. My only thing is, my issue is, I don't want to fight anybody. I don't care if you're African or ADOS, because we need to fight these people first before we fight each other. Can we gang up with each other just to fight these people? And then once we get to the top and we dominate the world again, then if we want to, we can go back to fighting each other.
By then we won't even want to fight, because we'll understand that we've won, and all the fights that we were having weren't even necessary. They weren't about us. I'm happy you said them, African Millennial. That was the bomb statement. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's all I'm saying. Like, we just need unity. We need to come together. I don't care what any black person is bragging about. Why are we fighting over which country cooks the best rice? I don't care about that right now. We have more important matters.
Look, we all know that Haitians make the best rice. We don't have to argue that point anymore.
There you go.
That's a lie.
Oh dear, don't start one, sister.
I'm telling you something. I'm telling you, they took one of the top chefs from Africa and sent them to Haiti. Because I promise you, the day that I get to the Gambia and I go to war with y'all about this jollof rice, y'all gonna understand. Y'all gonna understand yourselves. Haitian Zili is gonna make y'all respect the jollof that's coming from Haiti. I got you.
Oh, I tell you.
I am not gonna argue. I am not gonna argue with it. I'm not gonna argue with the rice. I'm staying with the Mandinka one. I'm with Domada. We do the peanut butter. We need the peanut soup.
Okay.
Yeah. Not jollof rice for us. The Mandinkas, our favorite dish is peanut butter.
Now I need to know how to do that because I'm Mandinka. I have to learn how to make that peanut butter thing. I got you. I'm gonna go learn it. It don't matter. Whatever I cook is gonna taste better than what you. I promise you. Watch.
Right,
That's a challenge. Right. That's an open challenge to the Gambians when I get to the Gambia. We're gonna have this food challenge.
Yes, thank you for having me. By the way, Dina, I've got work to do. I
love you. If you guys ever need to transport from if you need container UK. Or transporting from the UK, Lamin, get his information. He is your man. If you're coming from the UK, you're going to Africa, and you need to transport. That's your brother.
Anywhere in the UK, from Scotland to Wales to Ireland, Manchester, anywhere. I'm here. I'll show you out.
Give thanks.
See you later.
Later. Okay, so Fred, welcome to the conversation. Please let me know what you're thinking, what's on your mind, contribute. I'm going to let you guys know something. After Fred, I'm going to let everybody make their statements and we're going to close out because it's been 6 hours and my husband just popped in here and was like, close up.
Oh, I don't want to get into trouble. I don't want your husband chasing me with a broom. Oh no, please.
He probably wants a cup of water or something. God forbid if he go to the refrigerator and get it himself. Okay, go ahead, Fred. Tell me what's on your mind.
Yes, sis. I really enjoyed your show. I always enjoy seeing you in different channels. It's always an honor and pleasure, my sister. But one thing I wanted to say is that the first time I saw you, when you're saying you look African to me. Every
I
black
am
people look like
African. What you
African to
talking
me.
about? You see the Nigerian, you see the
Exactly.
Gambia, and you see the Ghana right here.
Yes, ma'am. You fit in real good. I don't know what you're saying. Every time when you say that, I'm like, what is she talking about? Oh my God. But anyway, let me just say this real quick. And I just want to say it's always an honor with the sisters, hearing everybody else. Like I said, you don't know, this is what the ancestors have been praying about.
Yes.
It's already happening now.
Yes.
What is happening, this stage right now, this is what the ancestors this is all manifesting now. This dialogue supposed to be happening. If this doesn't happen now, guess what? When is it going to happen? Our house cleaning has to happen within us.
Yes.
It can't happen without any outside world. It can happen with other. We don't need the outside people. We don't need the Chinese. We don't need the white. Of course, the Muzungu. Heck no. We don't need the Indians. See, we as Africans. When I say Africans, I'm talking about African Americans, Black British, Caribbeans, even in South America, even in some part of the islands somewhere. But you know what I'm talking about. Every black person, we need to dialogue. If we don't stick together, guess what? That's the beginning of our destruction. We need the unity now. But I also wanted to say something. But young people, even in Africa, in diaspora, in Africa, they are woke. They have their cell phones. They know what is going on. They are not ignorant about what is going on. And I tell you right now, it's a revolution that is happening already. So, sister, what you're doing, your platform, I'm telling you, it's already happening. So
share the channel, guys. Let's get this
going. God is doing the revolution. He's doing things behind the scenes.
Yes,
it's already happening.
I'm happy.
I'm going to encourage you right there, and I'll be done.
I want to tell you that I love you. Thank you. Your energy is so great. Your energy is great. I promise you. I want to see you here more often. I want to also tell you that this right here, what's happening is I'm not doing it by myself. You guys are doing it with me. If I show up here and it's just me talking, yeah, it might go well, but it goes better when I'm able to have like-minded people. And I say that on purpose because people think that anytime you have a YouTube channel that it's a door for debates. I'm not a debatable channel. This is a like-minded people channel. If you're not like-minded, then I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna be uncomfortable.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, guys, everybody.
It's always
humble. I'm very humble. Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead. I'm gonna give Macchio Star, my brother. You've been with me through this thing. You hanging there with me all day. Thank you. Please tell me what your closing comment is. What you thought about the discussion, and just let us know what you think about this whole slave culture thing and how everything went and how we can move forward.
You see me, the way I like it, I like to partition the discussions because last time I was listening, it was a different discussion last time and it was very good. This time we're talking about culture. I think the way we can progress forward from this conversation today, I strongly believe that like we all must have an interest in each other. We all must try to understand each other. Africans must try to understand what happened to the diaspora. And the diasporas must try to understand what happened to Africa. And in a way, as in the diaspora could take interest in individual African tribes or something, or individual African tribes Like imagine Gina takes interest in Mandinka tribe. You have Denise takes interest in the Jola tribe. Now everybody knows a little thing, so that creates that connection. You know what I mean? Imagine, because Europeans, you look at Americans, Brazilians, all these white Europeans in America, they promote their other European countries. Look at how proud the white Americans are of Scotland. If they're from Scotland, they're so proud of being Scotland. If they're half Irish, they're so proud of being half Irish, half Italian. They're so proud of that. If Black Americans can take pride in the diversity in African culture, take an interest in that, will go a long way to helping us move forward rather than denigrating African cultures and saying, oh, African cultures are backward. And if Africans take an interest to understand exactly what happened to diaspora, that will go a long way. And in that, we can see each other's positive attributes and encourage them. Because I'm telling you, it's hard to find. It's easy to find, but to point out and say that is what we don't want. That's what we don't want. It's very, very tough, and it's very, very tough, and it's very, very subjective. Because I may not like something, you may like it. You know what I mean? I may not like eating with my hands. You may like eating fufu with your hands. So it's gonna be. I may think it's a bit backwards. You may think it's not backwards. You understand? So it's hard to find out. But what we can do is find the positive things we can encourage about each other. That will create more unity than it will create more unity. But what I think is, I think the best thing right now, regarding the cultural aspect, diaspora should really try to get to know some different African cultures, make it a unique education for themselves, their own personal unique education. That's all right.
I think you said it all, and you did encompass basically everything that we touched on, and I appreciate it. And you're right. I think that you're right. We need to highlight the things that are good, and the things that are bad, we're going to be able to, if we highlight those things that are good, maybe the things that are bad will fade away, but we cannot ignore them. That's one thing that I want to put on the table, is we cannot ignore them, because we can't allow them to continue. I agree 100%. Go ahead.
If the diaspora can take pride in African cultures, just like how white Americans take pride in European cultures, that will go a long way. I think they should revisit that idea of understanding African tribes. Choose an African tribe and try to understand it.
That's good. That's the point. That's exactly the point. When I get to the Gambia, since I am Mandinka, I'm gonna definitely try to do that. But I'm also gonna try to appreciate the Wolof and the whatever other tribes that are there. I want to learn it all. I want to appreciate it all, and so I can respect it. So I think again that is key. Try to connect. When you get to Africa, it's important that we connect with the people and try to understand, not just try, understand, learn, and understand the culture, and whatever we can bring to the table, we'll bring, and whatever they'll bring to the table, they'll bring, and we'll see what we could put together. This puzzle's going to be put together, point, period, blank. So I agree. So sis, Rakoya, thank you. You're still here with me. You're rocking with me.
Girl, I had to come and hang with you for a minute because I knew this one was going to be a good one. And thank you for having me again. So look, I want to close this. I think that the slave culture and the Black culture conversation, it must be predicated on, first of all, understanding what the slave culture is. And this is not geographical. I think that the slave culture in Africa, in the mindset of certain Africans as well, and largely the slave culture in places that people were enslaved as well, which means people themselves have let me not say allow, I take that, but people have been conditioned to think a certain way, and not only conditioned, but also had to adapt in order to survive harsh realities. Now that the realities have changed, the mindset must also change. So we have to move from the mindset of slaves into mindsets of ourselves, our authentic warrior people. And to do that, we need our history, because the history is the part of us that is clean, that is untainted, that is the part of us that can give us our position back. So I think we should all try to connect with that in a way. But I want to shift the responsibility a little bit from the diasporans to the continentals. I think that in this change or in this transition and in this move towards uniting, I hear a lot of diasporans should understand African culture, diasporans should do whatever. I think we as Africans, we are on the motherland. We have had the connection. I think we must be the ones who are more welcoming. We must be, there's a tradition in my culture, the Ewe speaking, that we say it is the host who extends themselves. The person welcoming is the person who extends for the visitor, the person who is coming in new. So I think we Africans should be a little bit more patient. We should take time to try to explain things. We should learn about what happened to our brothers and sisters when they left. We should not expect them to come to Africa knowing. And we should be willing to excuse them more because they have been taken away from what we had. So in order for us to be that way, I think Africans should take more responsibility, which we are continental, to be more tolerant and more receiving. And that way we can help our brothers and sisters refine themselves, not refine like fine, by finding, reconnecting, knowing again, knowing themselves. So that's what I want to say. We as continentals need to step up and do more for our brothers and sisters. Thank you.
I'm so happy you said that, sis. And to be honest with you, we need that. We need you guys to step up because, to be honest with you, without your direction and your guidance, we're not gonna be able to maneuver what we're transitioning to. So please, whatever opinion there is that is out there to make you think that we can do this on our own, there's no way. We need each other.
Yeah.
You need us and we need you, and period, point blank. Thank you so much. You brought it home with that.
One more thing before I say goodbye.
Okay.
We should also remember, this was very important. We must remember and realize that not every group is happy with what is happening. We should not think for a minute that the oppressors are not paying attention. We should not also assume that China, that has had free range in Africa for a long time, now realizing that the children of Africa are coming back, China will see this as a influence changer, because if the more diasporas who come from the West into Africa, the more they're going to shift the balance back to the West. So China might be also involved in all kinds of things. So I'm just saying that when we look at the people who are dividing us, who come on channels and try to change the conversation into one of division, right? One rather than one of unity, we must look at those people as representing the interest of people who do not love Africa. So anyone who's coming and saying, we're not like them, we need to find out what is motivating them. Some of them might be not agents only, but might be people who are in our midst to destroy this move. So let's always be vigilant. Thank you.
And I agree 100%. And that's why, when you see them in the chat and you see me go off the way I do, it's because it's serious to me. It's important to me, and I need to make them feel uncomfortable. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sis.
All right, Gina.
Nana, welcome. I haven't heard from you, and I'm so happy to see you, my brother from Ghana. Welcome.
Gina. Oh, I mean, everything is already being said. I've been listening to the conversation for a long time from the beginning. This is a positive conversation. This is a great discussion. We're getting somewhere. So this is a positive. Continue. It's a good job. You're doing a great job, my sister. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. And I'm very, very happy to see that the Ghana has put Nana back in power. This is a great thing.
That's right.
I'm excited for Ghana. Shout out to Ghana for keeping the president, because I truly believe he's doing a good job, and look forward to him doing some more work. So thank you so much, Nana.
All
And
right. You have a good night,
thank
everybody. On
you. I
the
love you,
platform.
Nana. Thank
We love
you.
you. I love y'all too. Good night.
Angel Brown, I want to thank you, my sister, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. I promise you tonight, I've been so blessed, and I'm telling y'all, this $4.99 is gonna take me to the Gambia. It's take me home. So I'm saving every penny. Thank you, guys. Okay, so now I have my sister, African Millennial, and I don't know, Raquel, do you have a YouTube channel? No.
No, I'm not on YouTube.
Okay, but she's here, guys, so I'm blessed to have her. So
I may start one soon, but
okay.
right now I'm enjoying yours.
Okay, well, she's here on Saturdays if you ever want to hear her. Until she gets her, she's mine. Okay. So that being said, African Millennial do have a YouTube channel. If you guys please take your time to go check out my sister's channel. She have some great discussions. I think she have one coming on tomorrow. I'm not sure. She could reconfirm that. But my sister, African Millennial, what do you have to say? What's your closeout? What's your thoughts, opinions? I think I made quite a few people angry, so I'm sure they're gonna come at me, but I'm okay with that.
Thanks again, Gina, for this panel and this topic. And yeah, what I wanted to talk about is, normally at these panels, when you go to these panels, people will say, okay, well, the first solution is unity, unity, unity. But even with unity, we seem to be having problems. I'm very hopeful, but it's literally as simple as, guys, unity does not mean that because we're both the same religion, we both have to be the same religion to get along. It doesn't mean that we both even have to speak the same language to get along. Unity literally means having a common goal and working together to get that goal done. So at this point, some of these petty things I'm seeing, oh, well, this person is this person has a funny accent, I don't like this person's religion, this person's tribe did this to me. At this point, is any of that getting us anywhere? What are we doing? People will sit there and they'll ask, oh, okay, Bijou Noir, African Millennial, Rokoya, we need solutions. Let's talk about solutions. The solutions are in front of you. Our forefathers have spent their decades, some of our forefathers even died giving us these solutions, but you're here in 2020 asking what the solutions are. Black families, Black businesses, Black love, Black unity. What is so hard to understand about that? Don't ask me what the solutions are when you come on these panels every week and you don't do anything to benefit Black people in any week. Period. Don't ask me what the solutions are. The solutions are you must start in your own home. Don't sit there and expect a whole leader to do everything for you whilst you yourself, you're not going to do anything. If you're somebody like that, no offense, but you are my enemy because I can't work with you. I can't trust you. I don't know what you're going to do. And this is what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. I'll talk about it a little bit later on my channel, but we seriously have this problem where we look to this leader always to start something before we do it ourselves. There's a chat room right now. I'm not on YouTube, I'm on StreamYard. I'm pretty sure there's probably like 100 people in this chat room. There's about 100 people in this chat room. If you are chalking it up with somebody in the comment section, take their email. Let's do this offline as well. Let's not just talk about it every day. Let's start the action right now. Let's start right now. I'm not looking into 20 years. I'm not looking into 30 years. When some of you guys talk about 20, 30 years, I don't know if I have 20 or 30 years. So I have to do it today. So let's do it. Let's unite. Let's start from our homes. Let's start from our houses and let's get this thing going because we don't have time to waste.
I love you, sis. You always, man, you have that fire.
Well spoken.
Yes, always. And I want to say this to everybody. First and foremost, I need to offer, as you guys noticed, whenever I'm dealing with people that come in to the chat, and their divisiveness. And this is a trigger for me. I need to get control of it. But at this point, I'm not controlling it. So I'm going to deal with it naturally. This right now, I have to say this. The Ados family, I love them. I don't know what the issue is with the few of them that do choose to come to the channel to be divisive. I don't know what the inner struggle is with our brothers and sisters that are still holding on to this this thing where they feel like they need to keep saying we're this, we're that, we're that, we're different, we're different. I know that I know that the base of it is self-hate, not to see that you are one of many, and it's divisiveness, but that's how I see it. And to be honest with you, I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to invest in it. Sure, I could have many times I've thought about bringing up a topic to speak to Ados, but it's so divisive, it's so unnecessary to me, and I'm so not there that this channel is probably not a good place for that type of intervention. There are other places that you can find intervention and you can talk and people are interested in that movement. I'm not. There's a movement in Haiti for reparations. I'm not even interested in that. I'm not looking for reparations. I don't want anything from these people. What they took from my people can never be replaced. There's a power, a humanity that was taken that cannot be paid for. The only thing that can restore that is me returning the soul back where it was taken and getting the food, spiritual food that I need for it. And being with my brothers and sisters. And you see, it's not something that I'm willing to, what do you say that? It's not something that I'm compromising on. So I want to make it very clear that if you are Ados, you're welcome to the channel, but stick to the topic. Let's talk about what we're talking about. Don't personalize everything. Don't make everything about you, because it's not. We're one. We are one. We are bundled up as one on this channel. And I know that there are channels that does not bundle it up and you get to go at each other and that's what you're used to. But on here, you're going to find me very rude, and I'm not a rude person. It's just that I have to protect this space for those of us that choose to want to talk unity, that want to grow in unity. And I'm not just protecting it from just Ados, I'm protecting it from them angry Africans that don't want to realize that we are brothers and sisters and we are coming home. There are angry Africans that, they don't have an acronym, but they have the same type of divisive spirit. This conversation today was about Black culture versus slave culture and understanding the difference. We've made some stride on this conversation today, and I'm very happy to say that everyone that participated really fed me well. I'm full, and I have so much to now go dissect, and I hope you guys can look back at this. If you look back at this and understand that everyone played a part, even the people in the comments. But what we need to do is we need to take this home. We need to go home. We need to go in our homes to our families and take a look at what we talked about tonight, how it affects us personally, and how do we move away from that? Because we need to understand there's one thing that I wanted to bring to the table today, and I'm going to make it plain. Although we were taken to many places on this earth, although our ancestors were forced to go across those oceans and reclaim new homes and adapted new cultures based on the fact that, first it was forced upon them, and then it was manipulated. Then it became something that's all they knew. But they say, better, you do better. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I love you all. African Millennial, my sister, I love you. Thank you. The Blackness, you guys, the family, the chat box. Thank you so much for the support today. Please, please, please remember, shop, buy Black, bank Black, love Black. Bye, guys. Blackness.